2024 was a year that they let themselves down in some regards, not capitalizing on all the playoff opportunities that they had. But they did win IEM Cologne, and that was massive for Apex, who chased that trophy for 10 years. Now, if you look back in the last 12 months, they've already got Cologne and Katowice. So this, to me, is a team that puts it together to win in the biggest moments. And we're talking about major champions back in Paris as well. So I think a second Blast trophy would look really good in that collection, and I think it's one that they understand they need. There's gotta be a voice in the back of all of their heads that say they can win in Austin.
Embodied resilience in Austin.
We never focus on being the favorite. We're focusing on trying to bring the best CS.
This is a team that simply refuses to die.
If we play the same way, there is no doubt we're gonna win the major.
Austin, Texas, let's get this party started! Gotta step it up, he's got Surgeon to work with, and the attack's still on out from heaven. Here on high, Surgeon able to hold it back. Meanwhile, 8-4 falls, Navi get the entry, Mezzi, backside, the anchor.
All the right players, the amount of X factor, incredible performance here on stage.
Vitality one step closer to the crown jewel.
Okay, we're tired of waiting, aren't we, Austin? We're tired of waiting on some Counter-Strike, aren't we?
We are.
There we go.
Come on. Get those lights on for sure. We want to give everyone a warm welcome. It's MOUZ versus Vitality, a matchup MOUZ knows very, very well. If there was ever a day to break the pattern, it would be today.
This is the 7th time these teams have meted up here in 2025. And so far, pretty good for Vitality. But for MOUZ, this is a place to grab onto and try to ride the lightning.
See if Spinx can rise to that
Where's Alex?
occasion. Now,
No audio?
I'm gonna need you to start getting
No
loud.
audio?
Really give these teams a welcome. Only then can we welcome to the arena. So let's go. Get ready for your very first semifinal, MOUZ versus Vitality.
All right, here we go. Predictions? We can do predictions. All right. Is the audio looping? Is it? Well, and if I unmute this, do you guys hear double audio? You shouldn't. Like I have separate audio. Seems fine. I don't hear double. Okay. I don't know what that person was talking about then. I have multiple audio tracks, but they're split. So I thought they meant like, I don't know. I was having some issues. I had to oh, there's the Vitality walkout. All right.
Vitality.
My
match streak may be over. There's only one prize in their minds: the major trophy.
my main monitor broke this morning, so I had to like redo a bunch of garbage.
Vitality, the kryptonite of MOUZ in every single head-to-head throughout 2025. We're talking about 6 clashes prior to this one, every single one falling in the favor of Vitality.
Had a break?
But talk about a stage to change that
I don't know.
narrative on today.
If there ever was a time for MOUZ to beat Vitality, if there ever was one game,
I think there was like a power surge or something, because the power to my office was out, and it usually happens when like a circuit breaker gets tripped, when I have like too many things plugged in, but I didn't have anything extra. So I was like, okay, that's weird. I don't know why it tripped. So I like reset the power, and then I turned on my PC, and like both my monitors just kept flickering.
It wouldn't make any sense.
And
I'm glad to see that MOUZ has been powered.
I realized that like it's my main monitor. When there's what would happen is there would be power going into it. It would make like a whirring, like buzzing noise, like zzz, and it would turn off, and it would start up again. Zzz. So my computer kept trying to send power to my main monitor, and then like when it wouldn't get power, then it would switch to my secondary monitor. But then because it would restart the main monitor, it would think, oh, the main monitor's back. Let's send. So it kept doing this weird loop. So I guess it just went out. It sucks because it's my main monitor, so it's like the one I game on and everything, you know. My like 144 hertz like gaming pro monitor. It's not I'm using my shitty 61s, but they're both kind of in weird spots, and I barely hang on for life. Anyways, not the point. The point is we're here to watch some CS, watch some Counter-Strike, watch some Vitality. Excuse me, Vitality versus MOUZ.
A Vitality where Saivu had a 1.80 rating, and where Torsi also played incredible well. Partly the only reason why it became competitive. To me, Maui,
yeah, it was a little late on the startup this morning.
If they want to beat Vitality, it has to come from Torsi
That's okay.
first and foremost. He's been a little bit underwhelming from an individual output, but he's the guy with the AWP who can definitely make an impact and make sure the MOUZ remains competitive to maybe, just maybe, give them a chance of winning.
I know Torsi's going to come up on the CT side. I know that second half is going to be good for him. That's why I want to just see, is the game plan good enough to give him the runway in the first half? Are they going to put together the strategies
I was having a little sandwich
to
too.
what they did against Spirit in order to just make Apex feel the same way that Donk felt when he's getting flashed right in the face?
Running out of time.
It's not a fair fight. And if they're
Who do I think is winning?
Donk
I have MOUZ winning this
at times, as they did in the first day of the playoffs, I think they
but it doesn't matter
the same
anymore.
To Apex.
And that guy would be Spinks, the man on your screen right here, the ex-Vitality member on Mirage so far this tournament for
Bologna and Kraft.
the highest performer.
That's right.
On the CT side, always pushing Catwalk,
But bologna
always poking
sandwich.
in towards middle, always trying to find a fight, and he's going to go up against Apex. He's going to go up against Flamesy. He's going to get some of those duels, and so far Spinks has been doing a tremendous job at that.
Meatball
so
sandwich?
Spinks,
I thought about it.
Torsi. If they are both enabled, I see MOUZ standing a chance right here. If not, there's no way.
Just to quote Spinks in that pre-match interview, I'm not tired of facing Vitality, I'm tired of losing to Vitality. What else do MOUZ need to throw at them if they have any hope of changing this narrative that has kind of haunted them throughout the first half of this year?
I want Yimpat to be able to stand up toe-to-toe. I want Jimmy in the server.
Hell yeah, adult
able
Saturday
to just
morning
stick
cartoons
it to
here,
Rops
boys.
in a late round.
Dude.
He's been this rookie for so long, but I want it. Okay, I'm going to say it. I want him to goon on him. I want him to goon.
Sorry, I'm being like I'm overstimulated. What's going on?
To be completely honest, I
Okay.
think it's more so
Tactical,
about Roland as well. Roland this tournament so far
$250
has been a little
tactical.
bit lackluster, so I wanna
This
see Roland
workaround
step
that
it
you've
up, win some of
discovered
those entry duels, go head-to-head versus
only
Apex.
bothers
We
me
gotta
on the
see that
premise
happen.
that I cannot return
Obviously, you know, siding in the favor
your
of
tips.
Vitality. I think
The money
MOUZ
that
have
you
more of a
send, I
shot
cannot
than
return
this,
it.
though, Maui.
That was drastic.
Almost I'm considering
I feel
shutting
like
off
Vitality, they definitely are
this
the
way
favorites
of
in this one,
sending
but MOUZ,
money
they have more than a puncher's
because there's
chance
no
to take
workaround.
Mirage.
Well,
Usually
the
when
team
people
of 2025
oversend
with
money,
their eyes
like
set
through
on the
PayPal, I can at
ultimate
least
prize,
return
but
that. I can't
MOUZ,
do
they
that
are
with
hungrier
with
than
Streamlabs, I've
ever.
noticed.
Let's get this semi-final
That's
underway.
way too much, man.
Let's do exactly that, Freya. World
You've
number
given way
one
too
taking
much.
on world number 2
Peach
in
Madness
this
was 10 gifted as
semi-final
well.
in Austin. I think these guys are
Thank
ready.
you guys. I'm
We know
not trying
the
to
teams are ready.
distract from the stream either.
Vitality, are they ready? 6 trophies in a
it was
row
all good,
coming
man.
into this major. They will
I
accept
feel so
nothing
bad.
less than the world's best.
I
And
keep
Miles have been
saying this, and it's
headhunting
like
them
it's
all year
falling
long. It's
on
time to
deaf
see if
ears.
these challengers can take down the final boss.
Madness, thank you
we
for
got
the
top
10
two
gifted.
teams in the world going blow for blow. On any other day, we'd call this a grand final.
Is there any way I can send this feed back to you?
A perfect season on the line at full vitality. Glory right there for the taking. Austin, this is the match you came to see.
Mouse versus Vitality. Thank you guys.
Mouse have to start strong.
I gotta
There's no
figure
ifs,
this out,
ands,
man.
or buts with Inferno
That's
up
way
next.
too much money.
Mirage is a must. Pistol on the T side. Rops up
I
close round.
refuse.
Some say the greatest addition to a roster. Rops with the Julies. We saw him ace in the group stage with these.
You did not have to do that, Tactical, at all.
Oh, but he's dead straight away.
Thank you.
And Vitality have to start scrambling bodies over. It was just Rops and Mezzi here. So Mao's looking for that early purchase on Mirage. Exertion and taking space away. And ZywOo won't last long either. Only Flames left in this, and he's taken one of the dome at the first time he's played his hand.
You know what, seriously, thank you guys. Thank you guys for the gifted subs. Thank you, Tactical, as all. I've like run out of different ways of showing gratitude with Tactical. They just supported this stream way too much. Way more than anybody should, or more than I could ever ask anybody to support the stream. So I greatly appreciate it. And I wish that you guys would save your money, okay? Spend it on yourselves, get some sweet treats going, all that type of stuff, you know. Don't have to worry about me. I'm chilling, and I'm very grateful for like you guys showing the support and turning out for the community, and you know, being as generous as some of you folks are towards supporting the stream and
dropped down into lower
whatever the fuck it is that I'm doing. So.
Yeah,
because I want to understand things. I just
didn't quite get the spot,
I feel a little uncomfortable sometimes with the amount. That's all.
Pincid between top mid and this lower push.
So if there's any way I could refund some of it at some point, let me know.
Lose the mid control. This whole
the Streamlabs doesn't
dark.
let me, I guess. And also, again, Madness, thank you for the 10 gifted. Appreciate you guys. Either way, fuck you, Apex. Let's get into some CS, man. I gotta get in the mode here. I'm not in the mode. I was doing my sandwich eating monitor fixing mode, and I'm not in CS mode.
They bail. They don't like what they see, and they avoid the stack entirely. Spinks has that rotation cut off, and Vitality, if they want to risk everything,
That's
in this
fine.
round,
We're
they
here.
have to go through spawn.
See, I can't believe a Simple got CS2'd. Me neither.
Jimmy's even got the flank. He gets the info, but he goes
Not
down.
in the flow
Does that
state.
open
No,
up
I'm
the
not.
round?
This force spy for Vitality.
I'm indeed not in the flow state. Flow state? Flow state. Sorry.
Through the murder hole. The flashes are good. They learn about Spinks here now as well. He's trying to put distance between himself and Vitality.
Time's all they got.
Trying to buy as much as he can. Brolin set up over towards ramp. Meant to be the guy to clutch this out if needed.
Which side is which team?
Out with that
So
softens Vitality.
This might have been Mouse's map. I'm not sure.
Brolin
Brolin though.
Their captain proves to
Nice.
be a safe
Good stop by Mouse. Mouse is on T side. They're the red team. Currently on the offense. Vitality is on CT side. They're the blue team.
Today, two very strong individuals leading their teams.
Brolin is the IGL. For Mouse. Apex is the IGL for Vitality. These teams went against each other in the last big tournament that was played in Dallas. Funny enough, it was the IEM Dallas tournament. Both teams qualified for the finals. Vitality beat them in that finals. Vitality has been the stronger one in all these matchups.
So ZywOo won't be in the picture if these pistols get brushed aside.
So
straight away.
that's been the story here between these two teams. Also, why I didn't want to see this matchup because we've seen it before.
So just the 5-7.
It's like I've described it in different ways. But it feels like the little brother constantly trying to pick a fight with the big brother.
And ZywOo's already running away.
And every time the big brother just kicks the little brother's ass, and you're like, yeah, I've seen that. I've seen this outcome coming, right?
Does feel like a perfect storm for an upset, doesn't it?
So that's sort of why it's like I would have rather seen.
But at the same time, this is at least the map we've seen Mouse
the team that Mouse beat. I can't remember who they were now. Oh, Spirit. Sorry, I would have rather seen Spirit Vitality. It's a little bit more entertaining, personally.
Taken by Mouse. That's it.
Mouse versus Vitality just seems like the same rerun episode, which Mouse just consistently lost.
Even though they were felt in legacy,
they chant "FU Apex."
Mouse know they need
at this point, it's more of entertainment chant than an actual.
Right now, it's a pretty damn good start.
It's just think of like, you know, wrestling, right? When they scream like "You can't see me" when John Cena comes out or something, right? I think of that as similar at this point. It's become popular to hate Apex because he's like one of the best.
Austin, what do you think about Apex?
Is basically what it comes down to.
Well, Vitality have
and he plays into it a lot.
All the way through the year, it hasn't stopped them. It's up to Mouse.
Whatever here, this is why I SWAT Halo 4 videos.
Buy round now.
Waiting for it for years.
Oh dear.
That's awkward.
Oh my god, dude, what are you saying? This is why I SWAT Halo 4 videos. Dude,
so they get top mid in, they'll have the
is that like 2013?
No smoke down in the window.
2014?
ZywOo open sightlines. That's not the guy you want.
Was it when I was doing the MLG rank climb playlist on Halo fucking 4? Are you insane?
He thinks Mouse want that fight.
You're still waiting for it?
Instead, it's the B.
It's cooking, man. I got big things planned for that. Yo, I was just actually thinking about it the other day. I was like, damn, I gotta finish that series up.
Vitality in it. Up against
what rank did I get? SR something? What do you get to? SR 40, dude. I'm SR 130, dude. On my way.
Rops is a ways away from being able to help out.
On my way, man.
And so Mezzy.
God damn.
Will have the full weight
he busted that out
on his shoulders.
DayZ roleplay series that abruptly stopped in 2015. That was due to lack of funding.
Keep Rops there even longer. Mezzy is operating entirely alone. Rops only just peeling over now.
Oh goodness.
Still has to be Mezzy, and he's unwavering, unfaltering, not going into the AWP. Eventually, Torshi gets that free.
Torshi versus World. He should lose this. The script says he lost.
To rotate over. Torshi's got waves to break through.
Valorant has Tarek, Leak has Cadril, CS has Alex. I should try to get. I should I was gonna watch a little bit of the Valorant tournament tomorrow to see how hype it is. Maybe it's really hype. Also, CS has I think Oni. It was crazy though. I was watching some CS videos yesterday. Some of like the CS YouTubers that didn't stop the grind are like crazy popular now. It's nice to see that. Like I was watching a three Clicks Phillips video yesterday. And that was a dude that was like kind of up and coming when I used to do a bunch of CS stuff, and he's like got over like 1 million subs. And he still does CS content. It's crazy. It's good for these guys.
Slow and it's steady.
As
Mouse know,
man, dude, you really messed me up with like the Halo SWAT playlist. That's crazy. That was a good playlist, to be fair. But yeah, DayZ roleplay. If you missed that, man, that DayZ roleplay kicked off like 7 other roleplay arcs.
Just roaming around the window.
Because of DayZ roleplay, I got into like Altus Life, then I got into Arma roleplay, then eventually I got into GTA roleplay. It was a lot.
Start of the rounds from Vitality.
Some of it good.
Get this control.
Some of it not so good.
Molotov lobbed in from Apex.
Gmon RP. I don't really consider that like as that like my dive into RP because we didn't even roleplay in Gmon RP. We just shitlorded. We literally just did shitlord RP in Gmon. That's not real roleplay.
What a crunch for Vitality. They just block those players down under, and Flames
like we just griefed people that were taking it seriously.
Bit by bit, Mouse torn out of this round. 2v5, the Deagle doesn't connect. Exertion getting hounded down, and Flames looks for the ace.
Yeah, there we go. So Vitality's about to clean this up now.
I think they're sending him to go get it.
Big round coming up, though.
Get him activated. This is a guy you want on a map like Mirage. He was very quiet.
Unscripted any day.
Final, but this is a different day. This is a different Flames. Lights
hell yeah, dude. Unscripted.
That was just very well orchestrated from Vitality, right? Even the fact that that was like a play around kind of the second or third Molotov down into lower. You'd gotten so used to seeing them come in, it felt like it was just to block the walkout. And so when Flames takes that top mid fight, no one's ready for it.
Vitality were unconcerned with an aggressive look. They knew that was full.
When is Traville coming out? Brother, they politely cease and desisted that shit. I hate to break it to you.
Pistols now for Mouse.
It was an official letter, but it was kind of like a... Yeah, we're not gonna endorse this.
Slow round for Maus.
Is that why it never came out? Yes.
To talk things over.
We were using 2K assets to make like our own Machinima series that we were looking to get funding for, or at least support by the company. To which they said, "Hey, this is cool, but
it's about to be a
maybe stop."
Coming into this map, you were saying, you know, this is the one that Maus have to pick up if they want to win.
To be fair, that was their right.
Got to find some success on Mirage. This is the.
It would have been really cool though.
Most consistent map they've had in these.
It sucks because I do think that Jordan had a lot of passion for that series specifically.
Don't want to go down early.
But you know, it is what it is.
Team has resilience. It's something we attributed to FaZe for the longest time. Any game's winnable from any score. Mouse have proven that, man. They've had an incredible run at the major. They went 0-2 in stage 3, came all the way back through BO3s, 9-3 down in the third map to make it to the playoffs. They still won it, and that's before.
Can you get a salute for our fallen FaZe brethren?
07s. Have to pull that series back after
no more USA chance.
We know Mouse have that staying power. They won't give up without a fight.
Who's our team here?
But right
honestly,
now, Vitality have woken up and evened out this score.
We lost all of our teams. We have nothing. Okay? I don't even know who we'd want to see advance. People are going to say Mongols, probably. After they beat the shit out of FaZe, and it's like,
one of the calmest coaches.
All right, fair enough, you know.
We see when we hear those listen-ins for Mouse, never stressed, even late in the day, late in the game.
Pain winning would be fitting for our feelings. Oh, wait, sticker capsule, ESL. Oh, here we go. Oh, LDLC. Oh, let's go! Get an NIP sticker, 2014. That's huge. Oh yeah, bro. Grats.
Mouse have had a lot of time to think about how they wanted to approach this rifle round, right? They spent that eco talking about it. They had a timeout after the fact. It's all been building up to this breakthrough round.
Decisive. Didn't like that mid-control. Back to something more standard. Only Flames committed inside of the site.
Yeah, he's going to find himself alone ahead of the util. Flames just steals himself away for a later fight. He's had 1 ace in this game already.
Oh, no.
Might need to be another big multi-kill from Flames. Nothing comes through.
Okay.
Only a one and done for Apex. It's a set piece into this A site. That's the conclusion that Mouse arrived at after all these timeouts. They break on through, they play tight. Now Vitality lagging behind. A man down in this retake.
CT Molly.
And they have Exertion trapped in, but he's just not offering anything up here. It's going to take Mezzi swinging out. That should have been the kill. Instead, it's Rops and ZywOo. Don't count out these two. This is the duo that makes Vitality such a threat. This is the duo that makes any round feel winnable.
Wow.
But cut down.
All right. Mouse got an important round there. Do you think Mouse pulls off an upset? Dude, that guy with a cowboy hat straight up is clip farming.
That we see on Mouse, Spinx never slowing down in those post plants.
What's up, Alex? How are you going? I bought my first gaming PC last week.
On Tetris against Spirit was unstoppable.
Sure, I'll buy it. Why did you go with the name 87 Finger Popper? Was it because that's your birth year and then you're known for popping your fingers? Like the kid in the back of the class that like keeps doing it and the girls go, ew, stop! And he's like, oh, listen to this one. And then he gets like an early onset of carpal tunnel in his 20s and is like, what the fuck? How could this possibly happen to me at my age?
I mean, at a time where it feels like, you know, all these
Or
top
is,
squads have a
that's
sort
my
of
initial impression.
power
Give
duo
me,
at
give
their
me,
core.
maybe I'm off base though.
Very, very
Make it fun of their
good.
name.
It's Spinks and Torshi able to
Bro
match
asked a
up
wholesome question. Alex is going in.
the likes
Hey,
of ZywOo and Rops.
because I'm out here finger popping a-holes.
first
Yeah, so
little
that's
2v4
why.
attempt,
So
and there's
that's
gonna be a
why.
couple more of them
Okay,
before this
you guys
semi-final
think
is all
you
said
guys
and
think
done.
these people are wholesome coming in here. I see this shit from a fucking mile away. Okay,
That's while their hands
you guys are
were
like, oh,
on
it's so
midway
wholesome.
through the 2v4.
No, I know the devious first-time
Some of the
messages
real
when I
tempo
see
here.
them.
Torshi fast through the
Also, good for you, man.
counting down an opener on the AWP, but it's ZywOo getting aggressive first.
Dr.
He gets the
Dandelion
AWP
with the
opener in this
33
round.
months.
Torshi even takes some nades for his troubles as well, softening him up on the extremities.
Oh my
Mouse of
goodness.
control over middle. Even
Max
that
conditioned
feels
to attack,
tenuous on
to
this
detect
one.
attacks from chat.
Exertion's gonna find a way back in.
It's a traumatizing entry, and it opens
I'm
up
like the
round
Iron Dome.
entirely. The question is, where are those Vitality players in the
All right,
A
all right,
side?
all right.
Rob's
Guys,
taking space.
listen.
He can play late. Flames
This is a very important round here, okay?
And Now's bringing the
If
bomb right
Vitality
back to
loses
join
this,
up with
Mouse
Xerxes.
might actually be going in.
The clock is not a problem, but the quieter it is, the more Vitality wander, the more information Mezzi searches for, trusting in ZywOo at the B site. Flames gets that info. Bomb spotted, gets out of dodge.
Acel, thank you so much for the 2 months.
Now learns about the player up through.
I just hope Robs has
spot on
fun.
these guys, Ramside and Flames, still doing it all alone. He's got teammates nearby, but he doesn't
Okay.
even need the help.
So this is
Flames,
really bad for
one-man
Mouse
army,
now.
11-4, and Vitality, they don't need the full team to stop that A creep. They don't need the A split to get denied at full force.
Nice
It's
sprint
just
stream.
Flames. And now even the creep on round, this AWP is dropped. Save denied.
Bit of a disastrous miss smoke there for Mouse. I don't even know if
Dude,
that
if they
was
show
meant
this
to be top
cowboy
corner
hat guy
jungle.
again,
It was neither. Xerxes tries to walk
I unboxed
through
one of those
it, can't
M4
find the
A4s a
window
while
kill,
ago.
goes back through the smoke,
Is that
and
like
starts
the
roll for
what is
Flames,
it?
finding
The
another
Pharaoh one?
multi-kill.
The gold one
This
you talking
time on
about?
the
That one does
A-bomb
look kind of
side.
clean. Yo,
These traits for
script
Mouse are just not
E7.
coming
Thank you for the
through
5 gifted. I appreciate
when
that.
it comes to
Thank you.
Mata. Like a bug on the
Back and forth
windshield.
energy is just like Mouse versus
wiped
Spirit
apart on
Mirage.
this A site.
Yeah, Mouse has been like living on Mirage for an entire week. Have a good one. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Because now their money's at breaking point. They've put together a force in this
Leave
round.
his Catalonia's a bald spot. No, I'm not even talking about the bald spot. The guy with the cowboy hat
Right? Look at what has happened the last two
keeps
times
like
we had the block
every
with
time the
Flames getting
camera's on him,
crashed into the hill in the base round, and we had
he does
ZywOo
like a
force the
meme.
kill with the AWP. Mouse try and draw the attention with a set
He's
piece
meme farming.
to buy time for exertion.
Eye of Horse. That's what it's called. I don't know why I thought Pharaoh. I guess same theme. I traded for a knife.
Tell
Nice.
the familiarity and just how much this rivalry's
Life is
crept up
worth it.
throughout the year with how these squads are playing.
A silly meme or true.
It's a slow
The upsets in the
game. There's a lot of
majors,
respect.
it's crazy. I
Everyone familiar
agree.
with how their opponent likes to
This has
move
been the
and
majors
play.
upset.
More
I mean, it
missed
would only
util
be
for
fitting
Mouse,
though if like
That's now their third
Vitality
missed
gets
of
upset.
util
Then it
on
would
this
B-side.
B
really
Every
be
time it's feeling
a major full of
consequential.
upsets.
Apex destroys this A push.
Yeah, and Vitality is
It's
shutting
only
this down.
Spinks outstanding, 1v5.
My pick'ems,
He'll
bro.
get iced out. Vitality
Yeah,
take
bro,
the
I feel
lead.
you on the
Oh, they are
pick'ems for
looking
sure.
in final form, aren't they? Call them the
I
final
feel you in the
boss
pick'ems.
coming into this
Vitality
game,
versus Pain Major.
especially for Mouse, who just have not been able to walk over Vitality in this
If it's
year.
Vitality versus
6
Pain, I'll
and
definitely
0 in
cheer
series
for
across BO3s
definitely
and
cheer
BO5s.
for Pain.
Mouse have only found a handful of maps.
But their odds are looking kind of bad on that
Right
one.
now we're seeing why.
I mean, that's in spite of that like little ray of
Maybe
hope that
try
came
B.
through in Lisbon, right? Where in the BO5 they
Dude,
get
you should be on their
30 map
staff.
one, but then they turn it around. They pick up some map wins. They end up losing the series still 3-2, but they were the guys in the winning position there. And that's after an embarrassing start. That felt like it was going to be a bit of a breakthrough moment, but that's not what's happening right now for Mouse. Chance at their dream, it's ended up being a nightmare.
They're doing it. Wait, they went B, you're right.
On this B play, and it's another
Wait, they went B on their buy round. What happened?
Yeah, 4 kills for Robs. You are not shy of
They
individuals.
got
putting
turned
on
into a meat
multi-kills
grinder.
in this game for Team Vitality. May only be
Yikes.
an anti-eco, but they stop it from getting out of control. Mouse don't even make it out the apartments. Clinical game right now for Vitality. Everyone having their moment. Mouse needs to solve
Wasn't Robs a big name in the Mouse for a long time? I believe so. I believe he was like a huge pickup for Vitality. Or he was on Fate. Well, actually, what was Robs on? Let's see. We can figure this out real quick.
Good amount of work countering ZywOo. He keeps walking into Molotovs, keeps getting pushed off angles, but it's not even the AWP.
Yeah, Robs was on Mouse,
right now.
and then Robs went to FaZe for a while.
The opener and the closer of Flames and Robs. ZywOo back on the angle.
He just became part of Vitality at the beginning of this year.
Largely, it's been Flames just fighting for this control
Previously,
alone.
Mouse, yeah, FaZe, then Vitality.
ZywOo never got to be involved. Robs has held on to this A play, denied that.
Robs is a big asset for sure. He's definitely like that.
Put more onus on these players out
just a super reliable guy. You put him anywhere and he just makes it work. Like, I feel like sometimes that's even more valuable. More valuable than just having somebody that, like, is a star player, you know?
Started his round off over in Palace.
Like, Frozen is like a super reliable player, you know?
1 versus 3, and no safe place.
That's why I feel like if FaZe could pick up a superstar, they already have like a Frozen, and they even have like an Elige. Too bad Rain isn't. Nah, not anymore. Rain was like definitely like top 10.
And this is the thing that feels so unfair about
maybe I would even have the conversation of top 6, top 5. Right?
You know, you have someone like an Exertion run out,
you got
take
him.
a bunch of space, find a 5v4. It doesn't necessarily matter versus this Vitality squad. There's
Rain
so
and
much
Nico at their
multi-kill
prime was in FaZe was goated.
It's just been different individuals.
Yeah, Rain definitely was one of those like players that I always thought was one of the greats. There was a couple, you know. I mean, we could go back to Kenny S, obviously Simple. You could argue Scream. I had Brain up there. Device, right? You know, you could have the conversation of like JW or Flusha. Yeah, probably depending on the day. Some people bring up Olaf, sure. Someone said Olaf, possibly, yeah. Get right, you know.
Doesn't feel like
Cold as Arrow.
Let's see if they can break through in round 12, the final on the half.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people you could have as like some of the greats, right? Rain, I would say definitely is in that conversation because he was very consistent with his aim.
This time Flames,
and that was like a big problem. Kenny was one for a bit. Yeah, Kenny was definitely one. But it was short-lived,
so he's
unfortunately.
Find himself in the right place at the right time.
The nuke sets for the prime. Thank you.
Often the case. They just can't find a way of dodging Flames.
Guardian. The issue with Guardian is like Guardian was definitely a go, but he got robbed. You know, it's like he could never get that like championship win. But he definitely was in the conversation for one of the greatest operas.
Nearby, ready to activate. Vitality will fight and die on this mid control, and they win everything. Mezzi with the flick back down.
All right, does ZywOo and Mezzi lose this against the bottom fragger for Mouse? Do the two best players
at 19 HP can clutch up.
Oh my goodness.
Shot.
Mezzi's actually been popping off. Mezzi had a crazy clutch yesterday.
Not looking good for Jimpat, and there's the nade that seals the deal. Vitality and the runaway success story on this first half.
Damn.
8-4.
Or not yesterday, maybe it was the day before.
On this CT side.
Yeah, dude. It's like every time these teams go to like against each other. Let's not forget Scream. Yeah, I said Scream, didn't I? I think I said Kenny S and Scream.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well.
Oh my bad. No, you're good. No, Scream was like.
That's why I bring you today.
I feel like Scream was a showy player though, because what was like Scream's
the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse
end up
archives
accomplishing as a player.
I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round.
His last thing that he did was a DreamHack
crowd.
Open Atlanta 2017 where they got first place.
ZywOo in the Acor Arena.
There's some ESL
I think it's poetic
Pro League
as well
stuff.
that all 5 kills in the final round are from the two
Never a
French
major,
players.
right?
This was
Like
supported
DreamHack
by
Winter
Dupree
2013.
and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is
Let's see,
everything.
first
Like,
place in
round would've been
Esports
so
Championship
different if I would've made
Series
that shot.
Season 1. That was 2016. Esports Championship Series
taste
Season
the
1.
fear in Gamer
sorry,
Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo
Gaming
shoot
Paradise
one bullet.
2015. Alex, did you open any cases last stream? No, I'll probably open up cases tomorrow.
Here it is, that final shot. ZywOo
You know,
to close it all.
all things permitted.
No holds back, no surrender.
That or, you know, when I get my new monitor set up.
Some would say.
Because I'm kind of on a scuffed
Almost
setup right now. I got
destiny
2
that all 5
wonky
players
monitors.
are
One of
killed
them is
by
not
the
supposed to
2
be my main
Frenchmen
as my
on
main.
French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those
But
2
I'll get
continue
my new monitor set up. and
legendary moment for the
we should be good,
Quite
good to go.
possibly a once in a lifetime.
I guess it's good time to upgrade. I had a 144 hertz for a while, but everyone's using like
That's why we have
160s or 200s. Did you go for OLED? I haven't gone for anything yet. My monitor literally broke
in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
like
Now we
this
must
morning.
find a reasonable score, both in terms of
Only one
mechanics
set
and
today or two?
cultural
Two
impact
sets.
for this
2
clip.
best
And
of 3s. We have
starting
Vitality
with the
versus
mechanics,
Mouse.
it is
It's
a
right
bit
now
on the
halftime in
low
the
end.
first game.
I would give this
And then we'll
maybe a
have
5 out
Pain
of 10.
versus
But on the cultural
Mongols,
side,
I
this
believe.
is as big as it gets. ZywOo
Can I
and
have it?
Apex
Can you have my broken
in
monitor?
France, in Paris. After
Yeah,
the
come pick
fall
it
of
up.
French Counter-Strike,
I'll send you my
your
address.
first cast,
How did it break? I talked about it earlier. Tactical already like is trying to like fund my entire PC at this point,
This is about an 8.5
which I'm
out
obviously
of 10
very
for me.
grateful for. But
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6.
I don't know. I think it's just time for it to go. But it was weird because I had to
now ZywOo, they call him
I
the
had to take a
CS:GO,
serious
but
phone call yesterday,
if
so
he
I
never
left
had
my
his
office.
CS:GO major, then
And
that
then when I came back
argument is
into my office,
absolutely blown out of the water. But
my power
this
was
a
out.
crowning
And
jewel
so
in
something
terms
tripped
of
the
his
circuit breaker,
accomplishments.
which
At
sometimes
the tail
happens.
end of a game,
The circuit
he thrust
breaker in this
himself into
room is a
the
little.
pantheon of
If I get too many
greats.
things plugged in,
And
it
for
trips.
that reason,
But
I'll take
I
your
reset
8,
it and it came back up, and
and
when I
I'll
restarted my
crank it to a 10,
PC,
bottle it,
my main
and
monitor
keep it
just would
on
not turn
the
on. Like
culture
it would
club's
turn on, like I would see a light,
Delicious.
and then it would make like a buzzing noise, and then it would turn off. Then it would turn on, make a buzzing noise, and turn off. So I tried a different cable, I tried different outlets.
This was meant to be a rivalry.
I read online that
between
it's
Vitality
maybe a
and Mouse,
capacitor
but
that went out,
Vitality have
which like I'm
different
not smart
ideas.
enough
A
to
swift
start replacing
beating in the
fucking
first half of
capacitors.
Mirage, the one map
Like
that
I'm, you know,
Mouse have
I
been
took
able to
electronics for a
challenge
little bit in high
Vitality
school.
on this year.
Hated that shit.
Otherwise, it's been
Said I'll
dominant.
pass. Respect
been
to anyone that
empty for
understands
Mouse,
how
and this
to like
matchup
solder
may as well
and
be, if they don't
replace
start
things like that,
soon,
but
this
that's not me.
series looks
All
to
right.
be over.
So something must have
Vitality
happened.
looking for a
Maybe it
legacy.
just decided to. This is
Not
it.
even
This is how it
acknowledging
dies,
their
and
opponent.
yeah,
This
that's
is
that.
just another brick in the way
It just sucks because it
of
was
that
my
major
main
trophy.
gaming monitor, and I also just had to replace the monitor
They look to
a month and a
shunt it
half
out of the
ago
way.
with
They
a different
execute
one.
in this
Actually, my
pistol
left
round.
one, I
Exertion,
think.
the only one here.
Yeah, I had to replace my
Look
left
at winning
monitor
the
because that
pistol.
one
That's
fucking
gonna
went
put
out. So my monitor's
Vitality
just going out now, I guess.
So close to the win.
Luckily, I had a backup one for my left one, but I don't have
They
a
can
backup one
almost
for my main
feel it,
monitor.
and so it's so important the Mavs are able to hold
Anyways,
on, but things have not started
Mezzi
off well.
starting off hot here
Torshi
for Vitality.
tapped
They've
out
switched
first.
sides.
Bomb
Vitality's
getting
now on T
planted.
side, and they're kind of
Mavs
menaces
on
on
the back
Mirage. I'm
foot
not
in
gonna
this
lie.
retake already.
Vitality on Mirage,
Possession sees
kind
ahead
of,
there, but
kind of
didn't
a
attempt it.
problem.
Doesn't want to get caught falling first over the stairs. He's waiting for his teammates to get set up back in CT.
Reflash ready for
Recommendations on monitors? I don't have any
Possession's
because
crept up, crept in.
I've been looking at some, but
try and hit the go button. One on the board
I heard
for
OLED is
exertion,
pretty
but here's
good.
the backstab. Flames has players with their backs turned.
Oh man, it's just like
Too
that.
easy for Vitality.
Get a power bank surge protector for your
so
setup.
entrenched, a man up. Desperate times calling for desperate measures out of this Mouse team.
I do, but I don't know how it would have gone up because of that. To
And
be
it
fair.
lets him down.
Yeah, it's a brutal plan for Vitality. Usually you'd see a player pop through that smoke into CT with a flashbang. They break the smoke with a nade before they even flash. Mouse get exposed in the open to all of Vitality. Exposed on the stage.
It's just, I think it was just time. My
Mouse team
monitor
who
was just
leveled up
old.
this year, who showed they could with the addition of Spinks.
I might have to replace it so it
Picking
doesn't
up
last
their first
forever.
trophy in the
Yeah, I have
first
surge
event with this
protectors, but
roster
it was just my
change.
one monitor. I think it was just time for it to
Studio
go.
merchants no
It's
more.
been going for years, you know.
stage or
Like
not,
monitors just, they don't have a
Vitality are that
long
final boss.
lifespan. Like I think
Yeah,
it's
and I
just,
think it just speaks
I've
to
had
kind
it
of
maybe
the-
5 years.
The difference in where, you know, the gap between
Time for a
world number
4K.
one and world number two is right
No,
now.
I'm just gonna get something that's, like,
Vitality leaps and
affordable.
bounds ahead of the competition. It feels
I just
like
want something
their
that's
ambitions in this
144
major
hertz and
is
like,
kind of
I don't know.
nothing shy of
I'm not
winning
looking
the
for something
trophy. That
crazy.
is the expectation.
Like I don't need like one of these
Meanwhile, for
fucking
Mouse, it's all about
$1,000
breaking through this
Alienware
down
monitors or
rivalry.
something.
A rivalry I I don't even think Vitality are that concerned about.
They don't even know him, little bro.
They're storming the board. And this Force Buy getting convincingly put to rest. 2 kills to the good already for Vitality as they move back into this.
Why not 120
play.
for considerably cheaper?
They're on to double digits.
Okay, because 120 is kind of shit. To be fair, like for FPS, yeah, you're griefing if anything under 144 in 2025.
That draw them back. Vitality just pick up pace. Seeing Exertion over on the
also, 144 can be pretty cheap. But anything under 144, if you game consistently, you'll hate your life.
Gun picked up. Exertion tries to play, but bomb planted for spawn and no kit. This one is done.
Minus 144, not too expensive. Yeah, 144 shouldn't be too expensive.
So at least it's going to leave him with something to try and do damage in this next round. But yeah, the window is fast closing for MOUZ if they want.
120 isn't too bad. I'm ultra wide. Yeah, maybe for like if you're getting an ultra wide 120, sure.
Rivalry.
Too expensive is subjective.
Falling apart at the worst possible time.
True. Very true.
His Vitality power up. It's not even had to really be, you know, the ZywOo show in any capacity right now. It's Flames and Rops doing so much heavy lifting.
When 144 was $99 and they searched the colors kind of suck. Yeah, like $100 for a 144. That seems like a good deal to me.
And this is
the USA chance.
who look to avenge themselves in this year.
They just don't go as hard without seeing Alicia's beautiful smile on screen.
Now or never on Mirage. We said a must-win.
Smoked kids with 60 hertz on a Marvel Rivals, but then against a hero shooter.
Coming up next.
Haven, you got to be a troll account or something.
I mean, look, if there ever was a time for Exertion to bail them out with a huge hero play, it's now. He's armed with the hero Galil. Stole it out of that last round.
Vitality are not
I run a 60 hertz monitor. No, I believe you, but just like, yeah, I smoked a bunch of kids in Marvel Rivals. And I play on a 60 hertz. Meanwhile, these kids, they're running ultra wides, 4Ks, 200 hertz, OLEDs. And I'm over here, kicking it back, beer in my hand on my 60 hertz. And I am smoking them. Half the time, I'm just watching House MD on the television.
Boost up for Exertion is good. Couple of gimmicks. Put MOUZ in pole position.
I like playing the Hulk, by the way.
Trying to break through. Apex caught on his swing. MOUZ.
Okay, MOUZ cleaned up a little bit.
To work with in that round.
I actually main Spider-Man. Oh my god.
And some teamwork to take them even
My 200 hertz
further.
ultra was like 250 on Facebook Marketplace, but it was a rich kid selling it to make money for a vacation experience they want to pay for. That's honestly ideal, is like buying stuff off of rich kids. Wait, you got a sweet deal, Crib. Actually kind of a goated deal.
And they at least have that little bit of wiggle room here in this game, but Vitality will not relent with the buy. Back to the same play.
Crip is a marketplace demon.
They've given themselves staying power. They've given themselves a...
Oh, yeah?
A lifeline.
No, for real, I am. Wait, was that 250 Canadian?
MOUZ no to worry about this ramp. Double nade coming in. 2i set on
I just want to know when we're talking about
Vitality like. It's these fast
foreign currency. Yeah? Oh, so was real cheap.
Yesterday, popping out of Palace. Apex catches
what the fuck did I just watch?
And maybe there's still hope here for
did Apex just walk at him with a 250?
On the spillover, but they still don't know about Exertion.
182.08. Wait, so you have to give him a bunch of pennies and shit?
He waits, he bides his time. Oh, they're gonna clear him.
Wait, Apex is going hard. Alright, Apex set up his entire team. Oh my god.
And then he's got Messi and ZywOo there to close.
Yeah, bro. Like, Apex doing all the work, and then you can just rely on Messi and ZywOo to just win the round for you. That's what I mean, bro. Like, you just have players set up to win.
There was a moment, there was
all
a
the time.
That's
what's the most important.
Steps up as the captain puts him down, and that's another multi-kill round. I mean, 4 out of the 5 players on Vitality have 3+ multi-kill rounds. ZywOo is not one of them. Doesn't that fill you with hope? For the firepower of this squad, for the form of Vitality right now.
Execute the pistol point. Like, yeah, Apex got the entry pistol right here. He grabs the Galil, right? He turns around with the Galil, kills the next guy.
To win this matchup. It is still never
right here.
Today
And then
may not
he
be
does
your
it
day.
again. He kills this guy here, Xerxin, who was posted up in the smoke.
Scary is, as Vitality are approaching this date.
Then he
with
dies,
Destiny,
and it's like,
the
oh,
final
GG,
off in
doesn't
the
matter.
distance.
Doesn't matter because ZywOo and
Wins are
Mezzi will
looking to
just
get
win the game.
Stronger and stronger. This semi off to a more dominant start. In their quarterfinal yesterday.
Like when ZywOo is bottom fragging on Vitality, the game is over.
This is the extra buy round
like,
that Maus are able to afford.
if you have everyone in
thanks to that
Vitality
win.
that's doing better than ZywOo, like it's GG. You know
Off of
what
the
I mean?
pistols. This was the lifeline
Your
they
best
gave
player
themselves.
is
It's
bottom
not
fragging,
much.
and you're winning.
So many comparisons to draw between this Vitality
It's
and the one
over.
of 2023 where they leveled
What-
up. and
what are
they-
you- what are you
they
talking
planned their
about?
year perfectly to peak for the major. They ran through that major. Sure, the competition wasn't as tough, but you can't say the same this time around. Close game v Na'Vi. Number 2 in the world of Maus.
It's not like Spirit where when Donk is bottom
Vitality
fragging,
with 6
you
trophies
lose,
in
right?
a row, storming for a 7th. This could be over before it begins. A B-pop attempt.
That's the thing with
and they've
Vita.
lost the lug.
Their star has an
pick up
off
from
day. The rest
Exertion.
can step up. Yes.
But now it's about uncovering
Literally,
the
their
truth
star
behind
just
this
gets
round,
like
and it feels like
assists
Maus
all
are
day.
one step ahead. They brought 3 players over towards
Their
this
star
B-site.
player just needs,
Spinks tucked in.
to be set up, and you're good.
Around nearby. A remolly in
That's
the
what's nice about
apartments.
having a
Vitality
consistent
are gonna
player.
come through.
Feels obvious.
Final second play into B. Maus have the read. Torshi even moving over now as well. They are all here. And
Exertion kind of popped off.
refuses to let Vitality in.
If he's still alive,
3 kills
that's
deep
bad.
on
Wait,
the
they have
round. He's
2
still
more
got
on
more
site.
to
Wait, this is
offer.
really bad.
There's the support from Spinks.
Yeah, they had a full
finally,
lockdown on B site.
Something to smile about for Maus. That is a corker of a round from Exertion.
A corker.
It doesn't make you feel good to realize that's only the 2nd rifle round that Maus have won in this game. If you take out that force buy.
Yeah. Being good round,
Nice
but
shots for Exertion.
it ain't looking good.
I think a round like that does a lot to make you feel a bit better, though. You had the read. You outplayed, you outmaneuvered the IGL to open up the round down in mid. It was finally one
I like
of your
that.
star
See, this is
players
the
with
Xerxin move right here.
Pulling one of
But
ZywOo's
Maus has
moves
done
to
this
put
more than
this
once.
Window smoke so he can climb up ahead of it.
Oh, this is
Just see
ZywOo's
into
move?
middle.
Okay.
It's a position that may not
Whatever.
be expected.
Apex is walking on him, though, down
Xerxin
through
literally
lower.
did it already this tournament.
Roland gonna make out like a bandit, just takes his one and leaves.
Actually, it's
It's
ZywOo's
Exertion
move.
hanging around here. Could fall prey to
ZywOo
these
does have
players
some
in
pretty
lower.
sick
He's
moves,
aware
though.
of that, though.
Like ZywOo had that.
It's already backed up now.
Yeah, ZywOo's shown off some pretty sick
Winning
moves.
that gun round at such an important time has allowed this game to potentially close up. Vitality, Deagle force buy into an eco. Suddenly, we'll be looking at a much closer affair. Maus need to capitalize on the chance. They can't let this one slip. They can't even let it get expensive.
Look like they want to join up with Rops over on Cat. Gonna go back and grab this
Dude,
bomb.
man,
They're walking right
I really
into
wanted
Spinks.
FaZe to win yesterday, man.
The Rops meets his replacement head on in that cat fight and takes it off with the scout.
I'm scared.
This can't be where it falls down for Maus. Trying to pick up the pieces on this round, trying to recover it. ZywOo in with a double. And Rob's now left to close. His scout will deliver.
No idea.
And this is the Vitality duo that makes this team so terrifying. The backstab in from Exertion once more reels in that power duo for Vitality. A very close round, very thin margins, but Maus still hold on.
Dude, any round is winnable with Vitality right now. Maus will take it, they'll take the victory, but they know it comes at a cost, and they know it tempts even Vitality to continue to fight, to keep the pressure on. That would be crazy. They should take a breather. But every single one of these rounds, a possibility for Vitality. Stop to the final hurdle. Just Eagles now. Maus breathe a sigh of relief.
Starting to build to something though, right? You're in control of the money all of a sudden.
Issue is, as soon as Vitality get that 12, Maus are broke. So the same rules apply. Keep it clean.
Saw Maus take one of these in that first half, just a chance to talk things over.
I'm not falling asleep, by the way. I'm on my phone, guys.
Kill your opponent's waste as well. And every penny counts.
For some reason, when I'm texting, you guys say I'm asleep.
Xerxing gonna get the spot that
I
everyone's
don't know why.
Here in
I guess
mid.
it looks like that. No, I had to answer some text messages.
Just don't fall down to the Glocks.
Unfortunately.
These fights, Mouse. Let them come to you.
Dude, who knew Alex
Jittery.
could sleep talk? Stop playing Clash of Clans. Right. So yeah, Vitality's in a pretty decent position here.
Weirdly tense
with just
considering they're only up
pistols.
against these pistols, but Jimmy going to alleviate some pressure. Swings out for the fight. The rest of Mao's in behind him.
Yo, good commentary, Alex. Yeah, Vitality was in a great spot there.
To take the risk.
If you could do some more analysis in the next round, that'd be
It's
that'd
time
be.
to do it all together, right? Just don't get picked off one by one. Mouse
Man.
punch in middle. Vitality had nothing to
Yes,
stop
yes. Wait, Mirage X? Never mind. Never mind. Burn that guy at the stake. What are you talking about? X Mirage plus Cobble.
Vitality. They've been waiting.
What about fucking X Train, X Inferno,
Not the prettiest of
X
investments, though, right?
Anubis,
You're pretty
X
limited
Mirage?
here.
Are you insane? Throwing his phone at work. Guys, don't tell my boss.
Vitality left relying on the gunfights now. Don't get me wrong. That's been good for Vitality. Flames, especially. No! What is happening?
I mean, you just get a guy like that.
Through smokes.
You just get a guy like that just does this on a round, you know?
That's 2 kills from him out in mid. Mouse have no idea.
They don't care. They don't care.
Spinks and Exertion.
And it's boring for them because it's like, oh, where's my kills now?
It ends without them seeing a single enemy.
Like, bro, guy just sprays him down through the
Vitality
smokes.
have gained a lot of ground. Torshi gonna catch one back, but Vitality are all the way through A. They are in the spawn of Maus. Torshi holds on to the
Vitality
cross,
just
but there's
looking
a smoke
so
down.
clean.
Alex not to take the shot, and this might just be a save.
Vitality is so hot right now.
That double kill from Flames. He never even saw
I gotta
them.
rewatch the Zoolander, bro.
Intuition on the smoke spam. The guy 18 and 12. The runaway success story over the first map of this semi-final has put Vitality onto map.
Zoolander is great.
He had the opposite game yesterday.
Dude, so
against
good.
Navi. He had like 3 kills towards the end of the map. Apex said,
When's
hey,
Inferno?
it doesn't
Relax.
matter, Shahar, that you whiffed. We still love you. He goes on to find the 2 multi-kill entry rounds on Mirage to end that game against Navi.
I would like to take this opportunity
from
to
bottom of the
announce
board, save that
my
series. But even here, he's doing it from the top. Unstoppable entries, sets his countrymen ablaze. And Vitality sit on map point
So
on
hot right
Mouse's
now.
pick.
Cancel.
The must-win
I would
for
like
this
to take-
series. This spells disaster. This spells destiny for Vitality.
He didn't even respond. He's just nodding his head. Hansel, he's so hot right now. Hansel, he's so hot.
Just a brutal way.
All right,
when you
last
finally
round
start
here.
to find some rounds in
I mean, bro, what is there to
succession,
say?
I feel like that's how it all gets
It's just
decided.
it's just been a
You know, all
Vitality
throughout
stomp
the major,
fest.
we've been crediting Maus with this resilience,
Like everyone
having
saw
to
this
go
coming.
on the O2
It's just like how I
reverse
described it.
sweep.
Little brother's like,
comebacks versus
I'm gonna fight you,
Spirit.
big bro. And little brother's like,
But
shut
they've
up, and
gotta
he punches
show
you,
all that in
punches little brother in the
spades
head.
in this game.
He's like, oh my god, I'm gonna tell
Zywoo
mom.
brings us back into a 4-on-4.
Like, why do you keep trying to fight your like older brother?
Haven't even had to really say his name.
Because I can beat him one day.
Vitality still have a trump card left to play. Rops
I can beat him.
stacking the deck.
If
more
only
and
we
more
just go.
in Vitality's favor.
If only we'll do another another
three,
best
their
of
eyes
3.
set on
This time we'll get
punishing
him.
A-play. Can Exertion be the guy to
For the
stop it?
7th
No.
time, we'll do a
Robson
best of 3.
Zywoo will
This time we
wash
get him
over
for
them.
sure.
And
By the
in
way,
this final round,
Mouse has had like probably like 70 rounds of Mirage in this one tournament. They've gone into overtime with like 2 different teams. They fucking lived on this map the entire tournament. Vitality comes in. Nah, get the fuck out of here. GG's. Bye-bye.
And a victory on Mouse's must-win Mirage.
Great.
Vitality are now just 1 map away from the grand finals in Austin.
Yeah, I mean,
even though they come into every game as
It's-
favorites, they're still taking on some of the top teams in the world. Vitality have absolutely run over all their opponents. This is a Vitality who look for a
Yeah.
legacy, who look for an era,
Vitality
who
doesn't
look
give
for
a
yet another
fuck.
trophy in the cabinet 6 in a row.
Mouse can be number 2, but who cares?
With a major.
I just don't like that they're like so competitive against every other team, but the number 1 team in the world.
7th clash here for
They're so competitive against everybody.
What could be said the first map of Mirage?
But Vitality,
how did Mirage go?
they sleep.
Well, it went for us individually for me, and it helped because we won key rounds in this.
Even made like the Liquid game competitive. Why? Why was the Liquid game so competitive?
So tell me about going into Inferno. You're in a semifinal here at the Blast TV Austin Major.
Pisses me off, bro.
Vitality goes to close this out.
Well, we need to play our game. We have good preparation against them. We're confident.
They should have lost in that. They should have lost in that Liquid game. I'll be honest. They should have lost Liquid. We should have seen Liquid advance. Legacy should have also won their game. I would have liked to have seen. I would have liked to have seen Tyloo advance as well. There's a bunch of teams I want to see continue. FaZe obviously last night, and it's just like Vitality wins this against a team that they constantly shit on, which is Mouse, and then the finals are going to be Vitality, possibly versus Pain if they beat the Mongols. Pain, who by the way is like almost lost their best of 3 losers bracket in stage 2 to Nemiga.
That's what it felt like.
Like Pain almost got kicked out in stage 2. I had them as my losers best of 3 because they looked so underperforming the entire stage, and the only reason they didn't get kicked out is because they played against our worst team somehow, which was Nemiga, and that was competitive. So we have Pain, who's like barely hanging on to dear life. We have the Mongols, who, to be fair, people said was kind of competitive at one point. They took a map off of Vitality. Versus Vitality here in form. Like,
a little bit unfortunate, but
the only thing we could possibly root for in the finals tomorrow is like just some crazy upset, like I can't believe they've done this. This has never been done in the history of Counter-Strike, right? Like something like that is the only thing we could hope for, and not a Vitality just wakes up, drinks their 5-hour energy, you know, clocks in, ZywOo pops off, GG's guys, Austin Trophy, next major. You know, which, like, to be fair, maybe it could have happened if Vitality had the pressure of keeping the record. But because Legacy took the record off of them, they're just playing like they're chilling. Like, who cares? There's no record pressure. They have a pretty easy bracket. They've played against Mouse dozens of times. They've shit on them. What's their next bracket? Oh, guys, we got to prepare to play against Pain.
And you could see the clear difference. FlameC had so much impact on the CT side.
Guys, we're gonna make sure that we beat Pain.
I mean, also on the round where he had that great pop off towards A, unsung hero, Joker player, and Rops just sitting in Palace though allows him to take those fights with so much conviction. So much of FlameZ is
Mongols could make it competitive though, maybe. Maybe Mongols has all the energy of Mongolia channeling through them currently. Maybe there's like some type of, you know, like the scene with Goku where he's like
that comes up to fight him.
Yeah, let's dive into some Rob's highlights as well. Whilst because you talk about that 1-2 punch aspect, Maui. I think that's something that's
I need your energy.
Robs, right? It's not only
channel it into me.
To get in the server,
and everyone's like, you know,
the fucking for the rest of his team
doing that shit, right?
It's something we don't talk enough about. I think when we talk Counter-Strike and players and teams, you can have a player like Robson in your team, and yes, he will have an individual.
The Dragon Ball Saiyan theme.
Highlight package. He's getting a lot of kills, but he also makes the players around him so much better because you can count on him. You know exactly where you got him.
Dragon Ball Super. It's a Super Saiyan theme, right?
One of the worst things to feel as a player, and probably one of the biggest weaknesses we had as players, was that if you didn't know where your teammate next to you were, you wouldn't feel comfortable on the server. You were afraid to take the duels, you were hesitating a little bit. But I think
I need your energy. Channel it into me so I can defeat the bad guy. And then you need like the fucking. What is it?
He covers your blind spot. You don't know what's going on that side of the map.
As Goku channels his energy from Earth, there can only be one hope that he defeats the bad guy. Everyone, at the same time, wills into existence the greatest weapon of a Saiyan, the Spirit Bomb.
And then he goes. Sorry, Sorry, guys. I had a little bit too much coffee this morning, but you get the gist, right?
So well by looking at the radar. At
You get the point that I'm making with the
and who assists his teammates. He creates such a great flow with the team, and he rarely
get what I'm trying to
breaks
say
it
there
up.
with that?
I mean, yeah, again, like to draw the comparison with Spinks.
That's
Spinks
over
should sometimes
30
just go do
episodes, by
what
the
he
way.
feels like he needs to do in order to get some kills for himself. But I feel like when I watch Rob's Pimp, it just feels like he's always accomplishing some objective that isn't allowing the team as a whole to take.
If that happens tomorrow,
hold it.
For Team Mongolia, then we might have ourselves a competitive series.
Over and over again. But Peter even
But
described that to us
outside
as
of
well,
that,
okay, in the context of Vitality versus the Mongols, it's not looking good. But that specific thing needs to happen. Yes. Keep this energy at this rate. You'll turn blonde again, and the Mongols will win on Inferno to win the major. Bestman, stop fucking griefing me, bro. I'm trying to have a good stream. I'm trying to sit here and have fun, and you're saying some horrendous shit like overtime Inferno to me.
Coming in. What's the story of this one?
Unk was blonde.
Well, this one felt like it was getting
Yeah, I had my
pretty
blonde
scrappy.
boys
There was a
phase.
body block on the stair smoke. It felt like Exertion's
I had a cute little blonde guy look going for me in my 20s.
Then flies out the balcony with a flash from
Look it up.
Zawu, and then
Look
he
up
just goes crazy
blonde
on the
Alex
bomb site. When you say that
on
there's a spoil
Google.
of
Blonde
personal
Alex, very
vitality,
cute, very
it's crazy
handsome.
that you also even need
Twinkie
to
look?
include the IGL
Yeah, you're
as
fucking
another
done.
source of
Good luck
firepower.
ever talking
With a
in here
little bit
again
of
for the rest of your life.
Apex was able to turn around
Buddy boy.
on its head and able to find a double
Ryan
entry,
Gosling
which was
looking
then
ass.
closed out unexpected or completely expectedly by Zawu. Like when he's in those late round moments, he's always going to get the job done at the end.
That's the cool thing about Apex. I think we brought up the rating graphic as well during Dallas, where he's actually getting better and better and better the deeper you get into the playoff. His grand final rating is significantly higher than his group stage rating, which in itself is crazy.
No results.
It's absolutely nuts. Let's
You're
dive
wrong.
into another nuts moment from this map.
You're wrong,
Round
and
20,
you're
Flamesy,
cancelled.
He's just got that sixth sense. He doesn't even need to see the people for them to be dead people.
I mean, let's be honest. It's the most important round in the game, because if Mouse is winning this round, they're making this game very competitive.
Did you use purple shampoo? I did.
No utility, no nothing. He's just spamming people through this smoke.
I can't find it now. I dressed as Ryan Gosling for Halloween one time.
This round sucked the air out of the Moody Center, where everybody felt like a comeback was brewing for Mouse, that they finally were able to find their feet in this map.
Probably have it on my Instagram. I
Like
can't be
Flames
fucked
just
to
sucked
look.
the life out of it completely. Getting 2 kills through smoke
I can't
like that,
be
just
fucking
understanding
bothered
the
to
tendencies of his
look.
opponents that well. There's so little you can do when clearly the game planning was just better for Vitality, along with the fact that the individuals were sharper too.
One individual that you wanted to see more from, particularly on that CT side, which unfortunately we didn't. There just weren't that many rounds available for Mouse. That was Torzi. Wasn't necessarily the story of the
Scorpion
awful on
jacket.
both sides of
Yep.
the server here on Mirage, but
Yeah, I did a couple. I did a blonde Eminem where he wore like the Robin suit from that music video.
Always has a hard time when Mouse starts on the T side. He's just not in general the best rifler. Doesn't always get involved in the best ways when he's on the offensive side.
I think it's from that,
feel
like,
unfortunately, he maybe would have got things
Go
going,
stupid.
but then, again, we saw
Go
Flames, he just
crazy.
kills 2
You know
of his
that
teammates
one?
through smoke. They stack the B bomb
But
site.
then
He's playing
the
a
story
game
I
of
told
saving,
is that
and I think you
I
could
went
pick
to
a
a
lot of
Halloween
people from the
party,
Mouse side. It doesn't
and
just
some
come
guy
down to
like
Torzi for me. Even though
G
we
checked
want
me.
to see more from this guy, like Brolin had a really hard
Like,
time
I was
getting
chilling,
into rounds from
drinking,
the
and
A-ramp.
he's just
I mean,
like,
we had Yimpat, who was barely contributing as well, and I really wanted to see him pull
the
something
surface
off,
is
but
calm
it
and
was-
ready
to me,
to
it was
drop
just one
bombs,
guy. It
but he
was
keeps on
mostly-
forgetting what he
mostly
wrote
just
down. The whole crowd
That's
goes
true,
so
and
loud,
to
he
me,
opens
that's
his
the scary
mouth,
part
no
as well. You
words
just
come
saw
out.
Cyber
He's
was
joking.
rating here
It's
for
just like,
KD, 2
I'm just
KD,
sitting there
14
vibing, like, oh,
kills,
hell yeah,
7
this guy's
deaths. You look at the
spitting,
scoreboard, you
dude.
think
Hell
that's
yeah.
nice.
And then he
Only
just like
58
stops
ADR
and looks
for
at me. He's
Cyber,
like,
not necessarily having too much impact
nah,
in this game.
dude,
And
you're
when he's
fucking
not firing
fake as
on all cylinders
fuck.
and Vitality
I'm
is
like,
still
what?
significantly better
He's
than
like,
their
bro,
opponents. There's such a long
I was
way
just
for them
I
to
was
win
just
that game.
rapping to
And
you
I
the
do wanna
lyrics,
single out
and you
Torzi
didn't
one
know
more time,
any of
because I
them.
do think the
You're a
last couple of
fucking
months,
poser.
He's shown us that he is the guy you can rely on. He's shown that he's been one of the most reliable players within the Mouse
My
camp.
bad,
He's
bro.
been
I
the
thought
one
I was
player
having a
who,
good
in
time, but I
certain
guess I'm a
playoff games,
poser
would always
because
step it up,
I
would
wasn't
always be the
rapping
hype
with
man,
you.
would always deliver on the
Like the
server, but
Eminem
the more we
song?
see Torzi play here in Austin,
Like
the
he
more I
didn't
realize that
he
he's
didn't
not having
preface
a
it
great
with
tournament.
yo,
He hasn't
I'm
had
gonna
that
rap the
pop-off game,
lyrics.
or he hasn't had that
Keep
game
up
where
if
he's
you
the one
can.
taking
He just
charge
was
of a half
spitting
and
at
really
me
dragging his
at
team
like a
into it
bar,
outside of being the hype
and I
man,
just
and
was there.
I
Like
wanna
he
see
came
that
up to me
Torzi,
and
because
started
he's good enough,
spitting
or
at
he's
me.
shown us that the last
And I was like,
couple
hell
months.
yeah, we're
Does this,
vibing.
does
And then
this
he's
smell
like,
the end
nah,
for you,
dude, you're
Mario?
fake
Of
as
course, we've got
fuck.
Inferno awaiting. That's Vitality's map pick. Is it over for Mouse? Is it the last time we see him in the movie?
Bro, you got me.
Ah, God.
I didn't know what was going on.
Like, it doesn't bring me any
You just
joy to
owned
say
me.
that I feel like it does end here, but Vitality
Was he white as well? Of course.
Inferno.
Yeah.
So Mouse
Of course
on
he
the
was
other
white.
side, not even necessarily the best map for Torzy. Oppers don't always have the best opportunities.
You got challenged to an Eminem off and got found lacking.
I want to see them punch back in this one.
Yes.
But if you really push me,
I was lacking in an Eminem off. I wasn't prepared for it. Now, you know, when I dressed as Ryan Gosling for Drive.
On the horizon, but not before we head things to a quick break. Join us back after it to see if Vitality can go 2-0 here in Austin.
I had to look up the script. And so I was like, well, if I drive for you, you get your money. You tell me where we start, where we're going afterwards. In case anyone comes up to me and tries to check me on Drive, okay? I memorized all 12 of his lines. Yes, exactly. I was fucking ready. Oh God, we're on for Inferno. Oh God, we're on Inferno, dude. Bro. Yeah, in case someone challenges me to a Ryan Gosling off, I was fucking ready, bro. You try to. It's the dumbest thing. That guy's so fucking. I hope that guy had like a bad bowl of fucking cereal the next day or something. Doing that to me makes me still think about it. Who G-checked somebody's Halloween costume? Yo, you sure? Are you sure you're allowed to dress as the Grinch? Do you know every single line from that movie? Let me double check that. Like that's the prerequisite towards a Halloween costume, is that you have to rent free. Yes, fuck that guy. That guy's a fucking loser. I'm pretty sure he didn't even have a costume, by the way. I'm pretty sure that fucking loser didn't even have a costume. He just looked like a normal dude. Like it wasn't like I was being checked by fucking like Grimace or something, right? It was just a guy and he was just wearing like this fucking like a white formal shirt with like suspenders. It's like, what the fuck are you? What are you supposed to be? From the Peaky Blinders or something? Like, what, you know what I mean? Generational beef? No, fuck that guy. He ruined my 10 minutes that I had. Amish? Yeah, the Amish are big Eminem fans, as it turns out, believe it or not. When you watch Drive, do you think of him? No, because that wasn't related to Drive. No, but that was unrelated. I like how Ryan Gosling's only like 2 roles are either like the funny goofy guy, you know, the handsome funny goofy guy, or he just aura farms. That's his only 2 like casting types.
Inferno's going to be the second map of the series now. The last time,
yeah, he was straight up aura farming in Blade Runner. Are you kidding me?
And the main reason why is because they're always a step ahead at Banana. So let me show you what I mean. So this is the last match that they played against each other at Dallas. It first starts off with Mezzy. He clears the top of Banana. He gets mollied off slightly, and they're forced to fall back. But this is not a bad thing, because Vitality know that with this Molotov, it slightly signals the fact that they could actually be going for the retake nades. They might actually retake it. So here's how the setup looks. Vitality, they end up boosting up here towards that half-wall position.
Okay.
And ZywOo, he takes a very particular spot here towards the area. It's because he actually goes on top
pretty
of the
common
half-wall
spot, is it
position.
not?
And by going on top of that half-wall, the first thing that happens here is that you'll see that part of his head is actually covered from this roof.
Okay.
And the second thing, more importantly, is the fact that this roof actually covers the most common flash that the CGs like to throw. It's from that spool side.
Oh wait, this is kind of big.
If you try this in a practice server, you'll see that when you throw this flash, you won't actually get blinded from it.
Oh.
You won't actually get blinded from it. And the reason why is because it covers it. If you crouch, you'll actually get blinded from it. So that's the first thing. They set up ZywOo to actually play on top.
By the way, this will not work in common
Apex
matchmaking.
and Mezzy, they go here towards that left side. Now, when they go here towards that left side, notice that they play anti-flash. By playing anti-flash, the idea is that if ZywOo gets hit by uncommon flash, then both Mezzy and Apex will be able to swing around and catch it right away. You'll see here that MOUZ, they walk right into the trap. They end up throwing the deep retake nades.
Yeah, their execute is just so clean, bro.
Retake. And as soon as the flash comes in, you'll
see
how
any teams doing this shit?
From ZywOo's point of view, he does not get hit by the flash, not even a little bit. This allows him to catch Exertion. He gets traded.
Bro, fucking downloads them.
Anti-flash,
just got downloaded.
Capitalize on that second trade.
Wow.
Once they get those kills, they know for sure there has to be a third player. And that's because with the flash and the timing of the peak, there has to be a player towards that left side of sight. For both Mezzi and Apex, when they come in, they are only looking towards that left side. They don't even bother with CT. As soon as they find that kill, that's the site. And you'll see that from the CT's point of view, from Spinx's point of view as he comes in, or rather Exertion, he has no chance against ZywOo here playing on top of that half wall position. With that spot, such a powerful one, and for Spinx coming through, even though he gets a trade, he gets taken down right away. So that's why Vitality were able to beat MOUZ last time, is because they were able to control that banana side so well. We'll have to see if it changes this time.
I'm sure it will.
And I don't suspect there's going to be many changes.
I mean, that's like one round out of many, right?
Inferno is such a solid ground for the side of Vitality right now.
Yeah, it's just one round out of many. What do you say about that, right?
At Grand Final berth, it is right there for the Bees.
It's there for the taking. The exact map you'd want to be playing if you're Vitality, with the Grand Finals on the line. Incredible record on it. They've been extremely dominant, although let's just put it out there, their last loss came to Legacy in the group stage in the best of one, which is a little bit crazy to think about, but I mean, Vitality, we just saw a map where ZywOo
yeah, their best of one where they sat down and like
they still handled business, and it's all good in the Vitality camp.
The team with the legendary run took the map off of them. To be fair, it looked like a very convincing win out of Legacy. I also just think they got a little caught off guard. They're playing against a team no one's heard of on a map that they're really good at, and the team was like, granted, very prepared, but I think they just got caught off guard, and it was the best of one. And that was their first game of the tournament. It's like, I think you can give it to them where it's like, okay, maybe.
And I think that's the thing that MOUZ has to get at.
Maybe that wasn't like a real map, right?
He has the map one that he did, and then he's also going to be in Banana, such a critical point. You've got to slow him down and cool him off.
I think they just try to like.
That has to be a point of preference for them in their game plan. I'm saying
when just 1v1s versus them, and it just wasn't working out.
We must make them respect.
But yeah, to be fair, they did play very well. Legacy did play very well against Vitality. They were definitely ready.
Perfect segue to asking you,
and Vitality looked like they were caught with their pants down.
How do you feel like he's developed in terms of his cooling on this?
We'll see, I guess. I don't know.
Inferno.
Well, I think it was just Apex is just finding ways to just constantly create something new and also just trying to stay one step ahead. I think that's one of his very
always forget Spinx left Vitality for MOUZ this year has to sting. Wasn't he? He was dropped though, wasn't he?
We're just gonna continue doing that. Like they're the one that has to come up with the game plan. And then if they actually strike,
or did he leave like? What was the story behind him leaving?
Always trying to find his opening. He's really good at using his players. And the way
he was dropped. Okay, that's a little different.
We're gonna have to see.
He's a decent player though. Like from what I've seen.
Openings, try and stay live.
Back in food, what did they miss? You're about to see the start of map 2.
Austin, are there any MOUZ fans still awake in this arena?
Oh, there's a bunch of them.
Because I was about to say, if MOUZ actually want to win this game, the only way Exertion is going to be a good guy. But Torji, I mentioned he's kind of the superstar without PR. He's got to show it off on this map. Once you get to the CT side with the AWP, and you can see him moving around and controlling the map and taking multiple different angles, Torji is going to be the guy who can get this team started on the defensive side. And if MOUZ want to win, he's got to be there with the AWP.
And not to just harp on this particular individual, but because you bring his name into the mix, dupreeh, when you start off a series and you're feeling a bit sluggish, you're not putting the numbers on the
dupreeh,
board.
the GOAT.
How on earth do you turn that around when it's your back against the wall? It's elimination on the line for you.
I'm glad that it's mousesports because they've yet shown this multiple times. It's not the first time they get to do this. I'm curious to see if mousesports actually find themselves in a more comfortable position by being down 0-1. I think it's actually at this point.
It's very familiar for the event so far.
It's at this point that the mousesports has done this multiple times around, and that's definitely something that would reassure each other of in the break that, guys, we've been in this situation before. This is known territory. We know how to handle this. And I feel like in general, MOUZ is just at a place where they just need to be looking at each other and saying, guys, we know that we're one map down. We've done this multiple times before. That's definitely been a talking point. Right now, they just need to get their individuals on par.
That's true.
And they need to start playing better together as a unit because that is their strength, and we did not.
God, dupreeh is so handsome and smart.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I think it's going to be a hard thing for them to do.
What a great addition to commentary analysis.
These teams have had, and Vitality's beat them so many times this year. I think there's a certain element if you're MOUZ where you might go into a map confident. You might win the pistol round in the first 3 rounds of the half and feel really comfortable and really confident. But then when things start going south, in the back of your mind is just that voice that's just like, here we go again.
Maybe Vitality will pull a Spirit. it.
happening one more time, and that's the voice they have to fight over, you know, to start this map,
Maybe.
to get them in the right place.
And they're going to be starting fighting on that CT side of things. That is a Mouse. Let's see how the odds are stacking up. It was pretty handily
Not very
in the side
good.
of Vitality. Damn, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, not very good.
Mouse in this one, is it over?
It was not looking good on Mirage. It's not going to look better here on Inferno.
That Mouse can
Put it to you that way.
in the way that we want them to, and also in the fact that the mentality game is not there. So yeah, 2-0 Vitality.
Well, we've called Mouse the comeback kings. They're going to need to do it at least one more time. It all goes down on Inferno.
This is the year the Mouse have shown
It goes down on Inferno.
Unshakable will throughout every match, including on the stage. But this is past the pale. This is a Vitality that they have not been able to walk into, that they have not been able to stop. A Vitality that have only one goal in mind, a major trophy, more silverware for the cabinet, and it feels inevitable now.
Austin,
yeah, I mean,
you've been a great crowd, but
what can you do, right?
One map away from being our first grand finalists. They say everything's bigger in Texas. Now's the time to prove it. Austin, let's
Major so cook. My group isn't even going for these semi games. Just gonna watch him from the hotel and go to Grands tomorrow. Damn. Wait, you're at the event and you're not even going to the event.
Never been closer.
Dude, the Pain versus Mongols game should be fun. Maybe you should catch that. That should still be a good time.
6 months of
How hot is it there, by the way? It must be hot as fuck right now.
Exactly
Dude, Texas in June is not a joke.
A grand final.
People begging in the crowds, give us 3! Give us 3! Make our tickets worth it! Make our tickets worth it!
Go-to map for Team Vitality. If you see players in apartments, you do not expect the B-pop, but Mouse still don't.
Bro, it hurts you take actual fire damage?
Come out of Mirage.
Damn, grass build, huh?
Battered, bruised.
You know, one time I wore
best game yet.
black jeans in Texas in July. Oh, Xerxes got a pick.
Hit the ground rolling. This is the bomb right
Wow,
here.
Mezzy.
And as he tries to give chase,
One time I wore black
jeans
jeans in Texas in July,
back into a
and
4-on-4.
one of the worst decisions I've ever made in my life.
It's gonna
by far,
send
when it comes to like
Vitality
wearing
back into an A
clothes
play.
like
Jimmy down
appropriate
in the
for the
pit,
weather
doesn't miss
conditions.
on the first bullet.
I would
As
rather wear a
Torchy
t-shirt
nearby
in
to lend a
winter.
helping hand, and between the two of them, they're gonna melt this.
Oh wow, they got it.
Through short.
Good shit, Mouse actually got the pistol round. Okay, okay. On CT side, that's good.
Mouse from the inevitable, taking that pistol yet again, just as they started Mirage.
I've done that in Vegas. I was
A
dying.
brief moment of respite.
Yeah, I had to walk outside for like 20 minutes or something like that. Because we were going from like we were going to a restaurant. It was a 20-minute walk in black jeans in Texas in July. It's like fucking 100 degrees outside, and it was like my pants were just burning my legs the whole time.
No, and
One of
usually
the worst experiences I've
too
had.
much into that, right? With how,
Just a terrible
how deep
decision.
the Vitality win streak was, the fact that it was the first time they played a BO1, and that was.
But
what
generally,
broke the
everything
streak.
around there was
That
air
kinda leads
conditioned.
you to believe,
If
okay,
you stay
maybe it was just a
indoors,
slow
yeah.
start, kind of a quiet,
Taking
a
fire
quiet
damage
day.
sounds
They
about
ran
right.
into Legacy, who were red hot all the way from stage 1, not even supposed to be here, right? But then they went on to never touch Inferno again on the remainder of their run to get to the semi-finals.
Saving it for playoffs?
I am hoping that's the that's why we see them bring it out now.
Question if Mouse could garner anything from that demo, whether they could learn, whether they could use some things against Vitality. Certainly stolen the pistol. And Vitality offer a rare bit of respect.
Ooh. We hate that guy.
Some respite for Mouse. We'll get to dance over this eco.
Just so funny to boo for Apex, but not boo for literally anyone else on Vitality. Production's having fun with it.
Tell us how you really feel.
This is good. We're pre-recording the sounds for tomorrow's game.
Little mid pop.
Now that no one's sure how to feel, let's see how
Okay.
this top mid play goes.
Oh, nice.
Little farm up from Torchy.
Good hold from Torchy. Okay, nice. That was a good round for them.
Austin, enjoy it where you can. Nice, clean 5 alive for Mouse. That's a relief.
Pretty clean,
given how
pretty
Mirage
clean.
went.
Randomly switched to a Mouse teammate, and the crowd got confused. Yeah.
And take that first buy. Flames and Banana on this T side. That's who I'm looking for. That's who the desk we're talking about. Red hot on Mirage. So many multi-kills. So much impact early in the game as well. Didn't take till the final hour like it did against Na'Vi. So Flames has got to kick this one off again.
Yeah, T-Side Inferno is a little cringe, though.
Stuff over towards Banana so they can dodge that initial volley of nades. How's wanting to take some real estate here in their first rifle round. It's aggression down through Banana.
Just.
So they'll get the SMGs up close.
Begging for a re-smoke here, Exertion. He is committed right now. It does come down. Brolin getting peppered. Smoke, nade, spam, everything lands. Exertion looks like he wants to commit in this position. He doesn't have to. Takes his chance.
Flames is actually leaning over towards the apartments right now with Robs. They're on a double lurk.
I'm gonna say let's go Nico. What the fuck, you guys? Brutal.
Nothing's been offered.
I like how much time Mouse are buying, right? They're cycling smoke spot on Banana. They're still jump spotting. They're really trying to squeeze out as much value as they can from this position before Vitality take it back. They've avoided.
Are you gonna do a summer streamathon?
Finally, Mouse set up in the site, and that's exactly what Vitality wanted. Despite that, Mouse
like the wheel part 2.
On the other side of the map.
Electric Boogaloo.
So nothing is guaranteed. 25 seconds for Vitality to make this work.
I'm not sure. I thought about some stuff, but I don't like to do them just unless I have like something fun in mind.
Ready to come through and
like the Simathons, right?
Oh, Mezzi's got eyes on the prize though. Smoke held. Jimmy down in the pit.
Simathon's gonna be climbing to rank 20 in CS.
Never far away, but they will get
okay, hold up. Big round.
This dastardly duo again.
Big round.
Trying their hand at another
they got the bomb
2v4.
down.
ZywOo low on health.
They have AK. Is it gonna force this one?
Rob's gonna back up. Play
Save.
for the long game down here in the pit.
Save, guys. They have a kit.
Now that's far.
They have a kit. They have money. It's kind of worth it.
Duo. But that's got to keep up now.
But
if they want to
Rob's in the
save
pit.
themselves in this semi-final. Molly gonna force Robs out into the open. It's walking the line, and a ZywOo Exertion can't.
Yeah, you just don't. You don't win that. You don't win that. Not Robs and ZywOo.
Too strong in their first 2v4 of Inferno. That's how Vitality get on the board.
Dastardly as ever in the 2v4.
Yeah, what the fuck do you do? Let's be real.
No fear for Vitality, swinging out, trading contact.
Yeah, my only real plan was just to like grind CS for a bit. I said I would do that after this tournament. I feel like
but they had to start running, and
like a summerthon would be kind of fun, but I don't really have plans for that. Like probably around fall, we might do like some variety stuff maybe.
It's a bit of info going
you know,
in the round.
but we're probably gonna grind CS for a bit because I have been enjoying CS.
A little more eager to take this space, less utility for Mouse.
I talked about like the wheel, right? The wheel was definitely a conversation. Obviously, I would redo the wheel in many different ways.
Accelerated, not on his say-so.
But no goals outside of that.
Sequence here actually landed 2 in that first
Next week's that Warframe update. Yeah, we gotta check out the Warframe update. We'll pop into that. And yeah, Steam's big sale.
Vitality were keen to pick up the pace there, but that
could do a Steam Summer Week or something. Steam Summer Sale.
Torshi gonna reposition.
Yeah, but that's just like games that people like have already seen and played.
And if
that
Vitality
they
just stick to their guns,
like what's the theme, I guess?
Play, it's only Brolin there.
Like what would be the point, you know? Like, oh, dude, Fallout 76 is on sale. You know, I don't know. I don't always have good ideas. No, I'm just. It's not a bad idea. I'm just like wondering what.
Make this interesting. Brolin springs the trap, isolates one.
MP9, bro.
Takes 2 of them. Vitality charging him down, but Brolin's got more to say. Robs and Apex now.
Robs and Apex.
In the post spawn. They're not going to get this bomb down. They're getting hounded by
okay, Robs versus World. He has 100 health.
Chases his former captain and finishes the
job.
Mouse respond swiftly.
Atomic Heart playthrough.
That's a high impact round.
That could be fun.
That puts Vitality back on their knees.
And it started on such dire straits as well. Even the misread, leaving Brolin alone at the B side of the map, but he was able to pull his punches, gets out with a double kill. Keeps MOUZ looking pretty. Vitality just back down to pistols. So lead looking to get widened here.
Definitely don't want to jump the gun, but this would just be unbelievable for MOUZ to win this map. A map they've never beat Vitality on. Not exactly a go-to map for MOUZ. One that Vitality have played over and over this year. Picked.
No, I mean, this was the map they got 13-0'd on in Lisbon.
Exactly. Off the back of a devastating T-side. Well, MOUZ with an early reset has slowed the roll of Vitality. If MOUZ keep up that momentum, this round should be simple.
Have you played any of the Metro games? Oh man, this is one reason I wish I saved the archives sooner.
It's a 30-second B here.
Yeah, we played through all of the Metro games. I played it on Ranger Hardcore.
Churn through these pistols.
Difficulty.
Just out of position though.
It was a lot of fun. It was good times.
Right,
definitely one of my favorite series I've it was all on Twitch.
Here we go, the cleanup for MOUZ.
All right, MOUZ, another one on the board.
Round, this CT side feeling pretty.
Look, if anything was ever gonna happen in this game, it's a perfect storm now for MOUZ. They're winning these rounds.
Gotcha.
Reset Vitality.
Yeah, I wish that like I started saving VODs before that, because like I played through all of them on stream. We played through Last Live, we played through Exodus, Bloodstalker. I played Stalker on stream too. I only did I think I did Pripyat. To be fair, Stalker, the original Stalker, kind of pissed me off, low-key. Original Stalker was kind of fucking annoying, because by the end I just was like, I'm done. I don't want to keep like it was like the beginning was fun and the pace was fine, but by the end I was getting shot by like I was being shot by every member of NATO in every fucking building, and I was just sprinting through towards the end. And then we got a bad ending, and I crashed out slightly. All right, Big Nade coming out here. I've not played the new Stalker, though. I've heard good things about it. Maybe we could play that? I don't know. New Stalker?
Flashing back in, MOUZ, a constant threat to reaggress, and they come in with numbers.
Ooh.
Late peek for ZywOo does nothing for Vitality.
Okay. MOUZ kind of holding this down.
But all dead. Vitality walk into their demise.
It's not done yet. They try to pick up the pace, get out into middle. They'd Robs and Flames raring to go. It's just the Torchy Orb left to
Oh, wow, almost a collapse. Oh, nice.
In the end, it's the pistol whip for Torchy.
Wow. MOUZ got insane mental this event.
No mistake, this
True.
is a different MOUZ to the one that opened in this semi-final.
I just couldn't even see a world where this was going to happen after that first map, because we're not even on an AWPers map, are we? And that was a rifling game back on Mirage. No AWP moments for either squad.
The commentators think this is hype.
Even fielded it. Riflers doing the heavy lifting for Vitality. Well, Torchy's 8-1 now. MOUZ have other ideas on this CT side, seizing the opportunity at a slow start from world number one. Is this just a flash in the pan, or is there more to this for MOUZ? 5-1 lead.
I just flashed the gang sign.
Vitality.
It's Inferno, wait till swap. Yeah, I mean, this is a little too early for MOUZ to be... Like, they should feel good about this lead, but it's Vitality.
Feeling the burn of this slow start.
It's Vitality, okay?
On that one round in there, and then an instant reset.
Yeah, maybe I could do some summer games, like variety games. Just a week of summer games, like fun ones. I could definitely maybe think about that.
Leaving them in a really bad way to open up their pick.
Now MOUZ are playing aggressive. Look at that push for exertion, just all the way
We'll see.
down
I'll take a look at what we can do. I don't know if it's like... Because some of these games will take a couple days to beat, you know?
Play it fast, up in
Torzy with a shot. Torzy. Oh, goodness. Eco round's kind of over. All right. 6-1. 6-1's kind of big for Mouse
3
here.
kills from the Mouse Orb on the long side. And what was meant to be a change of pace.
How much is that AW monitor they're advertising?
Demise, Vitality locked out.
It's got to be like $1,000 bucks,
Torshi
right?
getting fired up.
That Alienware monitor.
First cheer I've heard for Apex all week. And he's got to dig deep on this one now because Vitality are facing a wealth of economy for Mouse. Another
And they're probably at 2,500.
round.
Ah, it's not
An MTT
2,500.
side.
It's definitely
A
expensive.
red hot Torshi on this AWP. Sitting 11-1 for Mouse. B-site has been
Watch you for how many days streaming the tournament. We'll always watch your content. Oh, I appreciate that, Tactical. Yeah, I just want it to be fun to watch and obviously fun for me to play. Because if I'm miserable playing it, we're gonna have the Mirthwood incident. You guys know how the Mirthwood incident went. Don't want to repeat that.
But I don't think he wants to interrupt the sort of flow state he's entered here on this second map of the semi-final. 11-1 from the Torshi AWP, and it's another round where this orb can be put to work.
What's the Mirthwood incident?
Control again and again. That reflash is a big problem here, though. Torshi's orb comes into position. Vitality cower in the corner. They're blocked. Molly forces that peak. Exertion just loses the angle. Torshi Dink, this is getting wrong, but Exertion saves him. Bails out his AWPer.
The whole time
It's just me baby raging at an indie game for like 7 hours.
And that kill rolls out the red carpet for this A play to come through.
Okay, here we go.
Brolin stealing himself away.
Brolin holding it down.
Support from Spinks on the crossover. And he'll get back to long in time. Just Mezzi left for Vitality. Reduced to dust.
Okay, interesting.
By the Torshi AWP.
Oh, unstoppable.
Interesting.
Just goes in again and again and again. These repeats with Torshi are humbling Vitality.
Wasn't that Coffee's game? No, Coffee liked the Beacon Pines game.
On what was meant to be a home map.
It's $600. Okay, it's not as bad.
Getting away from them.
It's around 500, 600. Oh, okay, I swore it was like 1,000. I swear I saw it on Amazon for $900.
After gun round. Where has this Mouse been?
Maybe it was a different version of it.
Dude, I mean, the kind of dawn of this rivalry for Vitality earlier in the year. Apex had a lot to say to Spinks on the other side. He wasn't too
Is
nice
NA
to
still
him in
bad
these
at CS? No, NA is really good. They're just not in this tournament because of visa issues.
And try and get in his head to make him play different.
Don't boo the
woo.
woo.
Feel like a bit of a defining character on this second map, and that was a high-impact sequence from him over on Moto.
Well, this is definitely the scariest head-to-head for Spinks, not just because it's the best team in the world, but
Someone on Reddit said they asked one of the players in Austin Majors if they like the modder, and they said it's bad.
Ever since his addition, an immediate trophy.
Sounds like a typical Reddit post.
And they've gone from strength to strength.
Source.
Showed up against
Trust me,
Spirit
bro.
when they needed him.
Site via Reddit.
But to now do it against your former squad.
Name drop him. Who said it?
That has only
Which pro?
improved since your departure.
You know?
Well, that's vengeance, and it tastes sweet for Spinks.
You know, after both orbs took a holiday on map 1, relieving to see Torshi come into Inferno.
And what was the exact words, right?
Giving
Were they
you
like,
this much
hey, are those
faith in a
monitors any
Mouse
good?
comeback.
Ah, they're okay.
Another round where Torshi will find himself in the right place.
Meanwhile,
but
at home,
least
they have like a
opening.
fucking
He
4K
goes
ultra
back
wide
in. Risky move on the orb,
that they paid
Torshi makes it
$3,000
work.
for, you know? It's like, what's the context?
Now's his favor. Is going back the third time.
Oh, Torsi. What a pick.
Always room for more. Shooting for the stars.
Better be fancy with it.
Tech 9, but he's got support.
Nice. Zukosis,
Mouse
relax.
might be hitting like one, but it doesn't have to be a one-man army. The strength comes from the team.
0-8.
And Apex slinking out at 0-9. Flip the bird.
Wow,
as
this is
Mouse
definitely
are
looking
running
very.
away with Inferno.
This is a very different
Stress is
Inferno
setting in now for
Vitality.
Vitality. This is
Something's going on with their Vitality pick, I guess.
Single round, other than that 2v4 they picked up, they haven't been close.
Apex
They
has not
haven't
been clean with his
consideration.
calls.
Torshi is dancing over their grave.
And this is where, like,
Maybe they got a little too comfortable after winning map 1.
Against Vitality at all, coming into this major at any point was just recent form, right? Like with the win streak they have, with how the first half of this year has gone, there was no doubting the form of these individuals. But as mentioned, Inferno, this was the one map they didn't ever look to again after taking that L to Legacy on the first day of Stage 3. This is the first time we've seen them play this map since then at the Major.
Mao's calling their back as old as Rome.
And you're feeling very, very rusty right now if you're Vitality.
Yeah, Mouse mental has been pretty decent.
To get warmed up and acclimatized.
Mouse definitely struggled,
prepared for the task that
but have won all of their struggles. So
their brains have started thinking about
I still have it on Vitality.
About this series going the distance.
We'll see what happens in halftime.
You look on the other side, it's Flames 1-9, Apex 0-9. Where is that entry power? Where is that star power?
Because right now we don't have like good numbers here.
It might get worse before it gets better. Apex spam down through that smoke.
Looks like they're just not securing kills.
Cordoned on both sides. Go back to Banana.
And CT side Inferno is maybe more comfortable in general. Coping hard.
And blocked at 50 seconds. Mouse continue.
But I feel like they definitely kind of eased up on the gas after winning the first map. That they thought, oh, we'll just run some basic defaults, see what they do. And now it's like 8-1. They're like, oh shit, we're not doing shit against these guys.
It's going to be an aim map battle.
Down in the pit.
All right, here we go. This is kind of a big round.
2 players down in the pit.
Nice.
3 guys fighting them from the long side, but it suddenly all falls on a Jimmy and Brolin. They're not ready for Brolin.
Good swing.
He gets away with a lot of
3
damage.
on site is crazy. And now he's waiting for his team.
In this little cage, sure. But it's Vitality's
is
problem
crazy.
to deal with. The longer he stays alive, the more of a nuisance he becomes.
Wow.
Jimmy still has more output left in him.
That's crazy.
ZywOo has to be the solution.
That guy's low. Xerxion's very low.
And
wow.
The contact. Toshi's up. There to seal the deal.
Okay, interesting.
Unfathomable.
Interesting.
9-1 scoreline.
Yeah, they must have known he was pit. Maybe they thought he got killed from apartments, and so Apex was looking. Apex was looking apps, I guess. I don't know. It was weird. Like he dies here, Mezzy sees him. They definitely should know he's pit, so I don't know why Apex is like looking at apartments there.
And now on Inferno,
very strange.
They just can't break through.
Might be match fixing.
3 is best case scenario. That feels unrealistic.
If Mouse win this round, it's the most dominant half they've ever had against Vitality. And at the most important time as well.
Oh, they're screaming 0-10. They're yelling 0-10. 0-10.
On the heels of a comeback of
Oh
Mouse.
man, that's kind of BM.
The task now falls to Vitality to stop them. Now towards Banana, it's another grouped play, just a set piece into this B site. 3 strong though, Mouse have got the read. Brolin's made sure they've got the manpower, they've got the firepower.
Vitality has one though. Yeah, so they're making fun of Apex Haven.
ZywOo and Rops come in with kills to propel Vitality.
Because Apex has 0 kills and 10 deaths.
Spinks
That's what those numbers mean.
The safety net, the insurance policy,
wow.
Swinging out a little bit later.
They're not ready for that.
That bomb in its tracks. Vitality now split up. And divide and conquer, proven to be the
very awkward. Wow.
2 strong.
Yeah, they're kind of falling apart here, man.
Pulling ahead in leaps and bounds. The best half they've had versus Vitality.
They gotta slow shit down.
10-1. It doesn't get better than this.
They gotta slow shit down a little bit.
Spinks, that third piece. The Vitality never expect, stabs them in the back. And revenge must taste sweet.
Saying 0-11 now.
Vitality from so hot to so cold so quickly. Where did this come from for Mouse?
Good shutdown so far, yeah.
Delivered.
So this pistol round's gonna be huge.
Yeah. I mean, dude, if you're Vitality here, you win Mirage, you feel like you're almost in the final. That must have been the feeling. Like, this is such a proven matchup for you. You're always going to have respect.
Yeah, I'm
for
thinking that too. I think maybe a little too comfortable there.
World, but they've never been a challenge to Vitality.
Call Apex a butler. He's just bringing them rounds right now. Mouse chowing down, looking for.
Call him a butler. He's bringing them rounds.
Sneak through the smoke. That's a surprise.
You know,
but the flash gives it away.
When the butler at the bar brings you rounds.
Timing as well. Apex been allowed to creep out, but it is hell. Oh, Brolin was waiting with util. That one gap lends Apex the room for an opening.
They can still save it. up and over.
Gonna rely on this boost. Spinks once more. Gonna have to bail out Maus. Throwing into the spot to succeed, but he can't find a thing. Nade does good damage. Plant in for Vitality. It's been a long time since they've had to play one of these post plants. Oh, more nades.
Oh.
Lay damage on Thick. No round has felt at all safe for Vitality at any point in this game, and so it's fitting that round 12, as everyone is wounded, everyone's hurting.
Guys, save, guys, please save. We'll get him in the next half.
Playing it first. That's the lineup.
Oh my goodness.
Flames taking some space away. Robs with the
cross,
but the pressure's getting to him. Aim shaky. He's now left in this all alone. 1v2 laid out in front of Robs. He's got to get them off this bomb. Time is running out.
Wow.
Time is up. Maus domination on Inferno, and redemption awaits.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, that is nothing that anyone expected to happen here.
I had to bring Jason Lake here, the founder and CEO of Complexity, also the boss of North American Counter-Strike right now, at least in my eyes, for a long time.
Oh, goodness.
Jason, we got a North American major. You're back here watching it all go down.
What is this about?
Just tell me the feeling you have when you see all
What
this.
is going on here? Why this one?
You know, I was talking to my son a minute ago. It's really hard to put your finger on what I'm feeling, because Texas was kind of the birthplace of global Counter-Strike.
What is there?
To be back here from those hotel ballrooms in this amazing venue with this amazing crowd, it warms an old man's heart. It's an amazing event. I'm really grateful for Blast and their partners, you know, for coming back to Texas.
Okay.
How important is it that we're not just to Texas, but to America overall to have more events and see this? Because it seems to me the fans are really loving it, and I feel like it could potentially inspire more players to come to the game and to grow, which NA wants and needs.
Yeah, Americans love Counter-Strike.
Blame Valorant for that.
We always love Counter-Strike. We haven't performed as well
Yes,
as we would like.
and they love
in
CS.
The past years, that's
just fucking pros crashed out and started playing Valorant.
But this crowd has been fantastic. The passion they bring is as good as any other crowd I've seen around the world. I'm very proud of them. Just walking around the facility and having people stop me and talking about their love for North American Counter-Strike.
Complexity owner, though, you know,
we're putting in
a little sad about
Revival
Complexity
series
situation,
and
but you know, it is
working
what it
with
is.
Mythic League, they're really resonating with people. So we're doing what we can to try to bolster our region.
Seen
and
28
having a
years later,
major
not
here
yet.
really means the world to us, even in the very hot, hot months of summer here in Texas. But we're really grateful to have the major, and I'm very proud of all the fans here.
And I want to just ask,
They have owners that don't play. Yeah, wait till you find out about other organizations.
Future hopeful professional players in North American Counter-Strike.
Wait, the owner of the Lakers doesn't play basketball with
Things in
them?
our lives come out of our heart, and our passions come out of our heart. And life hands you some serious
Like the fucking
ups and
80-year-old
serious downs.
Patriots owner doesn't
And
go
all
out in
I
the
can
field
say
and
is
throw
that
balls?
The business people like me will continue to try to
The billionaires that own
foster a
these
place
sports
for you to
organizations
grow.
don't go on the
I think
field?
If you look across different video games, Counter-Strike has proven itself, in my opinion, to be the world's best esport ever. So there are other great games you can play, but if you're a talented gamer, you want a global future with one of the world's most passionate fan bases, there is no second best to Counter-Strike.
And he's been here doing it since the very beginning.
The owner of the Cowboys isn't John Cowboy, who plays quarterback? See, the Lakers just sold for 10 billion USD. Christ. To who? Who owns the Lakers now? John Lakers? Me? Oh, congrats, bro. Which knife did you trade? NWT Global. What the fuck is that?
Maus set Inferno ablaze in the best half they've ever had against Team Vitality. With their backs against the wall, they fight out of this hole and look to send us all the way into a 3-map series. It's not just a strong half. It's looking like the most dominant game they're ever going to have against this super team. Pulled out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, the turnaround's been staggering. Torshi lights out on the AWP. Jimmy a rock over towards Pit.
Same owner as the Dodgers.
Space always a
Interesting.
nuisance.
Wow.
Always a part of those triple B setups in that first half. Brolin doing a good job of making
and they do
sure
Cadillac American F1 team. Okay.
And if they win this pistol,
I mean, like based on the US,
the grand final is still open.
I don't know. I feel like that's kind of what I was.
Vitality.
I wasn't sure.
Everything. They were going to try and pull off an 11-1 down comeback. It's got to start here. It's got to start now, and it might just have to start with ZywOo. 3 kills under his belt. Now the only man left at this B site eventually will get overran.
They want this, man. They want to close this out.
ZywOo 3K would be enough to win you.
They want to close this out.
Mouse walk away. Your time is wasted. Your time is up. Will the penny drop?
Interesting. He's going to
Vitality have no idea. They're considering it. The timing is so good. Mouse get the plant. They get the time to pick their positions. Pick wisely.
Hate that man. Wish it was for passion, not money. Which man? Yeah, esports is definitely a big money sink for sure. They make their money off of mostly sponsorships. That's what it comes down.
Very rarely see Vitality.
But it does cost a lot of money.
Feeling this uncertain and this fearful in these types of rounds. They get their first tidbit of info now, and that's going to galvanize the push in. Vitality have control over the site. Brolin swinging on out. Will knock out that first player, but it's going to come down to a clutch. Mezzi versus Exertion. And Exertion.
Wow. 10 seconds?
Push back out. This is going to be real
no.
close. Mezzi hasn't got it. No time.
Wow. Wow.
And so Mouse, 11 opportunities to save themselves in this semi-final.
Wow.
They have as many chances as you could ever hope for to lay this map to rest. After winning out that 2v2, it's almost game, set, and match that this one's going the distance.
We want train as well.
We want train, is that what they're saying? We want train. We want train.
Austin, are you ready for a third map?
See if Mouse give the people what they want.
Should be.
They'll go slow into this first and potentially the last round they've got to play. It's a cobbled together buy for Vitality. Apex with a Mag 7, Flames and Mezzi nearby to help him. But there's been no output for anyone not named ZywOo. Apex has his moment. Jumping Mag 7. Oh my God. Even more.
Dude, what is this gun?
Up close.
One more.
Oh!
Yes! Apex has wings. 3 kills from Vitality's captain. On the shotgun atop Banana. And a wild way for this round to go. Mouse have not had to run into that one before. 2v3 now, and they slow it down still. They'll leave Jimmy to watch Banana, but what do you even do here? Apex has just ruined your entire first gun round. Are they still gonna try this? Smoke for Jimmy, it's just time is so low.
The best odds, just walking in, contact the whole way. Smoke on the site. Mouse want to get weird with it. 12 seconds. Blanc coming in. Fake to force the spray. Mezzi gives away his position. Mouse now need to stick if they want a chance in this post spawn. It does go down just about. And low health on Mouse, but don't count him out.
I thought Apex
don't count them out.
Here. Both these players
I mean,
low, but Vitality still feeling
it's
shaky. It's ZywOo on the push out that looks to secure it.
It's
the
not
one guy with output right now for Vitality.
If anybody could do it, it's Vitality.
The 2 Frenchmen
but
that keep the
10 rounds in a row
comeback
is really like
alive. It's a second
if anybody could do it, it would be a team like Vitality.
But
I think it's
be a minor one,
I think it's their mental that is at
but I don't think Mouse are in a position
is at fault
right
here.
now.
I don't think it's skill.
Space,
but if ZywOo and Apex are feeling more confident, I think they can bring this back. And I think it's going to depend on whether or not Mouse crashes out.
He needs
So
anything he can get to get him smiling
Mouse would
right
have to
now.
really crash out to lose 10, and Vitality would have to really pick it up, and Flames is going to have to get on the board. This CT side, so I think it's more doable on CT side than T side, because focus up, hit your shots, and you should be able to stop pushes. But all it would take is for one round where Torzy or Spinks, or even I guess Jimmy now, walk through and get 2-3 kills. And Inferno is like notorious for impossible retakes. So it's like if they walk into sight and kill 2 people, it's going to be almost impossible.
Light him up, and he's got support now. Kept that pit player alive for long enough. Robs gets in a position.
Vitality can definitely do it. This is a map where they can definitely do it. They have goated players. They know how Inferno works. This is ideal for them to bring it back 10 rounds in a row. It's just very, very difficult.
Why do I hear you entertaining this?
You shouldn't be. It's 12-3.
But again,
there's a reason Vitality are #1 in the world.
Stop talk, start train.
Vitality's goated in Inferno. They have some of the best players in the world. Mouse just would have to really fuck this up to bring this into overtime. Which is possible. We've seen it before. And their mental's going to have to tank. Which right now they're on pistol rounds. They're going to lose this round, likely, unless they just do like a sick B rush or something.
Last round.
Yeah, Torzy.
Gonna be the hardest to get.
All right.
Yeah, that's where we are.
Torzy's flexing. Okay. All right, guys. I mean, you're feeling confident, sure. I would not be feeling this confident against a fucking Vitality who just smoked you on the last map.
Yeah, let him know you saw it. Go on.
Just close it out, bro.
This is good. This is getting
Close it out.
Torshi
Look strong
up.
for map 3, because you're still not out of it.
Coming up next for Mouse. This was their chance to calm the nerves, talk things over.
Yeah, they're using this round to just do comms. It's like a pseudo timeout that they do, where it's like pistol round. They're likely not going to win. Might as well talk some strats, talk some shop. Like, okay, what should we do in the next round? Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, God.
No, stop.
No. No one's going to lose this round. Not Vitality, not the best team in the world. It's fine. ZywOo, very safe pair of hands.
I mean, this is a guy who said he was pissed when he found out he was #3 in the world.
It is the worst he's ever done.
Exactly. And that absolutely lit a fire underneath him.
Yeah, ZywOo might lock it in here.
Strength to strength this year alone.
Yeah, they knew they were going to lose that round. That's why they were chilling. They're talking about this next one.
The very team he's in.
It's pretty straightforward.
So 4-piece in middle as Mao's come back in with the buy.
ZywOo's juggled both an AWP and an M4 over towards long, so he's got options open in this round. Him and Rob's left responsible for this A site. It's just two-man hold.
You like that?
That's going to let Vitality play with extra resources over there towards B. There's that drop gun for ZywOo.
Optic India win.
We've been hearing the 2 different sound
I don't think
cues.
Optic India worked out all that well last time.
If he fires that M4. It doesn't look like it's going to come to that. He's already put a lot of distance between himself and the long wrap. In the meantime, Exertion has walked his way up through Banana. Ooh. Still, it is this A play wrapping around over on long. It's just the tag from the ZywOo AWP.
We'll take that.
Spinks will make it past.
Oh, no.
And as ZywOo went to give chase,
okay.
He goes right into the trap.
So they actually are doing a very good execution of A site.
Rob steals himself away, but this is a battle.
Very interesting execution. Oh, man.
The whole war depends upon.
But yeah, Apex is doing a good swing here, though. Very good swing. Okay, and they killed Library.
Mouse still get out with a plant, but it's not done yet. Jimmy tagged up, brought down low. Everyone's wounded. Mouse have the advantage. They hold
Flames.
the cards. They're in this
hit that shot.
But they're losing bodies.
No utils.
Torzy trying to provide. Spots out this last player.
There it is, okay.
And it's on Torzy. And this one gets closed. Mouse and that signature resilience remaining a factor in this semi-final. And Train looming up in the distance.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm a little surprised for sure by that. I think it was more on Vitality though than it was on Mouse. As silly as that sounds, I feel like low key Vitality really threw hard.
Indeed, Sphinx, one of the best performances we've seen out of Mouse versus Vitality ever. Where did that come from?
Yeah, we said during the first map, this crowd was a bit too quiet. Of course, they don't want Vitality to win, so we said we have to get a third map and give some rounds for this crowd to enjoy.
Is the belief there? Is the belief there
it's
that
about
this
the crowd.
is the day that you can beat them?
I don't know. We'll see. We are confident on train, and yeah, we have a good chance.
I'll let you go. Thank you so much.
They're confident on train, they said. Okay. I feel like Vitality are going to test that.
The most decisive victory Mouse have ever had over Vitality on a map they have never beaten them on so far in 2025. And dupreeh,
They're confident in a map that
they, more opportune moment
they lost on a lot, I guess.
On our hands.
I don't know what made the thing that changed, or what flipped the switch, but I just hope this switch stays on for third map, because this was a completely different looking Mouse from what we saw on Mirage. I think Sphinx can touch on it, maybe it was a little bit too quiet, and that is what can happen once you enter a stage and you're going up against a team that you might have some kind of a mental blockade towards. I think that the way Mouse was played this game was a lot better in the terms of mostly their multi-kills. I think they were, whenever they found themselves in positions where they had to get multi-kills, they got them. That's what they didn't get. They didn't win out the Tracer.
The side of map just random. No, it's banned.
You talked on the
like every map gets banned, but like
I was gonna say that's probably the switch
one
right
towards the end, right?
Was Torji came into that CT side with the op, and
they do a couple bans, a couple picks, and then
dominate the map
they
of Inferno on CT side with an op. Torji's just kind of building upon that legacy where
USA chance,
just moving around the map, grabbing your one kill here, changing position, grabbing another kill here. He was an absolute beast, and I mean he made it so difficult for Apex and Vitality to read where the weakness on the map is.
Vitality isn't good at Inferno. They're actually very good at Inferno, but they're having some issues that they haven't figured out, I guess. They lost to Legacy of Best of 1.
It can be so tough when you're put under pressure.
I think it's when they start. Did they start T side on versus Vitality?
In these situations where
I can't recall.
In the deficit position, and Torzy, man, it's just so beautiful to witness his comeback.
That could be it too. Maybe them starting T side is rough. Or they don't like they're not coordinated enough to start T side.
Told me that what creates a great athlete and a great and true professional Counter-Strike player is that it's your capability of bouncing back, and that is what has stuck to my mind ever since playing alongside him. You know, he told me this multiple times. I think that Torji showcased this one. He's had a very inconsistent tournament. Let's be honest. Like he has not been looking.
They started
like himself,
CT. Weird. Very weird.
Like this one before, where he just decides to
then I don't know.
Show what he's capable of. And I think Maui
they get outplayed.
He's like a little bit of a CT side version. And you know, the fact that they got to start on the CT side maybe was also instrumental for Torji to have such a good game.
And it also helps if you get 11 rounds on that CT side, and then you don't have to play too much of a T side as well.
The Device, who's somebody that I think is like at one point in time was the best player in the world. I would definitely put Device up there, like even over simple in some cases. Says that your ability to bounce back mentally is what separates you from being a great player. And dupreeh, who won 5 majors,
this could be a turning point for Mouse. This gauntlet they've
says that always stuck in his mind.
Come the playoffs. I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now.
When they've got their backs pushed against the wall, weirdly it seems like that's when they're in
Astralis
the
golden years was insane.
Right?
Yeah, the Astralis era was
for good reason
definitely a treat to watch. I think for a lot of people.
Another position that we had
they
to
were
keep
like the
and one of these teams
the
was
gods
like
of
the
CS
in this particular
you know,
area.
It's almost like you
they
can't
were
spill
the
banana
team to
on it.
beat
Like you can't spill Inferno without bananas. Like
for a long period of time.
Be like this thing that always has such many
the golden age
duels,
of
so
CS.
key fights, and it just keeps going back and forth. You see Mouse were being very proactive. You know,
it's you just mentally accept the loss before it happens,
like,
and it is to keep fighting for the win.
Work on the retakes. That's where you have to put in your effort. And I think
so this tourney, who's left except these
teams? They took their time. They try to figure out. Maybe they had a lot of, you know, they have been playing Inferno.
There is currently
they've been trying to go back, look back. What have we actually been
4
doing
teams
good, what
left.
Bad? You know, what can we come up with? And I think that the approach they had, being very aggressive, at least when they've gotten the ball, flashing out, but actually having the numbers, that's what stood out to me.
I think it helps too that mean, we could just say Vitality played an awful game as individuals. I think Flames.
No,
and
it's
Apex
Pain
at one point were both
and the
0
Mongols.
8, which is like, I
who
don't
play
care.
afterwards.
Even ZywOo cannot hard carry you.
And then these two teams, Mouse
like
and
We'll
Vitality.
get over the negative side of the coin soon.
I think you're a better CT player or T player? CT for
On
sure.
the hype train. I want to hear the hype from
I'm definitely a
the
better
side of
CT
Mouse after a
player.
litany of CT rounds. So let's check in with
T,
them
I'm a
at the
little
end of
lost
that
on
first half.
sometimes, especially in pub play because
Enough smoke. I'm just gonna pick ruins a bit.
some comms.
Yeah, Adam has a smoke for banana. I'm picking ruins, guys. Do it.
Yeah.
One dark.
Guys,
Too dark.
listen.
One
Should be
pool,
2
too
dark,
dark.
maybe 1 pool. 2
Yeah.
dark, maybe 1
Can you
pool,
flash dark
okay?
for me?
Yeah, flashing dark, flash.
Flash a pillar.
Boom.
Close
that dark pillar.
Pillar.
One more,
Close
close.
dark. And banana should be Robs. Banana. In the smoke.
I'm blind. Did I
Okay,
hear?
almost blind.
Yes, banana.
Wait,
Banana, Adam. Them here, hold it.
This one.
No!
Nice job.
Let's
go, man.
fucking see it, bro. I got you.
Mouse hype moments are fast becoming some of my favorite, Peter, and there was a lot to be celebrating.
Yeah,
after
CT's
just
a
the
little
absolute decimation
like
on that
definitely
CT
very
side.
straightforward. T side people agree on T side in matchmaking. They're always like
very hated, you know.
It sounded chaotic. At the start,
because they like you have to have an entry on T side, and people like to bait. So what ends up happening is like people are too scared, and they'll just always resort to default. But you kind of need somebody that entries out for your team and gets you to the site. If you don't have that, then you just have a bunch of griefers who like bait each other, then blame each other for how the game goes, you know. And when things start falling apart on T side, especially in matchmaking, people like to just kind of like do their own thing and play for themselves. And T is a very like team-focused,
visualize thing and say, this is how it looks, guys. This is how we're
a very team-focused side, where like you kind of like you're always gonna go for trades, right? Like every time you go on a site, CTs have advantage because they know you're there. Generally, right? Unless you're lurking or something, but they know you're gonna like walk out of like let's say Palace or Apartments, and they're gonna have their crosshair there. So you either win fights against them, or you trade up. If like you don't have a team that trades up and just baits you, like it's very easy to grief. Like ideally, you should have somebody that's like underperforming on the team that's like your walkout entry, and then you can play off of them on T side. But people don't like to admit that. It's like too egocentric. So they would rather like just lose T side than just be the one that steps up and walks out. That's why I end up like entering sometimes, even though like I'm not by any means an entry player. I never entry. I hate being entry. It's like I just know that my aim is likely not as good as somebody else's on a rifle.
Yeah, and I mean especially again because we emphasize banana
Meaning
so much
Dupree's
on Inferno,
crazy.
we've always talked about it plays out the way middle
Oh,
does
is
on
Dupree
most
talking?
other maps. Like you just have to be able to
I just kind of unpacking CT a little bit.
like
CT versus
that's
T. I would
your
prefer
defense.
T if my
Apex Inferno,
time
that's your
playing.
B attack as well. Apex is
Yeah,
over there
T's
doing
fun
some
though, yeah.
work. I mean this is just
Can be
really
fun.
rough to have a map one like this not able
My
to
bad, I
carry
went
it
off on a little
forward,
tangent.
but then just struggle to have any kind of impact, and no one else on the team is able to kind of pick up the slack. This was I mean one of those games that was very well played from MOUZ, very strong individually from MOUZ, and very poor individually from Vitality. Like when those two coincide,
definitely
that's how
poor
you
from
get blowouts
Vitality
like
for
this.
sure.
I also think that is one of the reasons why the map was so one-sided actually, because we're so used to seeing Vitality being so well-drilled, and whenever they don't get the openings, whenever Apex and Flames is not out there creating the openings, if ZywOo and Robs doesn't do it, then you kind of lack the space that is the space that ZywOo and Robs actually thrive so much in.
Yes.
And this was actually the case for Banana this time. Like they wouldn't get the openings. MOUZ was always getting ahead. They were always finding the openings, and that made ZywOo and Robs feel like, guys, we're in a position where this is not familiar territory. I don't remember the last time. Maybe we go all the way back to the Legacy game. This is like one of the ass kickings that we've seen Vitality has been going for.
Yeah, and I think.
I'll give me a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick and get some water, and then we'll watch the third map. Should have about 10 minutes. 10 minutes until map number 3, and then it's gonna be the last map. One of these teams will be going home. Pretty big map coming up, guys.
That's
Pretty
a
big
swing of
map.
confidence.
Yeah, 100%. You know, this is also what Spink said in the interviews. Well, he wanted to give it to a third. You know, he wanted. Maybe they were not too proud of the first map from Mirage. You know, they wanted to show that we can actually do better than this, guys. This is a major semifinal. We're here to play counter. We're not here to just sleep.
Yeah, it might look like dire straits for Vitality right at this very moment, but there is a third map awaiting. And Apex, he had some thoughts about looking onwards to map number 3 during halftime of Inferno.
Guys,
Release the pressure as well.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. Fuck it. Okay, it's live. What happened is live.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
No, let's try to make it competitive. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try to come back to the game. I don't care to lose this map. We can focus on trying out. I don't give a fuck. What I want right now is to go back on the game. Okay, all together.
Yeah.
It's gonna be important. Buddy.
Is that what you want to be hearing in a situation like this, dupreeh? You know what? Let's just throw Inferno out of the window. All hope is lost. Let's just focus on Train.
I mean, this is again showcase how good of a captain that Epix is. You know, he addresses the situation. He takes responsibility, saying that I don't care how we're gonna. I don't care if we bounce back. I don't care if we lose this map. I just want to focus on next because this one is looking really bad for us. The most important thing is that we just try and go back into the game. And I've found myself in this situation multiple times where, whether that being the first or the second map, that you're not really getting to a point, you're not playing that well, then you just have to focus on the positive. You need to find some kind of positive inside the negative, and that is just getting back into the game because they know the third map is going to be the most important one.
And I think what's cool about it too is I like the way, it's kind of like the best way I've heard like a leader distill kind of the idea of one round at a time, right? You make that goal, you shrink that goal down from winning the map to like, let's just make it, let's have competitive rounds. Let's start working ourselves back in, and you make that goal a little bit smaller so you have at least something positive to latch onto. Like, yeah, we did go on a little streak of 3 or 4 rounds. We picked it up, but man, if that first half was a disaster, whatever, forget it, now Train. It was almost like he started like the between map conversation just early.
Well, Miles, they are biting back hard, which means we do need to decide who will be our first grand finalist on Train. Tell me a little bit about this map and, yeah, exactly what you think is going to be. It all comes down to Train. Mao's biting back on that second map of Inferno, which pushes us to this very decider. First of all, gentlemen, are you surprised that this is a decider, right? Mao's had a choice, Dust 2 or Train? Does this pick surprise you?
I'm a little bit surprised because I think we've seen Mouse play Dust 2 at this tournament at a high level. We saw their CT side be extremely strong earlier in the tournament. We've seen improvements on the map of Dust 2 as well. So I personally thought that they would lean towards Dust 2. Because matter of the fact is they have played Train a couple of times against Vitality and they have never ever beaten them. In fact, Vitality is the only team that's ever beaten Mouse on Train. So it is a map they're comfortable with, just not against Vitality.
In the same vein, I'm surprised that Vitality's second banned Nuke to also allow this to just be an option between Train and Dust 2. But either way, I think Vitality are looking at this one, and because of what Pimp said, they're smiling about this kind of map 3.
Any particular individuals that we do need to be looking for? Let's start with the side of Mouse, considering they were absolutely on fire on map number 2.
Yeah, I think it was great to see Torsi come alive. We've been calling for it over and over. We need to see the best of Torsi, we need to see his AWP presence, and we got to see that on Inferno. Now on Train, it's a little bit different, you know, it's hard, Maui. It's not the same old Train with the long distance duels. You have to get up and close, you have to involve yourself in the duel. So I hope Torsi's gonna bring the same energy, the same willingness to fight early on in the rounds and establish himself on the server. For my money, Torsi is the key to victory. We saw what happened. The second he starts playing well, Mouse looks like a complete different team.
I mean, he was fantastic there on the CT side, propelling them. If you want to take the flip side, I mean, how can you ignore ZywOo here? How can you ignore the guy that's the greatest we have right now left in the tournament, maybe the greatest we have of all time? If he is really what people say he is and what he has proven to be, he will be a difference maker here on map 3. He'll will Vitality to the grand finals.
And I think Vitality are feeling comfortable. I think they're feeling confident coming into Train as well. A lot of people are questioning, why Train? Are you that good on the map? There's been a couple of close games, but if you look throughout history, they played the map 9 times ever since it got introduced, and they won 8 of those games. A couple of times against Mouse. The only ever loss was against Falcons in a game where Falcons and m0NESY popped off completely. Apart from that, they've been consistently playing Train at a very high level. As a matter of fact, when you look at the win scores as well, most of those wins are single digits. Most of those games are not even remotely close for you. So I think if you're speaking to Apex, if you're speaking to Vitality right now, they feel super, super comfortable knowing that Train is the map that will decide their fate.
And speaking of Vitality, they've chosen to start on the CT side of the equation. What do we expect in terms of the setups here, Maui?
Well, one thing that I'm a little worried about, if there was any sort of gap in the defense that I think Mouse needs to focus on, it's mezii actually at Ivy.
All right.
He was really great in map 1. He's been great in this tournament in general, but I feel like sometimes the choices he makes, the decisions when he's between pivoting
Alex taking an
Ivy,
absolute steamer right now.
That's when he gets lost in the
Brother got
confusion
my
of the round of what needs to come next. And so
foul
if I'm
movements
Mouse,
on record,
I'm
I guess.
that space on the map.
Good to see someone's tracking it.
Players in the 2 maps that they've
Been a little bit high
played
chat.
in the
How
past
you doing,
on Train 2
PGH? Yeah, it's been a little bit since I've seen you in
The
here.
cool thing about Train is that
Everything's
there's one
good.
position that is so key where it's normally just one guy defending it. Drops on the small bomb
Next
side,
map
on the inner
wins.
bomb
Yes,
side,
next
so to
map
speak.
is going to
He's
take it
fantastic
well
at
to
doing
the
so.
finals.
But
Next
if
map
he's
is
having a game off, if Mouse all of a
whoever
sudden
wins
gets
next
a feeling
map
that,
is
listen,
going
we
to
can
the
attack
finals
both
to
bomb
play
sides,
for that
not
trophy
one of them is closed down by Rubs.
tomorrow
That's gonna
in the
open
best
up
of
the playing
3.
field a lot more,
They
especially
will be the
considering that
winners
Ivy is a point
of this
contention
major.
for Mouse. So I think Rubs needs to have a great game for Vitality in order to steer Mouse towards the outer bomb side.
Very
and
cool
that's when we
stuff.
get to see mezii and Cyber.
Hi, Alex.
There's a few
Hello,
teams that, you know, when
Krillin
you've been
Sama.
absolutely dunked on, that I would be worried coming into a third match.
Water break, by the way.
Vitality is not
I said
one
water.
of
Yeah,
those, right? So
did?
how do you
That
read
doesn't
this
matter what I
going
said.
down?
Yeah, I
Who
took.
is gonna
I
be
took.
our first
Guys,
round
sorry, I
finalist
took a
now?
little break
Well,
here.
Right now, we have this established
My bad. I used the bathroom and got a
dominance
drink,
coming out
guys.
from Vitality.
My
As they've
apologies.
shown, you can
I will try to. I will try to refrain
consistency
from doing
and really
that
just
going
run
forward.
the table in terms of the victories that they're finding. Mouse, they're trying to
The
bring
winners
us
get to
back
meet
into
Gabe
an
on his
age
yacht.
of parity,
I hope so.
But I don't think that Vitality
I'd
is
set up just
willing
for
to
that.
let their era slide here.
Live odds also sliding with
It's okay, the chair
Vitality.
carried the
Jacob,
stream
are you
for a bit.
agreeing with that note?
It's hard to
Don't paint me out to be
There's
a
absolutely
chair
nothing that
react
points in that
streamer, okay?
direction of Mouse. We can't
I
find
don't
any stats,
listen.
we
I don't
can't find any
fucking do the
reasoning, and
chair
that's exactly
react
why it may
content, all
happen
right?
right here. I think Mouse have a chance.
One more map will decide our first grand finalist here
You
in
under
Austin.
Amazon
It's all
work
going
hours.
down
Stop using
on
the bathroom so much. True.
All right, Austin.
I swear I was in there for like.
Mind if we have one more map in this
Or
semifinal?
I guess I was on break for 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
Mouse have torn up the script. This one's
Use
up
the
in the air.
bathroom,
It's off the
check
tracks.
some
We go to
text.
Train, a map that never should
What
have
case
appeared
can
in
I-
this series.
can I open? Is that what it
Vitality
says?
stopped at the door, and we're going to have to see
When is?
if they can
What
close
time
it
is the
out for
final? It should be tomorrow at the
World
same
number 2
time.
versus world number 1. Both
Maybe
these
a little
squads are
later.
worthy of lifting a major trophy. Both these teams have given their all
Alright, here we
across
go.
this season, but there can
Map
only
number
be
3.
one. Austin, are we ready to find a grand?
I'll probably start streaming a little bit earlier tomorrow so we can have a waiting room. You're streaming the final as well? Of course, of course.
That's a first stop
I
on
have
this
streamed
train yard.
every day of this tournament. and all of the VODs are public. And we got permission from Blast TV, so that was very cool. Probably the coolest thing was Blast TV letting us. The music's still going, by the way. You're gonna stream the Valorant thing, you think? I might stream a little bit of it, because it starts at 10 a.m. my time. Oh, Brolin, that's a very interesting spot. What the hell is that?
To open up this pistol. And so Vitality come in.
Mongols won. Yesterday they won. We don't know about today. They haven't played yet.
Setting the tone. They come through with aggressive moves.
Pain versus Mongols is after this game.
Moves that ZywOo and Apex are going to make up for. And 4-on-3.
I might stream some of the Valorant thing tomorrow. I don't know how it works. I haven't watched any of it. I thought I might watch a little bit of Valorant. We'll see. Yeah, I might stream the Valorant finals before the CS finals.
He's got to thin the herd. He's got to do it quick. His teammates already fallen. Torshi has no room to move, and Vitality take that pistol.
I'll have zero insightful commentary because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Apex takes hate, so ZywOo something.
Despite that pistol for Vitality, I still think it's a benefit. We see Mal start on the T side here. Jacob
Are they both the same day, Valorant CS? Yes, Riot is a very smart and a very aware company. They decided to schedule the Valorant playoffs at the same time as the CS playoffs. Because no better way than to directly compete with the game that you stole your game IP off of. And by the way, also lose. Because I think they're getting like half the viewership. But I'd have to double check. Last time I checked, they were getting half the viewership. They could just... I would have watched the Valorant finals or the playoffs, even in my own spare time, if CS wasn't playing. If they had to schedule it in the same time.
All right, a force buy back up for Maus.
Okay.
I don't want to sit back and... The eco right off the top. That plant.
On Twitch, CS is 500,000, Valor is at 150. Yeah, that makes sense.
Already, that's a gnarly wallbang, and the nade in combo with it. Brolin's round ends in the worst of ways before it even begins. Apex taking fight after fight on these players over in main. He's got teammates here to back him up.
It looks like Vitality came back with a resurgence here. Yeah, I mean, Mouse, like, the Mouse's mental has to be, yes, we won Inferno definitively. Yes, we tanked Vitality's mental. But we cannot let them come back. Because this is Vitality. This is not some, like, random tier 2 team that Sean Garris is going to make a video after. I need to stop doing that joke. But this is not just some randos. They're the #1 team in the world. They have the #1 player in the world on their team. They have won back-to-back majors. They had the longest winning streak since Liquid. We're not just going to walk through these guys. And every time we played against them, we lost. Their mentality should be like, we have to play this like we played Inferno. We have to stick it to them. And we have to break their mental again, especially on Train. They started CT side and they got pistol round. That's huge for Vitality. I think more than people understand right now. Vitality being up 2 right now is insane for the Vitality. That means that Mouse is already having to climb a fucking hill and the game just started. I know it doesn't seem like much because in the context of 0-2, it's nothing. But a Vitality up on you by 2 is a big deal. This round is important. I mean, every round is going to be important for them. Every round for Mouse is going to be as important as the previous one. Like, Vitality likely wins this one because they're, you know, broke. Next round is going to be insanely important for them. If they don't win next round, it's going to look disastrous for Mouse.
Eagles give you options.
I'm overhyping this a little bit, but like you need to understand that Vitality is not a team that you just like, you know, hold W through like they did in Inferno. Inferno is going to be impressive, but that might need a different breakdown as to what happened. I think it's just Vitality's overconfidence got to them. Mouse played really well on their CT side. Vitality kind of got ran through a little bit. They lost to Legacy in the same fashion, so probably something that needs to be studied, but we don't have enough time to like go through their VOD and figure out like what the breakdown was. I assume it didn't help that Apex and Flames got 0 kills for almost 10 rounds.
30 seconds. Gonna have to go through that if you're Mouse. Vitality have forced their hand, put them in an awkward position. And so the pistols should get dealt with cleanly. There's ZywOo to make it happen.
Yeah, especially if ZywOo turns up. If ZywOo decides, you know what, I'm gonna... Oh, this guy, look. This is the guy I'm talking about. USA, dude.
And now we have to see what Mouse are cooking, because as Ades talked about, they picked this map over Dust 2 to finish off. They had that choice.
USA final boss.
Dust 2 that they beat Vitality on before, albeit close.
Same guy from yesterday,
they go for Train instead. They change up this veto. Let's see why.
Alex, how you doing, bro? How's it going, Tiara?
Yeah, this was your gamble. This was your curveball. So now is
Dr. Disrespect. Relax. Hella rude. Apex.
Apex with a boost.
With a
run up over the top of this.
Funny little
it's
boost.
Being held, but not accounted for yet. Spinks eventually going to knock that player off the top. Robs makes it out of there, but for how much longer? Spinks was going to come through. Ends in an awkward sort of stalemate over here towards B. But at least kept things even. In the downtime, Mouse might now
just call me Tio.
use Jimmy and Exertion,
right.
who have been waiting to go.
My bad.
In main.
This is going to leave Vitality out of position, making this smoke play. There's going to be no one's on yard right now. There's a huge chasm in the map. Mouse can just walk in, and even though
will FaZe get a show match game?
Surely you don't
there was an
exhibition.
What the fuck? Exhibition game scheduled, but I'm not sure what that is.
Barely recognize the gap they have. They start to take it.
He's the one still back in main, the one that's vulnerable, most vulnerable to this wraparound.
May not even happen. May have just been a placeholder too. Who knows?
So Mezzi won't be able to find him in time. It's a kill through the smoke. Here's that backstab showing up. And as long as Mezzi's here, Vitality were interested.
One more there would have been nice. One more there definitely would have been nice. Oh, wow.
Quelled, it's Spinks.
Nice. Okay, big round for them right there.
Vitality out of this retake.
Yeah, this ain't happening.
Spots will say TBD. Not that board, shit is always to show to update. Too slow to update. So slow. Okay, I can't read.
So
anyways, yeah, maybe there'll be an exhibition game. Who knows?
Kills. Players can just disappear at any point behind the corners.
Hope show match has Oni with it. Yeah, Oni show match would be kind of funny.
T-side. And as I was saying, coming into this one, that's what we haven't seen. A fleshed out T-side.
I like that they decided to bring Oni to stream. That's very cool of them.
To play a full half on the T-side against the best team in the
Definitely
world.
a good move on their part. Like more eyes on the game, you know. They're doing all the right things.
No better time than a major semi-final. Vitality certainly feeling the pressure.
You know what I think Valve should do? Is like...
We are but an hour away from
I feel like they should give their IP to like a third-party studio for management. I know it sounds silly.
Who's it gonna be?
But like... I think there's definitely studios and development teams that would love to... Oh goodness. What is going on? Holy shit. Anyway, this is close.
It's ZywOo now flanking. Mezzi left out on the road in front of him.
Oh my god. How does he see him? That was like a pixel of his head.
Slipped. They've lost him.
The bomb's away from him here. He might have a chance to find Mezzi in the back lines. They've got no idea where Torshi's gotten to. Only thing he has on his side is the element of surprise. And even then, with each passing second, Torshi doesn't creep up.
That was a really quick
Vitality
round.
consider more and more options.
You're gonna have to 1v2 this. Might be difficult.
Play it together. Torshi's making no effort to go get that bomb. He's playing for the kills
ZywOo
here.
knows,
They don't
though.
know they have the bomb.
ZywOo's AWP is on this angle. Can Torshi deal with it? No! Sneaks right into ZywOo.
Valve licensed their IP to Fortnite. No, I mean like I feel like Valve is just very chill with their development cycle. And that was my issue that I had with Global. Is that like they just are a little too like it would be nice for like just CS to get more regular updates, more blog posts, more like active community engagement. It feels like when there's like a Blast TV major or something like that, they always do a good job. Like there's companies that do a very good job when they handle like the CS IP, and it would just be nice to see like those companies receive more like allowance to put on like cool events and to maybe have a little bit more like game development. You know, like even like map pools and stuff could be changed a little bit faster.
While Vitality sit close to
yeah, there's I feel like there's a lot that could be done, but unfortunately, I just don't feel like they move fast enough on CS, man. I always felt that way with Global.
Goes nowhere.
Like I even made like Reddit posts that was like, "Yo, does this game get like updates or what's going on?" People were like, "Yeah, it's just whenever Valve feels like it," but they're mostly working on Dota, and it's like, bro, why are you working on Dota 2 when like the CS Global Offensive is like one of the biggest games on the internet right now? It's like, oh well, you know, Dota 2, they like it.
Jimmy late lurk.
I don't really know how they internally work on the game.
Now at a minute mark.
Like other than like there's you know, you hear it through the grapevine because none of their developers are public at all. It's like a shadow org. And from my understanding, their work structure is just whenever a developer feels like working on CS, they go and work on CS. Whenever they feel like working on Dota, they can go and work on Dota. There's not like a strict mandated, you have to work on this game for X amount of hours, from my understanding. They can just work and choose to do whatever they want. And it seems like they had a minimal CS team. Nice pick by ZywOo. And their Dota team, oh my god, what? What?
Coming alive! 3 kills deep, but why stop there?
Sheesh.
As long as MOUZ still draw breath, there's hope in the round, and so ZywOo's looking to get rid of it. Mezzi offering up assistance.
That was kind of a bad round for them.
Spinks left to save.
Vibes gaming developers, yeah, exactly. It's very like based on
from the
vibes.
safety of PopDog.
And all I was saying is, it just would be nice
Now, the
to.
save not guaranteed. Rops is trying to remove him.
It would just be nice to like
Apex
just
also
have
walking up on a palm.
more flow with the
Spinks, will he
game.
die off the
Wow,
time?
really bad
That
death.
is a punishing hunt.
How long does CS2 have to top the charts before they treat us
so
right?
it's the
Well, that's the thing.
sequencer
Global
of
Offensive
ZywOo,
was
the
topping the
hunt from
charts,
Rops.
and they
Maximum damage done to
just
MOUZ.
were not giving like a real
This
fuck
lead might
about
be
it.
about to grow
That
even
kinda bothered me a
sweeter
little
for Vitality.
Yeah, well, the
Like, I feel
first
like
map
CS
was
could
a
be
rifler's map on Mirage.
as big,
The
if not bigger,
second
than
map was
Fortnite, but
Torchi's
it's just
map,
Fortnite
and now we got a
always
CT
has
side
W
train.
updates.
ZywOo is
Fortnite
expected
is
to be
like
comfortable.
goated
He
with
is
like what they do.
expected to
They have
deliver.
goated crossovers. They have like the map that constantly evolves. They have those
High
playlists.
impact
Even their
round for
esports is set up in like
multi-kill
a
on the
very
orb.
winning way where like
With
even
no
kids
camera
want to play
smoke.
Fortnite because it's like I could win the next Fortnite
MOUZ
Cup.
just have to watch that round fade
It's
away.
all like set up in a way for success, you know. Like CS doesn't really do that.
Stylish
Like
shots
CS speaks for itself.
from ZywOo.
Like the gameplay is solid, but it would just be more like it would be nice to have like maybe fun playlists that rotated like every week, like surf maps and stuff. You know, maybe like community-funded like events and tournaments.
MOUZ back to something
You know, all
desperate.
kinds of stuff like map pools. Like maybe like you know, you're okay, sure. There's a snow map now. There's a fall update. Now there's like a bunch of different. Now there's like a RNG playlist where it's just like scouts and knives. Like stuff like that would be really fun. You know, give people like casuals a reason to play
stuff from
more.
Vitality. They're
Maybe
feeling far
maybe when
better
you
about
play those
this
like fun game modes,
than
you
they
get
were
like
about how
daily
they showed up
trades or
to
something.
Inferno.
Doesn't know they're
There's a
close.
bunch of different ways to do it, but
They are further ahead than Mezzi was ready for, but ZywOo's here to help him
Fortnite
out.
got the Goku gritty.
Up on
Yeah,
that line,
Fortnite
and
W.
MOUZ
ZywOo
instantly
with the pick
concede.
already.
Yeah, they just popped
This
these
is a big
down.
save
There's
round though
also, hey,
coming
They
out.
want nothing to do with it.
Big save round.
Pistols, desperation, and at least no one close could facilitate a bomb plant here for MOUZ. That would be a win.
Missed the holiday themed chickens. Yeah, stuff like that's always good. It doesn't have to be big updates, but just like regular updates would be really nice. They can afford it, you know. They make $1 billion off of skins. You know. Even maps and stuff are community made. Maps and stickers, like so many assets are already community made.
Allows Vitality
You know what I mean?
to shift into the site.
Like yes, they go in and improvise whenever they like. They're gonna
More fleeting
optimize
with the
cache and
prospect.
stuff, which is developer work.
Couple of
But they just have a
flashes,
winning
hope,
formula.
and a dream.
It could just be more winning, you know, with just some small updates.
Just been so much time to get set
From
up here.
from,
if you're
from
Vitality
passionate
and the
from
map's
passionate
so
studios
quiet.
or like passionate
Gonna see this
developers.
volley of util, you know exactly what's coming your way, and so Robs meant to be nice and easy for him. That's 1 kill back out of Exertion. Erlen trying to close distance, but Apex already here. Support available from Flames.
Oh, just no
it's
one's
just very tidy for Vitality. They're leaving nothing to chance.
No one overplaying there. Flames could have easily reswung it. Apex calls, I have the cross. He peeks on his teammate. Just keeps it as clean as can be right now. Vitality are just running over these rounds, buy or eco.
Yeah, Vitality's gonna sting ahead.
It feels rough, right? Like Torchi was full control over Inferno. Felt like he couldn't miss a beat. But here, a map where your AWP can dominate, the conversation is all on ZywOo. Well, Torchi's finally pulled out another one. And he does have a good spawn. Torchi's going to try his hand at an early fight.
Knows the fight that ZywOo wants to take, but ZywOo has other ideas. Straight into the pop side. Torchi won't get his opener. Smoked off immediately. So MOUZ's pressure on Ivy. Hoping to give
What if
them
Mouse
that
spent too long
engagement.
studying Vita's Inferno and their strongest map, but they're stronger in so many other?
Now
Yeah,
they're stalled
maybe.
out. Time wasted. Utility squandered. Vitality remain patient.
Again, Vitality's just not a team. What is that? What are people saying? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Vitality's just not a team that
On the lurk, MOUZ. with
is gonna make it
sight in
easy for you.
mind.
Like Inferno might have been a freebie, but now it's like you gotta work for it. I think it's how this team works. Sometimes you get a freebie.
To play if his teammates actually
like you take one map off of him, but bro, the next map isn't going to be as easy.
Starting to get activated on this push up through Pop. He's even bringing a friend along. He's got Flames ripping through the back line with him. Rob's concealed in this smoke, and this is Mouse's own smoke lobbed in. Goes out for the first. They're not ready for Apex. Same place.
Wow.
Same problem. And this hole getting dug too deep for Mouse.
It's looking bad, man.
I mean, that lurk is irrelevant.
It's looking
Jimmy.
bad.
I thought he was going to go out Ivy. Obviously, it still depends on his team's success, but he can't even stop that flank from coming in.
This was, this was the big gamble. This was Mouse trying to throw a curveball the way of Vitality, having Train as the decider.
And I respect it, trying to switch this one up, trying to catch him off guard. Clearly, they were ready on Inferno when we thought this was a one-map series. But they are meeting their maker on this T side of Train. Drops a rock at this B-bomb site, often assisted, and it's not going to stop. There's even more where that came from.
Smoke's going to get blown open. ZywOo!
Oh, how?
Lead extended. Spinx has been getting bullied over towards this B side of the map. Also been the one guy with any output right now. It's Torshi, Brolin, and Jimmy with 1 kill each. Individuals just aren't there for Mouse. And with how they've been trying to play, right, running a lot of these sort of split T sides, Jimmy lurking Ivy, 2 players taking Pop, 2 players taking main. You need those individuals looking good. It can't be a one-man army on this T side of Train.
Yeah. Even with how resilient Mouse have been throughout this year, throughout this tournament especially. I won't count them out even at a down bad scoreline, but this just shows Vitality in that championship form that they can get humiliated on their map pick. They can go into Train and look like an entirely different team. Same goal in mind as Mouse hit this outer side.
That was a nice opening, sure. Exertion's taking it one step further, but this is the guy that's been blocking them every step of the way. This is the guy that they just can't get past. Nades rain out from Apex as well. ZywOo gets his help right as he needs it. And a 3v2 looking to crumble away from Mouse, a sign of the times. Jimmy can't find a thing. And now that smoke fades. The odds of Jimmy winning this just went down even lower. Missed timing on ZywOo.
R.I.P. brother.
This a painful lost clutch. They're trying to kill him after time. ZywOo wants this to hurt.
And that is after time. That's no more money made. That's 2 players who have dealt with that. And, you got to feel for Jimmy in some of these late round situations on Mirage. He was stuck in so many unwinnable moments without the bomb, but I don't think I've seen Jimmy close out a round in this series on the stage. He is struggling. On Inferno, 1 multi-kill and Pits, but really across 3 maps here, he has not been the guy that Mouse need desperately to win these clutches, to pick up a late round scenario. That was Spinx in the Spirit game.
That's after, coming into this, you've just had your best map ever against Vitality. You're meant to be feeling elated, like it's all opened back up again. You have this crazy curveball of the Train decider, and you get destroyed. And make no mistake, Mouse have had no purchase in this game.
Only the second ult for Torshi as well, I feel, in this T side.
And with 2 deaths after time, it feels like even with this maximum loss bonus, even with every way to make money open to them, they're still coming through with these broke buys.
They haven't had a plant in the last 5 rounds, so another boost up. Tricking the trade here. And they're fine in this corner. They can even bail. That run boost even gets spotted. ZywOo not double scoped, sees the AWP cross over, and he doesn't need to take this fight. No way Torshi will scale up Ivy. So ZywOo just contains Vitality. Every now and then, a little play out of spawn, but for the most part, they're letting the kills come to them.
Dude, Vitality are so aware of the mindset Mouse are in and kind of the ebb and flow of this game. Like, there's a minute left, and you still have full belt of util on, like, 3 players. Sure, now they're starting to use a bunch of it to clear this pop control. But they know the pace that Mouse are going to run. And so, as this round continues to tick down, in the late round, that will prove to be important.
As he doesn't
skirmish. Ends in a stalemate, and Spinx is allowed to fall back. But fall back into what? They don't have any control anywhere else. And so Spinks decides to recommit. In fact, he's even called for Xerxes to come around and join him.
This is ice cold for Mezzi to not flank at any point in the round. Spinks has to consider it. Mezzi starting to move. Perfect timing, no. Spinks stops him. That opens up options. You know it's 1-1 right now.
He's gonna split the defense. Apex, his footsteps coming his way.
Lets him through.
Vitality's captain looks to deal a killing blow to MOUZ.
Scary.
Their first time at trying to stick the landing on one of these 2v4s. Well, there's Apex to make them eat those ones. Backstab in. Played perfectly.
Christ.
And this near flawless CT side keeps racking up.
Yeah, captain says F you, Austin, because he's going for that trophy. He is going for the gold. No crowd keeps him down. Humiliation on Inferno, now stepping up massive here on Train. Joint second in the server. Vitality, an incredible reset. An unstoppable CT side. I wanted MOUZ to have the chance to play this T-half, and they have. They've been blown out of the map. Tied to the tracks. And no one's coming to save them.
That's kind of, you know, the thing that's really sucked here for MOUZ is, you know, what does Brolin even say? He doesn't feel like he can rely on anyone right now. Outside of Exertion and Spinks nearly clawing back that 2v4, that's the closest they've come in this entire first half to turning around back in their favor.
Yeah, they got the first gun round, and now it's been 6 straight for Vitality.
Torshi Zorp hasn't been hitting. Jimmy on these lurks hasn't been able to find anything. No one's having any issue.
At least we got 3 maps.
Great position from Flames up close. This shot was Iwu, does that open it up?
You know, it's about the journey, really.
That's given them some room to get out through main. This is just a 5-man hit, something a bit more basic from MOUZ. No longer trying to split this side of the map. They play it group, they play it together. Can that be their salvation? No! ropz and ZywOo have other ideas. And so another round where just Jimmy remains. At impossible odds leveled against him. Jimmy, first kill found, but there's that instant swing. No good deed going unpunished.
Vitality versus Picos, who would win?
Double digits for Vitality.
They are
game was just so
the
different.
Perfect game right now. A flawless map for Vitality.
Game was so different back then, you know? It's so hard to like make those judgment calls. It's like Michael Jordan wouldn't last a game in the current NBA.
It's not even misutil, it's just missing util for
LeBron
MOUZ.
would stomp on all those 90s shitters. It's like, sure. Current day, sure.
Final ditch attempt.
Yeah, straight out, straight into this A site. Screw it, try and throw bodies at the problem. Hopes that solves it for MOUZ. They will nail these trades. Brolin double opener. Once more though, it's this duo, this damn duo of ZywOo and ropz. And even though they dealt with one, it's
well,
ZywOo on that swing.
They got around.
The Spinks had to convert. 2 measly round for MOUZ. Vitality sit just rounds away from that major grand final and ushering in a Vitality era.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge.
The Roman Empire would get demolished by the US Army, true.
And unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions. Right. First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Undersea. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9. To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
2 maps, I know, I think. It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
I think it was Nuke.
Easy, yeah?
Bля, wait, sorry. No, Nuke, I forgot.
Which team won the first CS2 major? PGL Copenhagen 2024.
Natus Windsor.
There we go.
Navi, Natus Windsor, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You did a back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh man, I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Markelov? I don't know. Guardian?
It was on me and on John, Coldzera.
On Cash?
On Cash?
Yeah.
It was simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kosterev.
You got it correctly. Which team was known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, yeah, I'll just leave it like this.
Which player got VAC banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
That's Indian guy?
Yeah, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter, F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
Forsaken?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
CIS. Okay, I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it was Hard Legion.
Ah, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't have helped you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
You.
Congratulations.
This is no rivalry. This is Vitality beating up on MOUZ. 2 of the 3 maps. They may have disappeared on Inferno, but none of that matters when you check the score sheet.
MOUZ has to make a serious
10-2
comeback
on
here.
Train. That is all you remember. Team Vitality seeking silverware, seeking a trophy, and a major grand final is just rounds away.
Yeah, this is after the perfect season from Vitality. Breaking records as they do so. And the only trophy left to pick up, the only trophy left to collect was meant to be this one here in Austin. These pistol rounds, anything to go by. MOUZ might have some more twists and turns left in them. More stuff from Exertion. 3 kills deep in the pistol round.
If nothing else, MOUZ have now been given a chance.
Just got to stop Mezzi. And Jimmy will.
Billy's new meta.
Step in the right direction, but this is
they're pretty meta right now.
Game for MOUZ.
Chances of MOUZ being able to pull this off?
That's the start with that pistol round.
Very unlikely.
And then never stop. There is no margin for error at this scoreline. You don't want to be left with the question of what if, why did they pick Train? You want to hope that there's something in this CT side that holds promise for MOUZ.
And if we just go off of history, right, the 2 maps we've seen between these teams on Train where Vitality have played that T side, they found 7 rounds both times. They had no problems. Everything points to Vitality finishing what they started back on Mirage, albeit a little later in the day. But a victory that will remain undeniable. Can lightning strike twice for MOUZ? 2 miracles, back-to-back maps. I don't think Vitality are worried.
I think this is also kind of a perfect way for this series to end, right? Like Vitality in full control, as they kind of should be coming into this major. They were the favorites to win it all. And after getting slapped around on map 2, this is a very, very good return to form. For MOUZ, the big question around this team for the longest time was always how they handle pressure, you know, developing resilience and handling the pressure of the stages. And that's been the big journey that MOUZ have been on as this roster. And so there's no greater time to showcase resilience or to showcase your ability to perform than at a scoreline like this? We're going to get answers to one of these questions tonight. And so, it's clean stuff here.
Good round. Clean round.
But this next one, this is the true test for MOUZ. First rifle round for Vitality.
Vitality respected their opponents today. I mean, we talk about the veto of MOUZ letting Train come in. I was just as surprised when Vitality's second ban nuke. Bit of respect given to a team that has only ever taken them close, but closer than anyone, closer than everyone.
Fuck you, Apex
in a
Squad
near
A.
spotless year.
Thank you,
for Vitality.
Penguins. Appreciate that 6 months.
6 trophies in a row. MOUZ holding on for dear life. But Vitality are coming round that corner, up on Ivy, Apex entries.
Drew Ivy out squeaky. Jimmy was here as the second man. The rest of MOUZ are starting to flock over as well. And they seem suspicious about this slowdown. They flash Jimmy back in, and that sends him right into ZywOo. It's the Frenchman leading the charge for Vitality. 3 kills from him. And only Spinks and Brothen left to get past this grouping over in main. Vitality look to set their
It's looking a little
sights
rough
on an
here.
A play, and that's right as MOUZ move away. It's in trying to stay 2
Kind of
steps
looks unwinnable.
ahead that they've ended up 3 behind. This rotation over to B is going to leave them far away from this 2v4.
Almost too good to be true, think Vitality, but Apex has an idea. He's cottoned on. Roland walks in, and he does hit that shot, opens up a chance. Vitality delayed on this bomb plant right now. Robs' position is potent.
2v4 like this would reinvigorate MOUZ. This would get them believing again, because it's been 2v4s against them at every single stage of this semi-final. It's Spinks versus his former team. It was his removal and Robs' addition that took Vitality to new heights. And Spinks, now would be the time to show us what he's made of, but he can't find a thing.
Yeah, not going to happen.
Lock him out.
Unfortunately.
And it's all the openers from Apex and
Can the crowd hear what they're
leave
saying?
that round on a platter.
Yeah. They can hear every
so
word.
Calm in these post plants are Vitality. You just can't get them out of position.
Those headphones let them hear crowd audio better.
Dives out. The French find 3 openers. And Vitality looking to force the finish. MOUZ know it.
So can the
Buying
players?
Downfall. For their own downfall.
Are you asking if the crowd can hear what the announcers are saying? Yes. The crowd can hear what the announcers are saying. I thought you meant,
MOUZ
can they
burn their
hear
final
crowd
timeout.
audio? Misunderstood what you said.
Team Vitality can taste victory.
Last chance to stop the bleeding if you're MOUZ. You lose this and a PCU dies up on that stage. It's Vitality in pole position with 8 chances.
So the players
to
can
close
hear
it
them
out.
too? Well, that's the point of the headphones. It's so they don't hear crowd and announcer audio.
Vitality go for a full grouped play. Left Mezzi on the extremities, but everyone else is going together. So grouping for this B here.
All right, they want to do
This is where
a
MOUZ
fake, I guess.
They do want to stay alive in Austin. This is the hit they've got to stop. 3 players here. Torshi only adorning this scout. Spinks waiting in reserve out behind oil.
Yes, in-ear headphones are for the game and TeamSpeak. And then the over-the-top headphones are noise canceling.
The first kill falls in Vitality's favor. Sight starts to waver. Sight starts
Why not
to
mute
crumble.
it so you can get
Jimmy
info from the
have
announcers?
round in the palm of his hands. There's the backstab.
You'd have to turn
Doesn't
it
get
off.
greedy with it. Doesn't overstay his welcome, but always keeping that pressure on.
That's what their
Just him
admins are
being
there
here
for.
is a problem for Vitality.
Noise canceling barely works.
Missed opportunity on ZywOo though. And if you take a swing at this guy, can you afford to miss?
Oh, man.
Exertion will pick it up. Mezzi in the clutch. And don't count him out of it. Bomb on his back. Mezzi with the reposition. Torshi brings the fight up and over. And Maus will withstand it.
Well, if they barely work, then, I mean, a lot more information would be gathered from these players, but I assume it
Jimmy,
works.
Someone who's had a real rough series. That was a huge moment for him in the round. Didn't get overzealous, didn't get carried away. Just peeled the attention away long enough for his teammates to barrel through and help out.
Yeah, sometimes your presence is enough, right? That's how ZywOo gets caught. He goes hunting for Jimmy on upper, gets killed by the pop flank. So Vitality, take a breather.
Someone said, like, send me your porn. Someone had that sign.
Even these rounds are scary.
Yeah, but it is a moment of respite for Maus. Double swing, Brolin.
Oh, they know he's close.
He's lucky to be alive.
Yeah, I doubt, like, trying to listen for the announcer's audio cues is, like, the move.
Horse taken, Vitality walk away.
Like, okay, they just said we're walking away, guys. Wait for the next call out.
Spinx and Brolin have been good at keeping the aggression up, right? Even though
Okay, he said Spinx is good at keeping the aggression.
They heard by the jiggle they saw. They've gone back and they've re-cleared B upper. And so Maus are that much more prepared for what lies ahead of them here.
Yeah, it would just be like, it would just be annoying as fuck.
Be ready for this
because you have your
split.
teams talking the whole time. Okay, he's left side, into smoke, and you hear like, and then every once in a while you hear like, yay, fuck you, Apex! And then the announcer's going like, it was just a clusterfuck, man.
And here it is. It
Just play the game.
Apex falling down in Ivy. There's the spot from Jimpat, and the rest of them are back in main. Maus have all the info, and that hero gun is kicked aside. Done now by Robs, who opens it with a clean tap, a couple of them.
Oh, damn. Robs started to pop off.
They'll stop Robs in his tracks.
Sigh of relief when that nade lands, because he's feeling it there. 2 taps to make that 1v4 interesting. For Maus, it's a question of, is this just a commiseration round or 2? Consolation or a true comeback? 4 out of the 5 rounds in this half. Vitality's reset over. They get the 4 by now.
Like we said coming in, Vitality
I'm sure you hear like the crowd audio, like when they're all screaming. I'm sure you hear USA. Like you probably hear that through noise canceling. You know, but someone screaming out, "He's behind you!" It's probably not gonna do shit.
Their calmness under pressure, and if there ever was a time to show it, it's in this major semi-final. Still streaking together these rounds are Maus. The gap starting to close in a game that felt so far gone. This second half could have already been over. Vitality could have already been in the grand final.
Arguably should be, but Maus cling on.
Oh, Hero is another classic one-guy rage baiter.
No one supporting from the B side though. Spinx just chilling.
If it's not Hero, it's Havens, guys. So just don't feed into it too much.
ZywOo coming in for the clear. Back turn though. Swings around, spots that first, but he doesn't know that there's more in store. Brolin gets found. Flames, Exertion to worry about.
Also, millions the prize pool. $500,000 goes to first.
Maus can't make a move. Maus are forced back.
Not sure if your morals change based off of the amount. You seem like they might.
Vitality get the ducks in a row in a 4v3. This is their opportunity to stop this before it starts. To derail this comeback. Apex walks right out.
2 of the heaviest hitters gone for Maus as well. It's Torshi at 4 kills. Yimpat left in this with him. Torshi deleted at his first turn out into the A site.
No chance.
Jimmy trapped on the other side of his Z-Smoke, having to come to terms with it. If he doesn't win this 1v4, the finish line is right there for Team Vitality. And it's a 1v4. You're not even supposed to attempt these. You're not even meant to entertain the idea, and so Jimmy won't.
Yeah. I always give this analogy, man, whenever like these
Jimmy plays for the save.
Notorious one-guyers
in the next round.
have a couple hours where they're not rage baiting.
But you know you have no chance. Vitality too entrenched in the site.
Serial stabber takes the day off. Why does everyone think I'm a bad guy? I didn't even stab anyone today.
6 chances.
You've been stabbing people for this entire week. Yeah, but like today I'm good, so why am I getting all this heat? The fuck?
And to the tune of the bomb.
Well,
Vitality can feel that grand final. Jimmy even dies at the end of the round. That gun is not saved.
I've never seen any of them rage bait before. Yeah, but I've seen you rage bait.
Last 30 seconds looking for a good place.
Which tells me everything I need to know.
The fact that you had to be the hero, had the one gun in the round that your team were going to have to try and save themselves, and it's gone. It gets removed right as your opponent hits 12. And so Vitality, they've got all the chances in the world. The grand final is within sight. It is within touching distance. 5 kills away. And even though there's been a bit more fight in MOUZ since getting onto this CT
rage
side,
baiters covering for other rage baiters.
6 rounds played.
Just waiting for the classic guys.
They're not left
Why
with
is
a
he
lot to
targeting
fight
all
back
of
with
us?
here. Aggressive moves having to be made.
All right.
Trying to squeeze.
Do or die here
all
for
the
MOUZ.
value
Do or
they
die.
can. And it's exertion on the board first.
Why don't mute the trolls? Because it's entertaining. It's content.
Messi on the extremities. Leaves them a man down over in B compared to when they've done this in the past.
You have to be really fucked up and weird to get muted and banned.
Off being held. That's ZywOo waiting for the reaction. Robs has opened up the back door. Sphinx
wow.
Dead over in ramp. It's that Rob ZywOo duo. Powering Vitality through. And MOUZ is so out of position.
4-2. You have to be
They're
poor.
so far away from making this retake
Yeah, I'll
happen.
ban you if you're poor in chat.
The question of the day was, can they rise to the occasion?
Alex the
Finally
Dictator.
overpower Vitality in this head-to-head. And we have got our answer. In spite of these few rounds
Robs,
down the
man.
stretch, there's not been love.
ZywOo and Robs show, huh?
They say that hope dies last.
Zertion.
But hope still dies.
Damn.
Undone. And Vitality have a day with destiny. Grand final secured.
Sheesh.
7-0, says Apex.
He did the L emoji. He said L.
And
L.
then there is Team Vitality.
L, go home.
Above the rest.
Jesus.
A flawless head-to-head.
Well, MOUZ made one game kind of interesting, right?
Final in a major for Mezzi and for Flames. And favorites every step of the way. Team Vitality dominate MOUZ.
Damn.
And they now have the
Was
chance
Vitality
for
your
this
pick? I mean, it doesn't matter what my
crowning
picks are. My
achievement
picks got fucking
on top
destroyed
of this
yesterday.
royal flush of trophies that they've donned across
But yes,
this
I
season.
picked Vitality.
The only one left for Vitality to get is
I picked
the
Vitality to go into
trophy here at
finals
Austin,
versus
this major
FaZe, but
trophy.
unfortunately top brackets.
And that's the ambitions.
Fucked.
That is where the target lies for Vitality. Anything less than that would have felt like a failure. And so finals secured. They do it handily past MOUZ. That's after an embarrassing second
I like how
map. They dig
Apex
deep. And
plays
that
into the villain
right
role.
now does not pay off. Vitality,
He likes it.
more like totality, because it's all them, all the way into the finals in Austin.
Oh, I hear a bunch of woos, and I'm pretty sure that's a good thing. ZywOo, how do you feel, pal?
Yeah, feeling great, guys. Yeah, we just won against MOUZ, so perfect feeling.
Yeah, and it is exactly that. Let's talk a little about what happened in this series. You're in the semifinals of the Blast.TV Austin Major, and by the numbers, it looked like Inferno probably would have went your way. What happened?
We just fucked up. Obviously, they play good, but we missed so many rounds. We could play better, so obviously they have good Inferno against us, so we just fucked up overall.
And you get the train. I lost count of how many smoke frags you got throughout the whole duration of the thing. Tell me about how this flipped on its head on train.
Train we were, so I think after the Inferno...
Are those boos or woos for ZywOo?
upsets over that, so we wanted to show like we fucked up before, and we just on train tried to play our A game. I think we did it really well.
Well,
yeah,
Vitality may not be the crowd
you
favorite.
MOUZ today. You took Spirit, or excuse me, they took Spirit with them. Navi gets sent packing. Is this championship form Vitality? Is this your major for the taking, ZywOo?
Maybe, who knows? Let's see tomorrow in the final, but it might be a good chance for us.
It's looking like a Vitality major.
Doesn't matter. We're gonna beat them.
Give it up for ZywOo.
No, they want Pain for sure.
And on the other end, unfortunately, there is MOUZ falling short just of the grand final. Torji, after such a spectacular Inferno, why did you think you ran out of steam on Train?
I like that.
I don't think we ran out of
Why'd
steam.
you run out of
I think
steam on
we just
Train?
didn't play correctly on Train. I think we did a lot of mistakes, and also we just didn't play as a team, and it was not enough. It was not good from me today. I played really bad, and I feel like I let the team down, and really disappointed
Hero
in
gifting
myself,
a sub to Clumsy O.
Yep.
Appreciate that, Hero. Is that a result of recruitment?
Okay.
Is that someone else I have to worry about? Damn. Oh, man.
Torji did say that he still wants to say something. I just checked because, of course, we understand that this is a moment that hits so hard. So I'm just gonna. Open
dude,
the
that must suck.
What is it that you would like to say?
I will just say thank you for cheering for us.
Hero, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
It means a lot, and we just want to get
20 new rage bait recruits. No, it's generally Hero. I appreciate the 20 gifted subs. That's a lot.
Like that is on my mind at
That's
the
a
moment.
that's a lot of subs to give.
And maybe they will get a perfect season. We will see. But thank you for everybody. It was amazing to play here, and
Oh man, I feel bad, dude. I feel bad.
Thank you, Austin.
Dirty Dirk with the 5 gifted. Thank you, guys. New sub goal, Alex. Pseudo sub goal.
It's been a head-to-head that has
More
haunted
fraudulent
MOUZ
sub
all
goals.
season long, and you can see the emotions
Man.
that leaves
All right.
Torzi and the rest of the guys with a crushing blow.
I mean,
for
their
MOUZ
hearts in it,
to
dude.
end
I
out this
can't
season. But for
hate on that, dude.
Vitality,
If your heart's that
answer
far in the game and you have that much passion, I can't even hate on it.
Finals in a row,
Like
and
they
a
really
chance
put
to
in their
match
effort, and
that with
Torzi has a lot of love for the
trophies.
game.
Of
You
course,
hear
emotions
it
running
whenever
high,
you
but
hear
we
his
do have
comms, whenever he
Apex
talks.
up
He
here
loves
on
this
the
game.
desk. First of all,
He loves the sport. He loves
congratulations.
competing.
That was a
And that
crazy
definitely
series.
hit him
Can you
kind
tell
of
me
hard.
what's going through your head right now?
Well, that Mirage was really controlled by us. They won.
Thank you guys for those
only
gifted subs. You guys
rounds,
did not have
so
to gift that many subs. So
everything
I'm
went smooth,
not sure what the
but
occasion is, but I
Inferno,
appreciate you guys. Thank you.
we really
Very
fall
kind
apart.
and generous community,
Lost all
as
the
always.
goals that we should have done. Didn't respect like our plans in a way, and everything fall apart. And sometimes it's tough to come back. At least I got my shotgun kills. That's the most important.
That was a sick round, dude.
And we won. And last time we won the last round against them with this one as well. So, and Train was once again controlled by us.
Is that graying in his hair,
we
man?
just knew where they
Oh
were.
boy.
We were always have
Alex
the
does a
advantage
Labubu
situation,
unboxing.
play the
Relax,
clash round
relax.
perfectly. Yeah, I'm proud of the guys. 7.
Relax with your
time we
Labubus.
win against them in a row. 7 grand final in a row. But yeah, it will not matter if we don't conclude it tomorrow.
Subs were an inside job by Rage Baiters.
We won a major before back in Paris, which was also a blast. So that we got something coming.
These Rage Baiters. Gifted subs.
No, but obviously what you guys have achieved throughout this season has been incredible. And right now you find yourself in another major final. What's gonna stop you guys?
I don't know for now. I just want to win that major because the
Hit him with the
thing
L,
is,
dude. Hit him with the
no
Fortnite
respect for you
emote.
guys, but it will be the best 6 months we ever seen in CS.
Rage
for sure.
Baiter
Like
sell
7 out
in the
of 8
making.
tournaments.
What the
We have a
fuck?
long road to beat these guys, but we're proud of
trying.
we want to try, but you never know what can happen after. It's only 6 months, you know. It's not that much.
ASO with the
But yeah,
5
I'm super
gifted.
proud of the
Thank you guys.
Um,
Thank you for
we
those
have an
gifted.
amazing team, like role-wise.
New monitor fund
mod-wise,
POG.
work-wise.
Wheel
I know,
number
like,
2.
Everyone is grinding their way.
CPU fund.
Shit out and
Summerthon.
It just feels good to have people like
into
me and the
John
addition
Clark
of Robin.
cosplay.
What can we say?
Right before Subnautica
This guy is
2.
just, I love him.
And do you feel there's
Summer
any
of
weakness within your
games.
team? You know, one may argue that Inferno during this tournament has been a little bit shaky. Legacy game now today as well. Is that a weakness of yours? Or?
Hope those subs go to people with the worst opinions.
It's been our best map,
I
like
love
we have
that for me.
17 win in a row,
Hey,
something like
thank
that,
you so
and
much. What a
today we
kind
fall
and
apart
generous
like against
reason to
Legacy.
gift
Legacy was
subs.
a bit different, but today, I don't know what happened.
Couldn't have asked for a better
usually
community
this side is
member.
like we have
You play below 0? I did not.
65% on T side, something like that, for the last.
Mize, stop trying to fucking force Batman through the word filter.
I need to rewatch that. I need to talk
I'm not buying a $1,500 Batman outfit.
Pick. I think it's gonna be both picks if Pain or Mongols win. But we're ready. It's fine. Once again, that's what I told the guys. It's not one map that defines us.
Are you saying that, or are you really doing wheel 2? You never know, guys.
We didn't want to give up and give our best on the city side.
You didn't seem like you were actually that upset on the
Yeah, I'm kind of cutting off
We're
Apex here, but basically he's saying, yeah, we shit on them, GG's.
Forget about this map. Try and
Another
come back.
matchup where we won. Who would have thought?
Let's start thinking about Train already. Felt like you were already kind of like mentally in your head, just be like, I don't care. Like this map is, who cares?
11-1, mate. you have to. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to release the pressure because if we do the crazy comeback,
I could see you being a good young Batman.
Time, but it's fine. But I really wanted us to be
Joker. You better
fine
knock
with
it
it.
off.
Like it's okay. It's a best of 3. We fucked up, but we have another map to win after, and that's what we did. So for me, like this monster strength has to happen in this moment. It's key because if you fall apart after that,
Who the fuck was that?
Myself, I'm not gonna chuck that one.
That's me as young Batman.
We've heard,
Couldn't you tell?
We've heard like we've heard ZywOo now twice in various interviews. We've heard Xaz say it as well. It feels like a little mantra.
I see Alex more as Bane, but
it's
Indian.
A major match history.
Brother,
Doesn't
what the
matter
fuck
anymore.
are you
It
smoking?
doesn't matter that we beat these guys 6 times previously, 5 times
Brother
previously.
just took
It's a
his
major, it's a
7th
whole
bong
different
rip
game.
before
It
pressing
seems
the
like an
enter
idea that
key.
you're trying to spread throughout the team so that everyone's focused, laser
As
focused every
Indian
game.
Yeah, exactly.
Bane.
I repeat it a lot. Like last year, FaZe never won the map against us except in majors.
Yeah.
And
I like the little
we
sign,
knew
the
how
little
painful
T in the
that
back.
was, even though the team was different and in different mood, but that was painful to lose to them twice in the major because we were not ready, because maybe we felt it will be too easy. And I just repeat the guys.
Excuse you, bro, you don't want the smoke.
But we need to show up today. We need to show up because if we don't show up, the sure thing is we can
Bro, don't
lose.
G-check me in my
And
own
I don't
chat,
want to lose.
please.
I want to win that major. And
I'm sensitive.
we came here to win the major. Like, good job has been done, but one more game.
You
one
don't
fucking
don't
more
want this,
Dan,
man.
I know you're a man who's always
don't
thinking
want
one step ahead, and we already heard you saying that Pain, Mongols.
Can you put the
know,
Evil
if
Within
they're
VODs on
play,
YouTube, please? I was
if
in
you
the
had to
middle of them
choose
when
one
Twitch
the two
trolled.
teams, who do you think has the better shot at giving you guys a fight?
God damn it,
I don't
man!
know, mate. I don't want
Do I
to say
really
anything.
want
I
to
don't
do
like
that?
I
Evil Within
think
VODs,
that's-
there, and then I
mate,
crash
whoever.
out about
Whoever.
chapter
I've been
fucking
phased, I would have
7,
said whoever. I
and
don't care.
say that
I just
chapter
want to
7
win.
was created by the
That's all
same
I
dev
want.
who made chapter
And I
11,
want to prove
and how awful the
that we
design
are
is. And
so
chat
far
just
the best
watches
team in
me
the world,
lose to
even
the
though we
same
lose tomorrow,
fucking
we will
sewer
still be
boss,
leading the world.
like in
We
the
want to
underground
create
section for
something
like
crazy.
45
We want to
minutes, where I
create
talk about
something
how
that's
horrible the design is.
Maybe never been done. It's gonna be tough once again to beat.
And I have to explain to chat how it's on hard mode, and I have people coming in saying,
everything is
hard mode,
possible,
I
and
beat
if
this
we work
game
hard and with the
easy.
talent
This
we
guy's
have,
just
I
struggling
think we
with
can
hard
achieve,
baby mode.
to the stars.
Yeah, you'll be one of
God
our
damn it, man.
trophies of
That
would be nice.
Okay, I will be honest. I think at some point I might beat Peter.
That whole
even
fire
though
section,
tomorrow,
dude.
but
Who creates a
beating
level
his
where
major
it's like,
record
oh,
will be
here's a
tough,
level
and
where
I
you just
hope
walk
I'm gonna
around?
get
Oh,
carried again and
let me
again.
pull a lever.
And
Okay,
that's
gate
why
goes
I
up.
told Zywoo, if you
Congratulations,
don't
you beat
play
the
for
level.
anymore, bro,
Next
I will
level.
put you down.
Okay, we're gonna hit you with Pyramid Head Box Boss. Okay, you run out of ammo. Right afterwards, we're gonna have this like chase scene that's like impossible to do because the controls are inverted. After that, same fucking level, by the way. We're gonna have a Spider Lady. You're gonna have to shoot Spider Lady with limited guns, with limited ammo, limited fire barrels. The fire barrel physics are kind of scuffed, so you're gonna have to figure out your way around that. Her AI is also dog shit. Sometimes the fire barrels miss. Like that's the entire level is like 3 different boss fights. Who makes that as a level? And then the next level is like, oh, here's a cruise. You're a carnival cruise. You can order some drinks and listen to somebody talk. You walk through a doorway and get some NPC dialogue for 5 minutes. Okay, GG's. Next level. Holy fuck.
We are ready. I don't think we were in semi in this one, actually.
I don't even remember. It was right?
Yeah, Cluj-Napoca, because Navi played NIP.
And
they lost NIP.
Yeah, they were like a
in quarters.
Alex plus Outlast Trials
Then,
equals epic. I didn't even play
Navi
Outlast
beat
Trials.
the
That game
NIP,
really
and
bothered
we
me,
beat G2 and
actually.
we beat Navi,
But what would have
Did not
young
like
Dan
Outlast
thought?
Trials.
As you could fast forward 10 years. You've already won another major in that time, and now you're part of one of the greatest teams to ever touch Counter-Strike 2.
I would not have believed it because first of all I changed my role. I always loved the tactical part of the game. That always been my thing, but I never thought that I will be a IGL first and then a really successful IGL, because if I win tomorrow and anyway, I think I get into the really legendary IGL, and for me that's important because I was with this guy in the best entry fraggers back then, and now I change role and I also can be the best. So I just want to put my legacy, and I want to make it
A lot
grow,
of pain in
yeah,
Outlast
at some
Trials.
point being the guy that
Sign
won the
me up
most trophies
then.
in CS.
What a
It
good
will
selling
not last
point.
Maybe too long because really young guns win a lot. But at some point in my career, I will, and in the world, I will have the most trophies ever.
Unrelated, but is there any good reason to go see 28 years later, chat?
I got one last question for you, for me personally at least. I just want to know, can you give us some words about Xtaz? Because I know when we've spoken, you've
He's bold.
Yes, he is. I was hoping for a little bit more. So
that's all he's got to say.
Is that all we are to you, Dan? Just
yes, that's it.
Old people?
Like some minions running around.
But tell me what he brings, because you hand chose him to bring him back into Vitality.
I didn't choose, actually. I said the yes, but I didn't choose it. Well, Remy has been fucking criticized last year because everyone said that we should have done better with this lineup, which is true. I think he has also like his fault in that, but overall, I don't think it's the.
Okay, but consider this 28 seconds later.
What he's done with his team is amazing, but I will not only speak about him. It's just the stuff. Matt, Peter
To be fair, even 28 days later, like they could do like a run it back 28 hours later, where it's like how the infection started. Because 28 days later was like him waking out of a coma, right?
The best human being,
or whatever. That's how the movie starts,
worker.
and then 28 months is like obviously months later, years, is whatever the fuck is out now. They could do it 28 like hours later, maybe.
Whatever. But he's
28 seconds later.
He's the best guy I've
28 inches later.
The best human being. And
Yo.
And it's such a,
What do you mean by that?
guy to be around, and
Yo.
Jack as well. Jack has been our Monster coach for almost 2 years, and also going into Lars' boots is not easy. Lars is known as the GOAT there, but Jack is a lot different than Lars, but he's also like working super damn well and help us to have also this mental fortitude, because it's not like growing in ourselves, like it's a work of every day, and it's been good. And of course, manager as well has been good, but it's a different story because it's not like impacting directly the Counter-Strike.
Sure.
Apex, I wish we had another hour, another 2 to keep you up here, but we do need to let you go off, celebrate the win, and
I do 1 inch per 30 seconds.
Tomorrow there is a final, so
straight back to the practice room.
Straight back to watch the game first. Watch the
Infernal.
Yeah, talk about Infernal maybe.
Yeah.
And then just yeah. Actually, I'm sad because we had a fucking super nice plan on CD side, but we couldn't show it today.
Kill some more next time.
Yeah, but it's different team, so it's not the same plan, you know. Okay. But yeah, let's see tomorrow, and hope I will be back here to celebrate.
Just let Mouse know for next time.
Yeah.
Like, we got something already ready.
I don't want to. I'll be honest. I don't want to unpack that. Actually, we're gonna.
Already thinking about next season. Dan, thank you.
We're gonna let that one go. I think.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow in the grand final, guys. Give it up for Apex.
GG's Apex, GG's brother.
Might have been a hell of a lot of FU Apex chants in the arena, but of course they're happy to see Vitality go through on the precipice of building their dynasty, cementing their era. An amazing comeback. We spoke obviously a lot to Apex about the mentality, the fortitude. That's what Vitality have in buckets and spades to be reversing that series.
Yeah, we can almost go back and make the comparison to Astralis back in the days. Whenever you're playing against Astralis back in the days, you never really believed you could win. Even if you went into the game and it was 1-1 and you were maybe leading on the third map, you always had it in the back of your mind that somehow, some way, we're going to lose this game. And I think it's the same thing right now when you're going up against Vitality. I think Mouse felt that as well. Even though they won Inferno, they kind of knew in the back of their minds that they were about to do something or try to do something they had never done before. Beating them on train, beating them in a series. For Mouse, it just seems impossible. And that was the same feeling you had when you were playing you guys back in the day, Peter. You almost knew that you lost the game before you even entered the server.
Especially, yeah, I mean, those emotions come back to you so quickly with the streak that Vitality have against Mouse. I'm always blown away by Apex because we talked so much about it. He touched on it too, change of roles, how long he's been around. You want to talk about a team having a strong mentality. Like, it's so hard to get that within a team, but when you have a leadership figure like Dan at the helm, like, that is, I don't know how to explain.
Still in the series, correct. We still have another best of 3 coming up.
Would love to play for a leader like that. Coaches
Mongols versus Pain. Team Mongolia versus Team
Counter-Strike, and that's one of the
South America.
So strong.
You say rare? No one has ever
Brazil.
done it before, Peter. He's the only one who's made that transition from a great entry fragger into becoming an in-game leader.
I should have done that, baby.
Not too late, is it?
No. But you had Glaive, you couldn't have done it.
No, I probably wouldn't.
He had MBK, it was easy to slide into the
But
role.
regardless, I mean, there's so much quality inside of Vitality, and if he doesn't, it's not Saiwu strong arm, it's just going to be one of the other guys. And they have so much depth to their playbook, so much depth to their play style. And as you mentioned, Jacob, like sometimes when you go up against the guys, you beat them at one map, and then you go into the next one, and you feel like, oh, they're right back at it, right? They're just going back to the top level that they know they can play. And then sometimes you feel like you have to be lucky to beat them. And obviously the mental blockade that is within the matchup of MOUZ and Vitality is obviously something that MOUZ has to overcome at one point, but today wasn't the day.
Dude, respect to Apex as well. It took him all of, what, 2 sentences to bring up the fact that he wants to surpass your trophy record, take down the Astralis dynasty. Of course, a long way off of, you know, cementing that era or that length of an era. But I love how focused he is. Like, did you feel that back in the day when you were playing with him in Paris? Like, I feel like when he has a goal for the squad, he's going to do everything to achieve that.
Yeah, but he's just such a hard worker, and he's so determined once he's here, and then when he goes back, he just leaves Counter-Strike behind. You know, we had this saying in Vitality that we live and breathe Counter-Strike whenever we turn into the tournaments, and that's the only thing you focus on. You leave everything behind, and that's just what you feel when he's here. Like, he shows up for the interviews, and he has a lot of good answers, and whenever he's inside the server, if they're beating them, then he praises his players for it, but if they're not showing up, then he tells them that they're not doing good enough. Apart from that, whenever they get beaten inside the server, we heard that he tells them that we just need to focus on the next one. He always has, at least it
Bro
always
is
seems
holding
like
up
he
a blank
has the
sign.
answer to actually get them to play better. So he's a huge
Bro held up a blank sign.
Since, you know, and his transition from being an entry fragger and to become an IGL is
like crazy's got nothing on it, dude. What are you doing?
That anyone can replicate.
On the flip side,
Yo, chat, can you see my sign?
Heartbreaking images of MOUZ exiting the tournament here. Obviously, a huge amount of emotions going to be going down on their side.
I have nothing to say.
They had it. Arguably, they had it. That Inferno, it was so convincing. The fact that I don't know what happened with the
guy that was staring into the camera earlier. Yeah, there's like several of them that have done that though.
Oh man, another map that Vitality are just going to be dominating on. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you know, I think if you look through Vitality's map pool, I think you're going to find that with a lot of maps that might have been available in the third as well. And I think at some point, if you're a team that's played them this many times, you just make a decision the night before and you stick with it, and you don't second guess it going into the games. I mean, this MOUZ one, this is really tough. Obviously the underperformance, the scene of Torji giving the interview and breaking down is painful. You could see the disappointment in it, but also remember,
they have a gooning lounge.
Like a tough game today against the best team in the world, but they've been playing high-pressure Counter-Strike with elimination on the line for like 2 weeks now. You know, it's every single time they step into a server after their first day, it's been, you're about to be eliminated. And that's got to be devastating coming into a map like this and having a really rough performance on Train.
And I think we have to contextualize the entirety of this season for MOUZ as well. It started off the worst possible way. They go into January, they play the very first tournament where they get knocked out of the Blast Bounty in the online stage. We don't get to see them on lane. Shue gets kicked. Brolan comes in as an in-game leader. Spinks comes in as a new teammate of all of them. And no one really thought MOUZ was going to be a top 5 team at that point. We thought that maybe they could be equally good to where they were before, which was always top 4, top 5. They've been the second best team this year so far. I know Falcons, had a period of 2 months where they were contesting for it, but if you look at all 6 months, they have been the second best team.
What's the guy in the hat doing?
No doubt about it. So yes, it's rough.
What is this bit he's doing where he looks at the
over and over?
Look at the guy in the hat
right now. You can also excuse yourself with the fact that everyone is losing to Vitality, and had they not been here, they would have hoisted a lot of trophies in that period. They've been in the final every single time almost.
He's been staring.
Vitality. So as much as
he like stares.
Right now, I think if you asked MOUZ coming into the season, would you be happy with a semi-final at a major? Would you be happy with going into 5 or 6 CS2 finals the first 6 months, integrating?
Bro, yes, we see you, man. You're on camera. Yes.
Hell yeah, they would. So they should be super.
We fucking see you.
An emotional exit for MOUZ, and
he has to like double check.
So let's get a few
He's always double checking. Am I on it? I'm on it.
MOUZ have been through a very up and down major, taking to the stage in the semi-finals, got up against Vitality. That is where the journey will end. But Brolan, I want to start with you saying, you guys have had a crazy major. The way it started, going into playoffs, it seemed like you were coming back into it. Mirage even started off pretty well for you guys. Then it quickly started to slip away.
My body don't sleep when I tell it to sleep. You gotta maybe get some sleeping pills.
You guys know each other so much in terms of how much you played against Vitality.
That's been my move.
Why was it not ability that you could climb back into that game some more?
I think we were, especially Mirage, we were kind of sloppy in their defaults.
Or do a quick run.
We did not execute as we usually do, and we had this season we had a really big problem of like executing well and do as we should do, for example, versus this team. Yeah. And I think it's just much in the head basically that we have lost so many transfer systems. So maybe it was just for example, on Mirage it was maybe a little bit of a warm-up game, but it's not. It's just an excuse, of course. But yeah, I think it was just really pure executed by everyone, I feel like, and yeah, I think Inferno, we know that they're gonna pick it, of course, and we're really confident on it. But I don't know. They are on the first map. We decided to go train, of course. We are really
Money
confident
from the
on
people
train,
behind the
but
counter.
At the
Let me
same
see
time,
this.
they're really good on it. So, yeah.
I want to talk on this Inferno though, because I don't know how you guys went from what happened on Mirage into Inferno and came out lights out. Did you make some specific changes? Was it something you guys spoke about before going into the map? Like, talk me through it, because you guys were beasting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had a really good plans on CT. We know basically we were thinking a little bit now compared to before we played on Inferno.
Okay.
We just did the reasonable things we should always do on CT Inferno, and I feel like we did it really good this game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's, especially on Inferno, we just executed it properly compared to the other maps, and yeah.
And then it was a very slow start on train from what you wanted, right? Okay, yeah, you can get the initial rounds, and then it's Vitality doing what they do best. You touched on it a bit there. At that point, do you think it's a bit in your heads when you start to go down that you can't find the answers, you're kind of scrambling for ideas?
Bro, it's like a psychology conversation.
I mean,
do you just feel like you're not good enough?
Pretty well.
When you're losing rounds, do you just tilt out?
Some scenarios of the map, but
when you
I think
can't beat them,
kill, for example, Jimmy after time,
is it rough?
Sometime, and we just
do you feel like you guys suck?
Economy for the whole half, I felt like, and yeah, it was really hard. I mean, obviously they are executing things pretty well, but of course we could have done it much better. But
do you have any self-doubts?
They are just good at the moment.
You are, though, the second best team in the world by far. You've been showing it, right? And you're only struggling against Vitality. What is this season now like? How do you think of it? What are your thoughts on it closing?
I mean, obviously good. I think we could have won so many tournaments if we were not of them. But
if it wasn't for those meddling Vitality players,
really
we could have won.
It was a huge step for me. And
bro, if you can't beat the best, then you're not the best.
Happy, but now it's
that's how it goes,
really
man.
Disappointment, and
that's just what it is.
We were 0-2
Sorry.
in this.
That's life.
In the group stage, we went to the semi, so it was just a
no one's gonna be like, oh well.
Course, but, yeah,
if the best team wasn't here, then you would be the best team.
If Vitality, we could win some trophies, of course.
Yeah, that would be for anybody.
You want to say to all the fans out there, you had a lot of love in the crowd today.
Yeah, I mean, it's really.
If the winners didn't win, then you could win.
We're grinding our asses off for this tournament, and yeah, sad we couldn't.
No, that mentality is kind of not great, I guess.
New chances. We are gonna be back for the next season and do our best as we usually do. Thank you.
Like they've gone against them a lot, you know.
But for now, the journey ends here.
And I love that. Very eloquent despite the loss here once again to Vitality. 7th time that it has happened. This
7 times.
With so much on the line.
7 times they lost.
How does that round out the MOUZ side of this half of 2025 for you?
You know, honestly, I think Jacob kind of nailed it. I would echo the same kind of sentiments where I think it's going to be really hard today, tonight, tomorrow, for the next week to kind of see it. But I think at some point, like these players, and maybe it's the messaging the coaching staff is going to come back with after they take a break. This season, I think, should be looked at as a positive. Brand new IGL, brand new players stepping into the team. Yeah, you always struggled against Vitality, never figured that last piece of the puzzle out. You won a trophy. Did a lot of really good things if you're MOUZ, and those positives, again, they're going to be hidden for the time being, but that's something they should be focusing on too moving into the second half of the year.
I mean, let's emphasize this way. Falcons will make change, Na'Vi will make change, G2 will make change, FaZe will make change, MOUZ won't be changing anything heading into next.
And like, I felt so bad because I was just thinking of Liquor when you started rambling about being second all the time. And you know, I've never really been on that side of things, but I totally agree with what you said, Jacob.
Damn.
Literally, like, no, but literally, if you come into
damn, he said, damn.
You can't get over this one and beat
He said, yeah, I've never been in that position where you're second all the time. What a goat.
That's also good. Obviously, it sucks that you can never really break out, become the #1, but that's just.
Bro, so I couldn't imagine coming in second place every time I go to a tournament.
You're just not going to beat Vitality in this kind of form if you keep showing up and doing what you're doing.
I love you, Peter. You just got to flex on MOUZ all
yeah.
the way out.
He says, sorry, I've never been in a position where I keep losing the first place because I was first place.
Right let's check in with the bracket.
What an OG.
Exactly where that does tee us up heading into tomorrow's grand final. Of course, Vitality.
That was actually
a date with Destiny.
That was
it
tough,
feels
bro.
like in that Sunday grand final. But we do need to find them an opponent. Pain versus Mongol is going to be going down next. South America versus Asia. 2 teams on their deepest major run ever, and one of them will join Vitality in that grand final.
That's going to be a crazy game. I think this might be a crazy game. We'll see. Because I think both teams have something to prove.
In my sense, a rivalry is something that tests you to your limit and shows you your limits. It's something where There's a lot of emotion because of how hard it can be to overcome the rival. There's a beauty and poetry in it because the rival is holding up the mirror to your weaknesses and they're exposing them, and that's frustrating to deal with, but then you're forced to be honest with yourself and to try to work through it and to become better. And that is what both you and your rival want. And I think that's one of the most special things about competition. I think one of the things about the Fnatic Envy rivalry that was interesting is that French and Swedish Counter-Strike, I think, was really important to CS. With Envy, you had this kind of combination of like crazy firepower and personalities with that French energy. And then you also have on the other end of it, the stoic, calm, also villains of the time in the Fnatic roster, where they didn't show us the super deep level of strategy and tactics, but they showed a mastery of how to mid-round. As well, the AWP was obviously got nerfed thanks to JW and Kenny S, and so you also had in that rivalry the best AWPers, and the two AWPers that understood how to play aggressively with the AWP like nobody else. But I'm thinking back to the early days of CSGO with that kind of French-Swedish rivalry.
Just Nemo?
I'm thinking about that stylistic difference and how both of those teams were showing the best of CSGO in different ways. I think Liquid was very important to shaping narratives in North America because Liquid was really the first serious team in North America that showed a culture-defining change. Liquid had moments of much greater success than others. Later on, you got this addition of the Twist lineup, where eventually they did beat Astralis. This, I think, elevated all of North America along with it. It was necessary for them to do that because Astralis were showing mastery of the game in so many different levels that to compete against them was so infinitely difficult for basically anyone and everyone. And so everyone was studying Astralis, and Astralis were essentially making a student of the entire scene. And I think Liquid was one of the responses to the cultural impacts of Astralis.
The city of Austin right there. Look at that. You got the water, you got the traffic. Love me some Austin traffic. Dude, I was once doing like these drone shots in LA, and like those power lines that you saw above the water, I almost flew my drone into those fucking power lines because I didn't see it.
Let's go, Pain! Hey, let's go! Mongols! Let's go, Pain! Mongols!
I did some really scuffed shit with my drone, dude. Before they put in those like fucking regulations and stuff, like I literally brought my drone to LAX in the parking lot, and I did fucking aerial shots. Okay. Like, I literally went to the top floor of the LAX parking lot and flew my drone up to get, like, a nice B-roll of the traffic.
Respective shoulders. And you know what? I was worried for a second when
and
we
was
were
like,
getting
dude,
that fan check-in
this is a
because
sick shot right here. And I was like,
that,
I wonder why no one
Mongols
does
were the
this.
ones to eliminate
And then, like,
yesterday,
reality
but
set in,
we can breathe
and,
a
like,
sigh of relief, you know, there's
after
too
I
much Mongols hate
landed
in
it,
the
and I was
crowd
like,
by
holy
the sounds
fuck,
of
I'm
it.
pretty sure
I
I
think it's
just
going to completely switch. I
committed a
think
crime.
Mongols is going to be
I
the
need to get
favorite in
the
this
fuck
one
out.
in terms of the crowd. I think they're going to love it, which
Jumped
is
in my
actually kind of
car.
ironic because I think the crowd's going to be cheering against themselves in a way. When you think
I
about
don't know why. I just
having
wasn't
America's team
thinking,
going
bro.
deeper
I
into
got
the
this
match,
new
they've already made
drone.
the
It was it has like
bandwagon
4K
here.
rolls on it, and I was
That's
testing it
fine.
out, and I was
Really
getting
had a
6
team
shots.
to
I'm like,
root for
dude,
correctly, so
this is
we'll
dope.
take
Like
it.
all the shots are so
Let's
clean, so
jump on the
nice.
techno bandwagon. We do
You
have
know,
a few
and
words
I'm
with him
like,
before he
yo,
enters the
let me get some
semi-final.
nice shots of the
incredible game
LAX
yesterday
airport.
against FaZe.
And I
How
fucking
good
went
did
there,
that
and
make you
I was
feel?
flying it above like the traffic and
amazing,
stuff,
you know?
like literally in the airport.
The biggest win you guys have ever had on the stage, and now you find yourselves in the semi-finals. Obviously, this is
Man,
a
if I
big
flew this
deal
thing up,
because,
it would
again,
kind
you
of do
guys
some
break the record
something
for
bad, huh?
Asia,
If I flew
for
this thing a little bit
Mongolia
higher,
as well.
something
How
negative would
proud
happen,
do you
right?
think the community is of your achievement?
And every time I look up airport drone footage,
It's a
I never
really
find
wonderful
it
thing for
on any of these
small
third-party
country and,
websites
Asia region,
that sell
whole region.
footage of drone
Yes,
shots.
It's a very important win for us, and it's improving and getting better.
Wait.
But we cannot underestimate
Yo, I should get the fuck
today's
outta here.
opponent, because not just because we
Allegedly, right, in
we won
GTRP,
the
guys, it was in
yesterday,
roleplay.
and
Allegedly in
we
roleplay.
need to be more confident.
You were selling it? No, I wasn't selling it. I'm saying I made my own allegedly because I couldn't find any online.
Feels good.
I would regularly purchase B-rolls for like videos and stuff, and I was like, oh, I want to get some B-rolls for my video. I couldn't find the B-rolls I wanted, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll just go film my own B-rolls.
They were immediately jumping to the Mongols bandwagon.
I mean,
but now whenever you load up drone apps in real life, they have like restrictions. Like you can't, if you're in the vicinity of an airport, it won't even launch it. It'll be like, no, beep 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 beep, you can't do it.
They're never boring to watch. They play aim heavy. They go for the
I also
duels,
went to
and
like
they'll always give you some sort of entertainment.
Like a wildlife park in Vegas, or just outside of Vegas, to like get some nice footage. And then the fucking Rangers came out and got mad at me.
Maybe that's for the after.
They're like,
we talk about underdogs though. I would argue that Pain.
You can't do that
the bigger
here.
underdog coming into this stage
like,
of the major, coming into this
my
very
bad. They're like, we could
semi-final. I don't
find
think
you for
anybody
this,
expected these guys to be
I was
making
like,
it
sorry.
this deep in the major.
I didn't know. They're like, there's
One
signs.
team where you're just scratching your head this
And it was
deep into
like,
the major and like,
I was like, where? They're like, there's signs in the
There's
front.
a reason that Pain have
when you
proven
enter.
themselves to be
And I
the
looked
best
at the signs,
South
and it was
American
there wasn't
team.
any
They made a
signs
lot of
about
shrewd moves
drones. It was
in
like
terms
no
of upgrading the
ATVs, no.
talent
I
around
don't know.
them, even going for players that are
But
outside of
it
Brazil,
didn't really
from
matter.
Chile, from
I guess I was glad I
Uruguay,
didn't get a
and
ticket.
they've made it work in such short time. They've shown that, like many of the other
Yeah,
teams that are
I don't know,
adopting
dude. I
this
just
philosophy,
me and my
firepower is
drones.
Such an impressive form for
I had
Pain
some
to be
sick
showing
shots
here in
of
Austin. So
Vegas
let's get a
too.
few
Like
words
I flew
courtesy
my
of Big
drone
Zero.
like in Vegas, like around the buildings and stuff. I got some really sick aerial footage of.
You've now got the Brazilian crowd on your side and with you. How much does that mean to you?
Yeah, there's all these kinds of. I also had a license, so I had a drone flying license, but there's all kinds of restrictions now
Brazilian crowd is always amazing. Always so
on drones. Like you just can't
representing Brazil
fly them in certain places.
Major is a dream. So let's
Probably for the better, honestly.
And
So idiots like me don't do dumb shit. Get a license for a drone. In some places, yeah. In some places, you legitimately need like a $150 license that's given to you by like the FAA.
We just
You sign up for
the
and you pay
tournament,
for.
we didn't think that we could have made the same
And
final.
it lets you like fly it in, not restricted airspace, but so restricted, but it lets you
right now,
pilot it,
we just feel that
showing that like in certain like residential areas and
we are
stuff.
so close to the final. We are so close to get the trophy, and right now I think just the sky's the limit.
The sky is the limit, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
You're about to get some sick shots of yourself getting arrested as well.
Showing
True.
up for Pain Gaming today. Yeah,
Almost had a sick video. I got arrested at the airport. Real.
On their shoulders, Jacob. They've shown up.
Yeah, I'm actually,
you
know, allegedly very surprised that like
I think the way
security
they play
didn't come
Counter-Strike
out.
is very attractive
You know,
as well. I think the
because
whole
wouldn't
team
it show up as
chemistry
like a
within that
blip?
one is clear to see. They play as if they were a family. They speak about the game as if they have to treat it
Wouldn't
as
the
though they're
radar
family.
be like,
I spoke to Big Zero during the day off as well before
yo,
the playoff, and he said that if the player doesn't buy into going
is there
to
a really
team dinners,
small
if he doesn't
airplane
buy into
taking off
traveling
from the
together in
parking
the
lot?
airports, etc., they're
You
not
don't
going
see
to be
that?
part of his team. And that's a very cut
Like
way of doing it, but also a way of making sure that everyone is
Attention
buying
pilots,
into
we might have a
whatever the
small,
project is
we might
within
have a
gaming, and it's paying off right
baby-sized
now.
airplane taking off from the parking lot.
Kind of loyalty and that kind of familial bond.
Did we reroute for
first
this
of all,
shit?
he
Like
is
what
a
the?
father. Second of all, he's been with the Pain organization for about 6 years.
No, that's the problem. They're
That
usually
is
invisible.
Some
Fair
serious
enough.
dedication to a
Not if you're
team
low
that
enough, I
was
think.
only sometimes making the
That's
major
fair.
in general, let alone making a major playoffs
Yeah,
for the
maybe
very
if it's
first
low enough.
time.
I mean, I wasn't like flying it into the fucking air. Like my goal wasn't to fly it at a plane, dude. I just wanted to get some nice traffic shots.
They're gonna be like,
That's
oh, what do
all.
we do now? Like we actually have no idea where to go.
Big Guzera statue came off.
I just didn't realize how much he messed up that day. Thousands of people were mad about delays. That's just LAX on any day.
This isn't meant to shade in any way, but I'm watching that interview with Big Uzera, and he's got like this 1,000-yard
Raiders
stare in his
actually
eyes as he's like
tracking the transmitters in the
considering
aircraft.
the
Oh.
situation he's in. And we had him on the desk at the end of stage 3.
You don't have,
They didn't
like-
quite believe they qualified for the playoffs.
You don't
We
have,
heard
like,
him at
just
the end of the quarterfinal.
protection.
Didn't quite believe they won
Like
that match.
military
So, I
doesn't
mean,
just
I'm not
turn
even
off
sure
their
Pain thinks they can
transmitters,
win.
right? Like they detect planes because of
Well,
its
speaking of
like shape and
dedication
shit, right?
and loyalty, we have a hell of a lot of loyal fans
I can imagine
waiting outside
LAX
the
is
arena,
hectic at all
so let's
times.
check in with
Yeah,
them.
LAX is pretty hectic all the time. LAX,
Okay, so
one of the worst
before,
airports
it
to
was all the way
travel
for
in and out
Fury.
of,
Now
for sure.
Pain has beaten them. You're cheering on
My only
Pain.
2
You've come
flights
here
I've
to
ever
support
missed
them.
were,
How
well,
much do
actually
you
no,
believe
one,
that these guys can be the
I only
ones to
missed
do
one
it
flight.
and
It was
put Brazil in the
LAX.
grand
That was because I
final?
went to the wrong
Yeah,
terminal.
for us as
I missed one in
Brazilians,
Denver
we
because
always
I
cheer
forgot
for
my
the one
license.
like an
top
idiot.
right now. So we are focused cheering squad.
Vertigo's a
but
shit map.
If Pain
No, I will
right
not
now
elaborate.
is the best team, we're
Fair
going to cheer
enough.
them to the end.
They haven't
so
unlocked that
we
skill
are
tree
confident
yet.
that can beat Mongols today and to get a trophy on Sunday.
How proud would that make you if
Right,
you
for
see
military,
Pain
but
get to the
commercial, it
grand
doesn't.
final of
Okay,
the
well, I
Austin
just figured they
Major?
install like
Extremely proud because they came all the way from the
detection
Brazilian
for
team.
planes inside of
They came doing a
like not just transmitters, but just detecting things on the radar in general, right? I would assume, but I probably don't know if it's on that. Even if they did that, I don't think LAX would be bothered to do anything.
It's lovely to see, man. Good luck. Have fun. Let's see you in the arena.
Yeah, you'd think they'd have some like
Some good
devices
vibes
and stuff that
definitely
would
gonna
let
be
them see
going
when
on in the
people are doing
arena
dumb
today.
shit
Just to
like
go
that.
back to your point prior
'Cause I
to
mean,
that, Jason,
I'm
you said,
kind of an
you know,
idiot
Bizarro
for
couldn't believe
not
it when
thinking about
They
it.
made it through the first couple of
But
stages of the major.
at the same
Sounded
time,
like
it's
you
like I
couldn't
can't be
believe
the
they
only
were
idiot
actually
that
in the
would do something like that. You know what I
during
mean?
that interview either. Do you think
It was
that's
probably
a
early on where
blessing
that
or a
wasn't a
curse?
concern.
I think it's fine.
Like
I
for
think
people
if
doing
I'm
something
Big
that
Zero,
stupid.
those are the moments where I would
You know?
expect them to have those 1,000
But nowadays
yard stares
they
when you
must
kinda
have like a
consider the
okay,
enormity of the
people
moment, but
might
once you
want
get
to
into
do
the arena
this
and you start getting into
shit
your
where they
pre-match
bring a
routine with your
drone to
team,
the
your
airport
focus is
and
gonna
get
shrink
like
down to
because
just the
people do
task at
take
hand
shots
right
of
in front of you. You're
airplanes. I don't know
gonna
if you
lose
guys
sight
seen it,
of the fact
but there's
that, no,
people
you
that
shouldn't
follow
be in the
planes around. They'll be
semifinals.
like,
Nobody believed
guys,
you
look
could
at
be
this,
here. Nobody
look
had
at
you.
this
All
super
those
rare
details go away. So once you get
737
into the
taking
arena, I
off.
think we're gonna see a
Isn't
much
this
more focused,
crazy?
much more
And then people are like,
confident
dude, that's
I wanna
fucking
provide a bit of
crazy.
context
That's
for people
rare
who maybe doesn't watch
737.
Counter-Strike
You
every
know, and they
single
upload the
day
footage
leading
on.
into this tournament.
Like
A
that.
lot of the
Remember
notion
that
around
train that
Pain
got
Gaming
derailed?
They weren't even gonna
It
make
was by
to
some
stage
fucking
3, you
kid
know? A
that
lot of
like
people-
was obsessed
a lot
with
of people,
with
some people
trains. He
even had
like
them as the
loved.
0-3 pick
He loved
in
to
the
follow
stage 2
trains
pickings.
and take footage
Maui
of
being
trains.
one
He
of
like
them.
dumbass
People said
derailed
that,
an
nah, we
entire
don't believe in
train.
them.
Then did
They
like a
went into
vlog
this
on it,
tournament
like,
and have played a couple of
guys, I
tournaments
can't
with the
believe
stand-in,
this.
with the
I
coach,
can't
not with
believe
the
a
full
fucking
roster,
train
and people
derailed
kind
here,
of forgot how good
guys.
they were
I'm
at the beginning
first
of the
on
year, Maui. We
sea.
had them in top 10. We had them in the
Like
conversation in
actual,
Copenhagen where
I
they
don't know
made
what
playoffs
other,
at
just
the
a very
first
high
tournament, and
regarded
for some
individual
reason, we just forgot
decided
that
to
this year
derail a
these 5
train, then
players
vlog it and
now
be
being
like,
brought
oh
onto
my
the
god.
TDT as well, were actually great, solid Counter-Strike players.
Like I
So
wasn't doing
it's a big
that. Okay, I
surprise,
wasn't like,
yeah, but it's
let
not
me
like it
let me
came out of
fucking
nothing.
fly
They
a drone
showed
into a
before they
plane
could
and be
play
like, oh my
Counter-Strike
god, guys,
In
a
partially
disaster at the
code
airport.
and
I'm
partially
first on
just greater
sea.
context. I
Like
put
holy
them
shit.
0-3 because the tournaments leading up to this were
But
not
at
good
the
for
same
Pain.
time, there's people that would
Stand-in
probably want to
coach.
fly
Exactly. 3 tournaments ago, they were playing
like a
with
drone
coach and an
into an
academy
airport to
player.
take
One
like
tournament
up
later,
close
they came
footage
in
of a
last
plane,
place,
you know, and they
then
probably
another
aren't thinking
tournament,
about
they
it.
had to play half of their matches
So they must
with
be
their
prepared
coach.
for
They
that.
just
You can never
came
build
in and they
it,
weren't
right?
able to accomplish much. So we just didn't
I
really
would
have
think
proof of concept
that
this
I'm
team
not
was
the only
working.
one that
The
had the
foundation
brilliant
of
idea
Pain
of
has
like,
been strong
let me
for
get some
time
drone
now.
shots
They've
at the airport.
They've actually won
right?
games in majors. They've made it to a playoffs at
What
an
does
SU event
OM mean?
already this
It's an
year.
emote.
It's just
You
that
might
we
need
hadn't
7
seen what
TV
DGT
or
could
better
offer this
TTV
roster
to see
until
certain
the
emotes in
major
this chat.
itself. But it
We
is
have tons of them.
Before we dive into
Obviously,
the
we have
DGT
channel
side of the conversation,
emotes
tell
that
me
you
a little
get just
bit
from
about
subbing.
NQZ, one
You
of the
know,
more
shout
stable
out to the
players of
gifters
this
and
Pain
subbers.
gaming roster. And I
But
mean,
there's
you have
emotes that we
pretty
use that
big
are
words
across
to
the
say
board
about,
because like
his
Twitch has a
impact
limited
not only in the
amount, and
South
there's also
American
like
region, but in
universal
the
ones people like to
entirety of
use
the
that
Americas in
nobody
terms of
owns.
warming, right?
You know.
I would easily make the claim
Chat likes
that
to use those.
NQZ
Like a lot of the animated
not
ones and
only
stuff
is the
get used
best
by 7
offer in
TV.
Brazil, but in South America
If you want to go, I'll
and the
take you for a
Americas
flight,
region
Alex.
as a whole. There's simply a
That sounded like a
talent
threat.
when it comes to operas.
No, I'm actually
Noodle's here at
very
this event,
afraid
dog.
of
He's
airplanes.
co-streaming.
I'm not an
And he is
airplane
co-streaming. I've seen it.
enthusiast.
Yeah.
And especially
NQZ
not fucking
has
small
such a
ones.
great story in terms of the come up because you look at the
Like
trajectory
small
of the
airplanes,
teams that he played
scare me
on.
even
And
more.
at one point, he was playing for a Spanish-speaking roster. He
Feel
wanted to
every
move
fucking
out of
bump on those
Brazil
things.
in terms of trying to take his talent elsewhere and just see what he could do, punch up to the next level. And there's so many moments
Look
with
at the
NQZ
chat box
where
under Alex Cam, and it'll
he
say,
left
yeah, that's
Brazil
true.
behind,
That's why I do
but
have
at
the
the
chat
same
box so
time,
people
he
can
was
see
able to
emotes.
actually
Like
take
Trails
them
doesn't
down.
like
Like,
to use
he's
7TV,
defeated Fallen
but
not
Trails
just
loves to use
yesterday,
7TV
but he actually
emotes.
beat them before, like 3 years ago. So he's been on the map
Right,
for some time.
that's what we got going on
player,
here.
and I think the
So
stats showcase that right here.
I'll put the chat box in there. It should have like updated emotes and stuff you guys can see, but
That's the thing.
it's fun for people that maybe are on mobile. They don't have like add-ons and
If you
stuff.
ask Big Sarah, who's the
It's
sharpest
like,
tool in your
good for
toolbox,
them
who's the
too.
guy
Just
that can
to
open
see
up
what
the
the
game for
emotes
us,
are,
who's
but
the guy
yeah.
we have to rely on in
If
order
you
to
don't know
get
what a
into
word is, usually
tough
under the
scenarios,
chat box
get
right
into
here,
tough
you'll
games.
see the
You'd always
emotes.
point towards NQC. He's up for the task, Jason, always involving himself, and he's finding an awful lot of success.
So in about 90 minutes, we'll have the Mongols versus Pain game. Best of 3.
That much for your opening
Trails likes
attack
to use the
when you're relying
Coroni
on their
emotes. True,
performance
yes,
if they do go
specifically.
missing, 'cause, I mean,
We
obviously can see
specifically
that
have
with
Coroni
various
emotes
teams,
for
not
Trails
even
to
always
use.
with the superstar, just
So
one
Trails
player
can
who
feel
plays a
included.
really important role in how they like to play goes missing for just a little bit, and you fall into a hole.
things
and
we
it's
do
tough.
here.
And you talk about, you know, the journey that NQZ has had to
To
get to this very
accommodate our
stage. The
community.
community have had things to say about it at times, haven't they, Maui?
Unfortunately, they didn't always like him in Brazil, okay? Because
Yeah, it's a
when
small
he
plane. It's called a
defeated Fallen
Cub if you want to
years
look it
ago
up.
Yeah, you don't do
at
that.
the Rio Road to Rio event, they were calling him Judas. They were calling him a traitor because he was playing on a Spanish-speaking roster, and he took down the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
You're like a plain enjoyer. Heavy weather. Thank you for the sub.
Fallen
Appreciate
again
you.
in the quarterfinals.
Oh, so you fly
the one
these
that's
things?
actually speaking Portuguese this time. I feel like NQZ right now, he's getting his just desserts. He's already accomplished so much at this tournament. He's been such a great opper in general that he's
looks cool, but it would
his
scare
game
me
into
for
that
sure.
conversation of the best ones we have in this entire space. But we got to see him keep proving it if we want to find out if he's truly elite.
Well, and even keep proving it after this event. I mean, we highlighted obviously the difficulty of Pain, so there's some reasons why their first half of their season was a struggle. But all Brazilian teams have been weak for what, like 2 years now.
Yeah.
We've been having the conversation about who's the best Brazilian team, and like,
I'm gonna head out, take care of y'all. Tactical, get some good rest.
A step above the rest.
Hope you manage to get some
but
sleep.
What happens a week from now? What happens after the player break? Is Pain and QZ still going to be here? Is Legacy and Dumao still going to be around Fragging? We have no idea.
And it kind of begs a question for me, or reminds me of a question that we were asking when they added DGT to this roster, right? Like, I didn't really understand how the logistics were going to be working in terms of the language.
Wish I could skip the itchy stage of a first tattoo.
This is the first time
Shit's
DGT
unbearable.
has ever spoken
Oh yeah,
Portuguese
it does
for
feel a little
team.
rough.
And so Big Uzero, we caught his ear actually after they were able to qualify for the playoffs.
There's certain parts about getting a tattoo that
when
suck.
He's speaking fast for some reason.
I think the worst is like when they have to do like line work and they're like, and then also coloring and shading in the same day.
So for Pain to actually be able to make
suck.
it this far, even through an arena game where I'm
Dude,
sure DGT
coloring and
is
shading
really
sometimes
bombs,
feels
it's
awful.
a testament to the fact that sometimes CS gets a little bit messy, but if you can shoot your way out of it, it's fine.
It's a testament to how well the system is working.
Ribs pretty bad in underarm. I didn't have a bad time with ribs and underarm, but
a testament to potentially where Pain could grow.
to be fair, actually under here, under my bicep was really rough right here. I hated that.
Well, one
That
would
sucked.
argue if you take some Portuguese lessons and they figure that out, maybe
My chest was kind of whatever. There's parts of my chest like over the sternum that were rough
communication in Counter-Strike
because
is
of the bone
vital
there.
for a team, especially on a stage when you can barely hear what's going on, especially when
Does
the
it really hurt
pressure's
that
on.
much to
So
get a
it's very
tattoo, or is it just
impressive
hype?
they've gotten so far without
So like
well, let's check in with another player.
a
From the side of
tattoo is
Pain.
like
It's
literally
Snow,
death
James
by a
Bond.
thousand needles, okay?
Snow,
Like it's not
you
like
are
the
the
tattoo
youngest
gun goes in
Brazilian
and you go
player to ever enter the
like start
semi-finals.
screaming and dying.
Is
What
that
happens
crazy to
is
you?
Yeah,
tattoos
it's so
take
crazy
hours,
because I
and
was watching the Luminosity and
like
SK
over
play in
time,
the major,
it's like
and
okay,
when
yeah, you
I
went over
was
this area,
so young, 10 years old,
right?
And
then
now it's my
they went
time
over the
to play
area
the
again, and they
semifinals
go
for
over
a
the area
major.
again,
Bro,
and they go over
this
the area
is
again,
the
and it
same
just
for
feels
me,
like
and
you're being
the
cut
feeling is crazy.
like hundreds of
Feelings
times
are
in the same
crazy, and
spot.
I'm sure it was the
you know?
same when
And
you played
over time,
Fury,
like your
because
skin gets
I've seen
raw
the video 6 years
from
ago
being just like
where
cut up
Fulham
the
was
whole
playing
time.
CS with you when he was teaching
So
you, and
that's
you just beat him.
that's the
What
pain
did
in
he
the
say
ass.
to you after?
Okay,
Did
it's
you
just
talk
over
at all?
time it just it's like it becomes
Not
from
too
like yeah,
much,
this is whatever I don't care to like really excruciating
bro,
because
he's
of
my
hours
idol.
of
He's
getting
a legend from Brazil,
cut up
all
in the
the
same
respect
place
for
over and
him.
over.
And yeah, it's the student
But I describe it as like it just kind of feels like a cat claw.
That means he taught you very
like scratching
well,
you.
but I want to
It's like
ask
yeah, that's
you,
fine.
You are very
but
young,
after
you're on
hours
stage,
of the
there's all
same
this crowd,
spot
there's
being
all this new
scratched,
stuff.
you know,
you had a
it
little
fucking
taste
sucks.
of it back in Cluj.
And also, yeah, there's certain
but this
areas,
is
especially
different.
like line
But
work
I
to
still
me is
see you
fine,
smiling.
but coloring
I
when
still
they
see
do
you
coloring
hyping
and
doing the
shading,
same thing.
there's
So
certain
what
parts
does it feel
that
like to you? Does
like
it
they
matter?
might go over
Doesn't matter,
a
bro.
couple
I-
times,
in
and it just
every
it just
moment,
fucking
in every
sucks.
place I will do the same.
Like
I
under
will
here, I
smile
remember
in the
because
same
there were
way.
certain spots
I
where
will,
he would
hype
like
the
really
same way,
dig
my
in
team,
hard, my artist,
and I love
and
to
it just
play
felt
with the
awful
crowd, bro.
because it was already like I already had
always,
line work done
when I
there, and
do
he already
a
started
good
the shading
round,
process, and he was like getting into
guys,
coloring, and I
let's
just
go.
was like,
Bro,
dude, I want to
this
get the
is
fuck out of
awesome for
here.
me. This is
I don't want to be here
incredible.
anymore.
But it's crazy when I'm looking at this that you're doing this so confidently, and yet obviously you're very new to this. So you have this confidence. You're never scared. You're never worried.
Never, bro. I just play my game and just smile and be happy.
That's a very good outlook that you should have on all of life. I'm impressed by it. Going up against the Mongols today, obviously they're coming in as the favorites, but they've shown you that they can fight even against some of the very best teams in the world. Do you think this will be the toughest match here of your career?
Yeah, I think will be the toughest match and the most important, you know, because being in the semifinals in a major and we can make it to the finals, you know, and yeah, it's the dream to win, and yeah, it will be a tough match. They are, of course, a good team. They are the favorites, but we are Brazilian. We have a dream. We are here to
They
play
might be the
major,
favorite, but
and
we are
let's go,
Brazilian.
guys.
You can see just how much it means to Snow to be making it to the semi-final stage. Of course, he does allude to the fact that Mongols, he views them as the favorites coming into this particular matchup. I think that is the correct analogy.
I mean, to be honest with you, I think this can be a close game and this can be a competitive series, but for me, in my mind, this is a must-win match for Mongols. Like, I'll be so disappointed if they don't win this.
But
I'll be crushed if they don't win this.
But Snow will be so sad.
That's
and
fine.
I would hate to see that.
That's fine. We all
Yeah,
have
that
to
guy's
learn
just making,
lessons
like,
in
every
life,
time
probably.
the camera is on his
Now.
face, he's just making a face, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, seriously.
He, like, puts the face away, and when the camera's on him, he does a face.
Yeah. Okay, they're one of the elite teams in Counter-Strike that we have. They've got some players that are really vying for being top 20 in the world this year. And
Does the guy not own a mirror? Like, what's going on, bro?
Yeah, it's a cool team.
Does
you know,
Bro
for
not
many
have a
different
mirror
reasons.
at
Senzu
home?
obviously have had a great tournament, but also when you consider the age of some of these players, it's kind of crazy to think about. One of the youngest teams ever
He's
to make
doing
it this
too
far in
much.
a major, and as a matter of fact, if they were to win, which they should be, I agree, they would be the youngest team ever to make a major final. Average
He's
age
trying to be a
of
meme but
20.5
failing.
or
I
something
don't know,
like
man.
that.
It's just
It's
some
crazy,
some
Jason.
people
You're
like
38.
kind of.
I'm 38. I know. I'm very old.
Some of them are funny, but some of them are a little too cringe.
But wait, hasn't Techno been to like 4 majors? This is like his 4th or 5th major.
Like,
or
do
something
your
like that? He's,
bit
like,
and
20
move
years
on,
old.
right?
All with Blitz.
Yeah, he's just killing
Do
it.
your like
ridiculous.
big
I mean,
Chungus
those
bit
two
or
have
the
been
bit
playing
where the
for
guy's
5
like
years
sucking the
together,
dick or
back on the
you know
Checkmate
put up the
lineup,
bald
where
sign
they
and
started
move
in
on.
Mongolia,
But I'm gonna stand
honestly,
here and make
like,
faces
what they've
for
done with
2
that
fucking
region, with
interviews for
Mara
30
behind them,
minutes.
just
I'm gonna
calling the
stand behind
shots,
somebody making
some
faces.
cutthroat moves,
I don't get that.
Cutting a brother, bringing
maybe-
a younger
maybe this is,
brother
like,
in.
peak.
Talking about Mazinho here.
Doing what?
It's been
There was
ridiculous
a-
how
I
much
don't-
talent that they've found.
Just
Such a
imagine the
region
kind
that
of
has been
memes that you see
underserved.
at gaming conventions.
Anybody want to chime in
all right?
on where they think the picks and bans will be going?
Like
with
this is
one?
the
Is there
big
anything we gotta look out
Chungus
for?
crowd, you know what I
I'm
mean?
thinking that this should be a Mongols pick of Mirage and a Pain pick of Nuke. I feel like, okay, actually we're going to get Nuke as a decider. I almost feel like if I'm Mongols here, I would have wanted to ban Nuke just because Pain have shown a lot of comfort on it. So to see Anubis come out for the Pain side, that's got to be the only real surprise for me here.
I echo the sentiment. You know, I'm looking at those 2 maps and I'm thinking to myself that should be decent, but having Nuke as a 3rd decider map right there for the Mongols, that's not bad.
I was just thinking Apex was wrong. He thought these teams would be bringing Inferno into the mix. He said both these teams want to play Inferno. He's expected to be
Why
in
would
the grand
production even
finals
let the
tomorrow,
crowd
so
from
maybe he's
behind them?
banding
I mean, it's
against each other at the
entertaining.
moment.
It's good shots.
But I just
They do that in sports and news and stuff. I think it's fine.
And this kind of an arena, I'm in.
910 Senzu. They've been kind of names that have been on the tip of our tongue, and I love that we got to see so much from them yesterday in this arena.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Senzu
I got a
has
gold
been
point
lighting it
today.
up in terms of what
Sheesh.
he's able to accomplish for multi-fragging with the AWP. Another guy who was
Congrats.
just plucked from the LAN cafes of Mongolia. He was found from playing Money 10 matches in LAN cafes, which is why his Steam hours were like 2,000 something when he got picked up on this roster. Like, his story is ridiculous, and he has been just rock solid because, dude, when you got like 10 Mongolians yelling around you, I'm not sure if a crowd of Americans is really going to sway you all too much.
Well, the story will continue for the Mongols, or will it if Pain have anything to do with it? It's going to be going down in the semi-finals after this short break.
You didn't get a gold, Alex. Yeah, I know, dude.
Mongols represent the underdog, and they play very aggressive in your
Alex,
face
I got
and-based
gold.
Counter-Strike.
I got
All
gold
the
in
names
pick'ems.
in the
You
team
didn't get
can
gold.
stand out,
Yes,
but
dude.
Senzu and 910
Thank you.
especially, so I think they can be the game changers for both of the team as
And the
star
world
rifler
keeps
and the
spitting.
All.
No, I'm
910,
asking.
I
Oh,
think
you're
it's the
asking.
lack of
Okay.
hours
No, I
and
didn't get
lack of
gold.
experience, but
No, I got
pedigree in
fucking
which he
destroyed.
approaches the
All right.
game, he looks like he's been doing it for a lot longer.
Face
than he
silver
has,
over
and
Vitality gold.
He's in the conversation for one of the best AWPers in the world.
It ruined us.
This is a team that is taking baby steps in world count.
Must I remind you of the failure to get gold coin?
To the server, it's well fleshed out. It's playing the top
Yes,
tier
please
meta,
remind
it's bringing
me.
their own flair. It's just
Please
experience
remind
on the
me
big
of my
stages is
personal
what they're still gonna get.
shortcomings.
If Mongols continue on this trajectory, they can and will go down as the best team from the Asian region in Counter-Strike. of all
I'll take the
time.
silver.
They
It
continue
is what
to
it is.
compete against the world's best. They're not a gimmicky team.
We'll take the
They are
silver.
actually building time and time again on what they bring.
What
to
can
the
you do?
match. Considering the type
Crazy-
of Counter-Strike
crazy
this
major.
team has been playing in recent history, they should be in the top 8, the playoffs of the major.
What'd you do today? Did you sleep and do whatever? No people outside, so no people watching, I guess. We're just hanging out. Or just hang out, the two of us. Want to get you in the camera. Look at that. Very serious business here in the back of the chair. If you guys couldn't tell. Very serious stuff. We took a nap. We ate food. We watched maybe one person working outside. And now it's backup chair time, where she'll probably pass out soon. Okay. Backup chair time. Let's fucking go. She's looking at you like you have some nerve to be looking at her. I know. That's how she treats me. She treats me like a fucking peasant in my own house. Isn't that crazy? Doesn't pay any bills. Doesn't help with rent. Doesn't cook. Doesn't clean. Barely cleans herself. I have to fucking brush her. Clean her. And then has the audacity to look at me like I'm the issue. Like I'm causing problems.
Of course, I want to make the grand finals. We still have the semifinals to play.
I never think about I was like playing in the major stage and dream coming true.
Whoever comes next is going to be a really tough match.
Right now, Mongols, they're not backing down. The major is where they find their stage breakthrough.
And QZ, that's a collateral. Pain with their back against the wall are putting on a fight. The Mongolian flag is firmly planted in the Counter-Strike map. It could all end right here and now. It's generational clash. Individuals playing their game, their way, and it takes them to a next stage, to the semi-finals.
Well, hey, Austin, are we still in the building?
Woo!
It sure as hell looks like it. Let's give a goodbye to some of our teams we've already said goodbye to. How about a na 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 na
na na na na? Hey, goodbye.
Had to be done. We do have to keep eliminating teams. That's how it works.
True, and that's how we arrive here at our last semifinal. And yeah, one more team to get their spot in the grand final. They just get the cue, and we have to wait just a little bit longer for our players. I get it. They want to be ready, you know, and I'm sure they're looking forward to being right there, being lifted to the ceiling, and to walk through this arena. You guys have been absolutely incredible, and I think you're going to be fantastic in this moment as well.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. Austin, you surprised me on Thursday. You blew my socks off yesterday, and you keep showing up. I want to say thank you to all of you for coming out here and sticking to the major process. We all came here for Counter-Strike. We're going to keep that one going. Speaking of the Counter-Strike, Efya, what we have on our hands
That's my girlfriend? Oh, congrats, bro. Does she know you?
A place that they maybe shouldn't have been, but they're here now.
Absolutely, and we heard there the storytelling from Maui about NQZ already, the fact that he's been doing this, but nobody really expected them to oust Furia and Fallen as the chosen one. And now that does mean that all of the pressure is on their shoulders, because Brazil was looking at Furia. Now they are all looking at Pain. But we heard it from Snow. He's just so excited to play here.
Yeah, and you know, we look back just a little bit further, and again, we are waiting to get these teams on the stage, so in case you're curious what's going on. If we do look back just a little bit further, all the way back to this little city known as Cluj-Napoca, where the Mongols would win to advance 3-0 into the playoffs. So, in historical fashion, the Mongols have won this one before.
It's true. You've already witnessed the elation on the one side, the heartbreak on the other in our previous series, and that's what it's all about. That's what Counter-Strike is all about. The emotions aren't going to become smaller in this next one. The hope of a nation on the shoulders of Pain and Mongols.
Yeah, which is what we want right here, right now. Austin, somebody make some noise. Let's get this semifinal going.
Woo! Sheesh. Oh, they look locked in. Yesterday they looked a little scared, but today they look fucking ready. Yeah, today they look, no one's booing them. They look locked in.
the Mongols. They've thrown down the favored sons of this arena, but now can they steal their power and take it to a trophy?
Minus phase. The lights are sick. Why is Snow standing like he's in an album cover though? Bro is posing. I'm always rooting for the underdog. Well, in this case, it should be Pain. Off these nuts. What the hell?
Pain. They've already cast down the idols of their region. But now, there's another hurdle to overcome. Can they continue?
All right. Which one of these teams are going to lose the vitality? Let's find out.
The stages, the deepest of runs. This is the furthest that either of these squads have ever found themselves in a major playoffs. dupreeh, you have been in that exact situation, albeit quite a while ago. What kind of emotions do you think are going through these guys' heads right in this very moment?
As of right now, they will only be focusing on one thing, and that is just go in and play the counters that they know as a team they can play. They know that the pressure is
use the bathroom real quick.
Obviously, sitting down right now is them to determine whether or not they're going to go forward to the grand final. And both teams are going to be putting them a fight. There's definitely going to be nerves on it. You know, it's teams that hasn't been playing them like this many playoffs, and obviously major playoffs is still uncontested territory for a lot of them. But both of them stood out the things that went on for them in the quarterfinal. They showed they can play on the biggest stages. So for them to move on now, there's a lot on stakes for both teams.
Yeah, well, especially for Mongols, that's the big thing in the quarterfinals yesterday, right? That phase win has to be the talisman that ignites this team, because all the struggles themselves, having to learn how to play the game, rise through the game, coming out of Mongolia in a region that didn't have a whole lot of support, and all the struggles you've had failing on stages in the past, and individually and as a team. That win over phase has to be the launching point for them, where finally they're ignited and they know they can win these matches. And now you're the favorite in one against Pain. This has to be a win for Mongols.
And we can't understate how much pressure you experience when you walk out on this stage, right? Sure, you've done it once in the quarterfinal, but when we look into the side of Mongols, sure, we may have seen them as an underdog if Pain weren't here in this situation. Being the favorite, that's a whole nother kettle of fish, right?
I think that Mongols are taking on the favorite hat here, right? You know, with walking into this stage, you know, seeing that there's many showing up to watch them play Counter-Strike. You know, that is the dream coming true. As a Counter-Strike player, you want to be making a name for yourself, and Mongols has already done that, not only as a team, but also as individuals. So the Mongols, they come in with a big thing to do. They have what it takes, and I'm sure that they're going to bring the fire to this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, on the other side, it's going to be a big test as well, because Pain, I think they're massive underdogs in this, but they've got firepower, and they've got players that can catch you off guard, and they are playing with that luxury of, yeah, we're not supposed to be here. We've already kind of won in our minds. We've already kind of made it as far as our goals were set. Everything from here is house money. So Pain, I mean, they should have no fear, no pressure whatsoever, and if you can bring that style that they have out into the game, they can actually be a huge issue for Mongols.
Oz, very much going in that same vein, Jason. You said, you know, it would be a massive loss if Mongols were to stumble here. You think they're taking it?
Oh, absolutely. Mongols, they should be taking this one. They should be sweeping it as well.
Well, it is time to get this show started. Mongols versus Pain in our second semi-final.
You ready to spend your Saturday night watching some Counter-Strike, Austin? I definitely am. We have a server, a semi-final stacked full of next-generation Counter-Strike talent.
We've got Dark Horses taking on underdogs. Mongols, a top 5 team in the world against Pain, trying to salvage a disappointing season.
And these very players were inspired by events, moments, and stories just like this one. Mongolia versus South America. Guaranteed 5 fresh faces in the major grand final. And it starts on Mirage. Always starting on the attack are Mongols. No exception here.
And this is where they started the series yesterday against FaZe, their map choice. Slower start, not straight in towards A. Flash forward on ramp. Contact taken. DGT and Senzu exchange a glance. 9-10 out mid. P250 in hand. Perfect weapon for the job, but could get blindsided. Opening exchange.
Testing his reactions there. Davadeus pulls
Pistol
his
round,
crosshair
okay.
and gets away unscathed. A split and spread attack to start.
Mongols on T side. Red to start.
Might be able to find the bomb here on the back of Blitz in no man's
Pain
land.
on CT side. Blue to start. Pain opens up with the first shot. First kill.
They've lost their captain. The head of the snake taken off, and immediately you see them writhe awkwardly in response. Senior clawing one back, but look at this from Davadeus. He just puffs up his chest, says, let's fight, let's go.
P250 for the X Factor now. Senzu, can he win a 1v3 to start the campaign for Mongols?
That would be a very big statement, Chad. Cautious yet aggressive. 3 targets on his screen. It was just a matter of time. The youngest Brazilian in a major semi-final, Snow, lets them know early.
We got 2 of the 3 youngest players in the major in the server right now. Mazinho on one side, Snow on the other, and this started perfectly. Big U0 against Blitz. These are 2 in-game leaders who take up star positions, star roles, and have to deliver. So seeing the 2 locking horns immediately. Bit of a mirror matchup. You got the Young Bucks, Snow and Mazinho, they're anchors on other sides of the map for this one, sure, but will need to deliver under the pressure of a major semi-final. Eco now for Mongols. And all bets are off in this one. Saw them yesterday against FaZe with some bangers on the Deagles, looking to replicate that. Top mid, dual taken, NQZ, the opener. This time not with the AWP, just the MP9, and they're just going to continue to push the issue top mid, so this one should be swept under the rug.
A test for DGT.
He's going to chip in from stairs, so let's see. They should be able to mop this one up without too many issues. Caught in no man's land.
They've done it before, have the Mongols. Their Deagles, especially 9-10 up that ramp. They can hit shots. 9-10, a second one. Seriously good output. A couple of $100 into some pistols, and they'll take 2. They'll force 2 down.
Okay, at least it wasn't flawless if you're looking at it from the positive side of the Mongols' perspective. That was an eco. They do some damage now. They're able to find the punish. The AK is invested upon.
That's kind of sick.
Bravo, game on, round 3. Let's get the guns out.
Looks like an A split with pace.
He's quick with this. Look at the path. It's so aggressive, and NQZ arrives just in time. Big Uzera, crossfire established. He's gone aggressive and unchecked. Big pressure onto A. NQZ unchecked onto the stairs. Fight. Techno crumbles. And Mzinho just a 1 clawback kill. A second is lovely. Quick tap to the face of Big Uzera. Blitz late to the party. Snow goes look and gets the answer. MP9 not playing scared, and look at that, veins popping as the underdogs start strong.
And NQZ not stopping with those openers. He has just had a phenomenal output for this team in their major campaign.
Right.
Stage 2. Well, now
as someone who's a marching band, there's 1000% a Trump thing to do main character syndrome.
Brazilian Counter-Strike with that.
But isn't that like a big sports thing in Brazil though too?
Look at this team
go. But they bring like
come this far. Who says
like musical instruments to like football events and shit.
Beautiful start now.
That's pretty common for sporting more so than in America, where it's more main character syndrome here.
And all of that momentum can be sucked out of the room.
You mean Vuvuzelas?
Going to have pace, just going to feel things
out.
No,
just musical instruments in general.
Towards B apps.
Doesn't have to be just
mid, bomb over towards A ramp. Pressure now for Mazinho looking for the fake.
Yeah, one hell of a fake, because he commits, drops down, and actually, he nearly had
like they had someone in the background earlier on a drum.
DGT though at range, he ain't playing scared. There is that con slip that, never mind, not a problem. Blitz thought he'd caught him off guard, a little side swipe.
They had somebody earlier doing like a drum thing in the background.
And yeah, this partial investment has got Mongols nowhere.
You can see what they're going for there. Mazinho traditionally lurking over towards A. He'll be through ramp or palace. They send him over towards B to help sell that fake with a flash forward. DGT, it's a messy spray with the new addition. He's done the hard work.
Don't give Senzu an AK in space and an opportunity to take Jules. Davadeus loses his head. Now Bogdan Flores put the AWP on Bigu. Should be fine. Quick one tap to the head. Oh!
Wow.
I'm telling you now, though, Senzu's not feeling that playoff wobble anymore.
Well,
he's looking like his old self.
Let's see if we can bring life to this game. He was the fire starter against FaZe yesterday. It's a couple of nice shots. They're getting into things, starting to warm in, but this is still a 4-0 start.
Yeah, they're looking very calm, very composed to start from Pain. A CT start feels very leisurely when you pick up the pistol.
Well, when you look at it, Mirage, it's a map that both of these teams haven't
Everything
really
good for
played
Pain.
an awful lot in their major campaign so far. 2 for Pain, both against VP. 1 for Mongols.
It is looking good for Pain.
Yesterday.
We'll see if they can keep up the pressure.
Might slow down the pace right now and go a bit more for a default spread, but aggressive middle from Davideus. Is there a
I feel like Pain might have a hot start, but they might cool off.
The nade instead. He breaks the smoke. Davideus. Actually, no, excuse me.
That's kind of how I would see it.
So perhaps he was just looking to kind of catch any early progressions and will back away. Oh, into the Senzu AK. That's a lovely start.
Like, once Senzu's on and 9-10 is hitting shots, I feel like this might get very awkward.
Their opening kill. Mongols must convert this.
This is more what we saw against FaZe, right? They were getting the mid control, then the second wave of utility, blitz in through the underpass, smoke and deep con, window smoke as well, but the NQZ AWP over towards B could be the difference maker.
You're right. Sure, it's not going to be an opening
They're
kill
hyping
this
up
time,
for
but
Mongols
it
now.
definitely could be a closing double. Interesting, the AWPer, solo B, but throws the smoke.
Worried about Cap, the slip is in.
Yeah, and they're going to see that as an invitation. They're actually pushing straight through that smoke. NQZ, they're past his sight line. He's feeling so much pressure. Relieves a little. Takes down Mzinho. Hey! Wing it on round to find out.
Wow.
NQZ, an explosion of brilliance. They're
Good
coming
round.
at him from every angle, and he hits them. The impact.
That's what we wanted to see out of Simple
reverberates
yesterday, man.
In the Moody center, blitz in the clutch.
If we had that on Simple yesterday,
First engagement can't handle DGT, and he's tapping his chest. He's letting him know. Introduces himself to an arena. In a semi-final matchup up against favorites, Mongols.
Mara's going to take the tactical timeout. There's been quite the pace to this. That was the first default round, only the second rifle round. Sure, it's 5-0. But the next gun round, make sure 9-10 can get that AWP in his hands.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Took on Simple yesterday, won that head-to-head.
And you need something to counter this NQZ explosion. Let's see this one again. Senzu gets a lovely opener.
Felt like a pre-fight,
yeah,
didn't
that's
it?
my face too. And then this one, when he slips past Mzinho screaming, careful shot, it doesn't matter. Oh, and the third is just, mwah, chef's kiss.
Pins 9-10's head to the back of the wall.
An iconic spot for Brazilian AWPers.
Yeah, and the heart on display today. Well, they are going to buy in, so there'll be no AWP come next gun round. They're going to fight for this right now, Mongols. They're going to put their firepower on display.
Oh.
Window smoke and a leg shot through. Unconfirmed damage.
I really had to say AWP, not op.
But still, with Blitz up in mid, there is a little bit of a window
Fair.
of opportunity. Lots of
dear.
friction here. NQZ, he's been spotted. 9-10 anticipates the push, though. Despite the flashbang, he's not going to get a thing. NQZ sets him up. Mzinho slips out the palace. Needs a quick one tap. Has 2 on his screen. And Techno there in support, forces him away. Mzinho in combination makes it a 3-on-3. A smoke to play around, but Mzinho pushes through.
What is this?
Big Zero slips past.
Wait, that was pretty crazy.
Where did he go? Nobody knows. They can't find him. Senzu's on the crawl. That leg shot doesn't seem to stop him because a blindside headshot. There's the fade. That's the frag. And a clutch for Davideus. Oh my God, he could do it, you know. Oh,
wow.
Dink as well. A single point of health
Almost
in
did,
it.
holy.
That's how Mongols get there first.
They put a stop to the run with their brute force, their aim on display, light on YouTube.
That was kind of close.
Shots,
That was a little close.
And adding around to that tally.
Chad, this is such a brawl.
This is what we want to see.
They said,
All bets are off in
I
this
thought they
one.
said chat.
33, we're fighting.
They said, chat, this is such
Oh,
a...
and a dink as well. Techno has secured Mongols their first. Is it the first of many?
Let's see, the Pride of Mongolia can make a dent right now.
1 HP is crazy.
Money already wavering. NQZ cannot get out the AWP. 5-7 for Snow, Mac 10 for 9-10. A execute.
Feels like there's a lot of bodies to receive this. Senzu is going to be the spearhead. Clears through. trying to see what they can find at long range. Mag-10's good success to start.
I'd be considering the save.
You might be, especially now with the smokes completely obfuscating the site. You're already a man down. Cut your losses.
And get out of dodge. And a moment for us to reflect. The crowd knows what that means.
Ooh, is this a save?
Go back to Cluj.
Yippee!
Towards the start of the year, Coware still in that Pain roster. These two teams locking horns. The only head-to-head between Mongols and Pain in 2025. 3 maps, 2 of them went overtime. This evening could be a bit of a delight if we keep this up. So far, Brawly Counter-Strike, individuals on display.
My favorite.
And the hunt isn't going to net 9-10 anything. So straight in towards an A execute. 5-2, 3-round gap. That save keeps them threatening into the next. Don't invest anything with the loss bonus getting injected. 2,400 to follow up.
Oh, there's a clear intention off of the rip here, Chad.
Well, okay, from A to B. The Alexi V special. Blitz top mid, selling this peppered down. 2 HP. Blitz needs to stay alive. Setting up for the B execute.
There's no one home apart from this double on short side, so no one can get close enough.
But it's the 5-7.
Yeah, it's not the weapon for the job. Blitz
so
through
low.
mid, but Davideus has had his attention draw. He turns around. That's the snow test, and the 5-7 does connect. Hold on, hold your horses. We're losing Mongols. 9-10 and Senzu half health.
Ooh, nice molly.
Overextension from Snow. Senzu will dispatch of him.
This is a very dangerous angle right here.
Suspicious smokes onto the site.
Very
Biguzera
dangerous for them.
Trying to time his next engagement. He goes looking for answers, and that might be
The timing might fuck him.
the end of him. That's what 9-10's hoping for.
Give a minute still.
Found it.
Wow.
And 9-10 just hits a cracker.
See you later, DGT. Oh, he's coming back.
Is he?
Looks like he's getting away. What's the fight? DGT not giving this one over just yet.
Yeah, he can back
No,
his
you
aim
tell.
on this one. Senzu likely to give him that quick flick. Oh, gets info. And he's still alive and kicking. Does he want to reposition? Does he want to give it up?
Wow.
He ain't having any of it.
That was spicy. And see, he doesn't know their health. Like, and this is one of those situations where if we had the old system in Go where you could tab to see how much damage you did to somebody, I guarantee you he goes for it.
Let's see if it can deliver today.
Well, maybe not with
Not
40
only
HP. Maybe
Senzu,
that is
but I mean,
questionable.
9-10
But I
is
feel
the
like
one
because
that
he
I feel has
doesn't
never
know,
been in the
he's like,
conversation
okay, they
for
could be at a lot of
disappearing in
health
playoffs.
still.
Maybe an off game.
It's worth maybe saving,
But this
right?
guy just doesn't seem impervious to pressure.
I don't know.
That shot right there.
They're all like one tap,
yeah, really
basically.
Not easy. You're not pre-aiming that on the jump up. That's just reactions. An off angle from Biguzera, but it doesn't work out. 2v2 goes 2v1, goes 3-5.
Yeah, Snow under a lot of pressure here. I agree with your sentiment of the overextension.
This one.
Yeah, he's really just overplayed his hand there. So a great shot, and there's that adjustment from 9-10. So
Maybe too dangerous no matter what, but he knew where they both were. He saw both of them.
Now, AWP out for 9-10, not the same for NQZ.
He knew that one was on site, and he knew that one was apartments. If it had said all I have to do is land one shot on either one of them,
continue this type of pace.
that's worth going for.
Now that the AWP's in the mix, will they slow things down? Now they're aware that they have the sniper advantage. Rash utility towards mid. 9-10 across the island box, poking up for the short fight. Standard CT hold right now. The only difference is the AWPer, NQZ with a rifle playing Joker towards A. Highlighted here in Sandwich. Mago overlooked with the execute. Techno through ramp, Mazinho through Palace. The other two still parked in mid. With 1:20 on the clock, plenty of time to reroute. The key for this, Pain, how long can you hold on to
Why is everyone living on Mirage?
3 smokes.
Usually like other, I don't know, it just depends.
With 1 minute left, you might want to start spilling those forward to make Mongols' time for map control a little bit harder.
They usually will ban out the team's best map or want to play their best map. It just kind of depends. Mirage is usually
be a round winner right now.
an all-around map.
It's not a round winner at all. He's actually an opening death. Significant
play.
damage.
All on DGT.
They all collapse. Yeah, DGT left on his own.
Wow.
And Mongols, that's the most convincing we've seen out of them so far. Just a flurry of frags in unison.
That's what I mean.
Favorite four-letter word right now for Snow.
It's like...
Has to save again, but the loss bonus is starting to build.
It's like Pain started out hot, but now...
You have to get that NQZ AWP back out.
Mongols
so
are turning up.
Mongols broke through without it. There's that love that they were getting back in Dallas just a few weeks ago. Carried through to Austin. Slayed FaZe yesterday, sent Elige home, but still enjoying what this underdog or dark horse, they've been a top 5 team of the season, has to offer.
I really like actually Blitz in the interview saying that he was confused as to why they weren't seen as the favorite in that FaZe affair, claiming they've been top 5 all season long. But playoffs has always been a different kettle of fish for the Mongols. Not today, taking down their biggest stage scalp in FaZe in that quarterfinal.
Yeah, breakthrough match, and right now the pressure is on Pain. Ricks on the mic. A coach that throughout this season has had to stand in. Pain have had their woes. This has not been an easy season whatsoever, one that I would frame of disappointment. Roster changes, medical issues, visa issues, academy players, and the coach having to get on the mouse and keyboard.
It made it hard to place them.
Definitely so. But this late resurgence, this pop-off, this
like favorite versus favorite to win are two different things, though, too.
I think it was Jane who said it best, is just that if you want to win a major, you just have to play the best Counter-Strike every single game. And Pain have played an awful lot of them, as well as the Mongols to get hit. It's about peaking at the right time.
One of these two. Be 5 fresh faces in the major grand final tomorrow against Vitality, but this is just a partial. Couple of upgrades, another M4 in the mix. Pistols, SMGs, enough goodies to trip Mongols over.
Snow has a little look. 910 is just through that top smoke, and Senzu crawling towards that Delpen angle for short side, spots out the booster. Gets out, NQZ safe. That's what 910's waiting for. Snow wants answers, he just gets a bullet into his chest. Orp draws first blood. Already the potency of this half-buy has wavered.
At least they've been able to salvage that M4, so picked up by Big Ysera. Bit of a playmaker himself, the in-game leader, but they're going in towards a B split. Upcat into Davideus and NQZ. Big Ysera will be there from market. 3 to contribute.
Yeah, DGT pushing T-Spawn has given the info to Gamble.
Blitz, though, he's...
Oh, wow, and Zinho's clears. They thought it was covered, and I think Davideus is going to be a bit upset. He didn't communicate that gap.
Safety net a Blitz.
Yeah, it's perfect. The flank comes in. Big Ysera gets absolutely nothing. Empty hands as Mongols definitely returning to their form we saw in the quarters. It's been a run now of 5 to match the output of Pain.
So only 8 kills in the last 5 rounds. There has definitely been a momentum shift. See if they can keep it flawless.
Yeah, Pain is struggling now.
7 into the halftime break for the Mongols. Heard the jerseys sold out.
Yeah, not surprised.
Techno on the hunt with a Glock. So, look, you're going to gain nothing other than some
neck okay?
kill bonus from this frag. And Techno isn't going to get out of there. Grabs his gun. The scouting mission complete. And the best you'll have, Mr. DGT, is just that MP9. Likely to see Snow drop the AWP to NQZ right now. Had that impactful moment earlier in the piece over towards the B site. Right now, let's see if he gets stuck into the mix and looks for a fight. Can't even get a head-to-head against
Having a tough time.
He found the opener in this very round.
I think just because I keep having to twist my neck
it's clear. Look at the timing.
to watch the game from a different monitor.
And Big Ysera, he was looking in the right
Normally
direction,
can
but Blitz
just look straight at my center one and sometimes look over left or right, but
I love it.
The way I'm sitting, I have to kind of change.
10,000 Americans cheering for a group of Mongolians.
Oh. This double AWP again from Mongols, this time on the T side. We've seen it come out a bit. On the T side, I think this is the first. Let's see if they can stick the landing this time. It hasn't really worked for them. Because of that, could be poor info, right? You think, okay, he's taking a few shots mid. Well, that's 9-10. No, he's over towards B, searching for that push, seeing if there's a jump spot, trying to catch something.
Just a calculated Manipulation of the expectation.
And when the funds are there and you know you can buy into the next round, why not take that little bit of a chance? Now pivoting back, NQZ's AWP has been at ticket this entire round.
Oh.
On trash collection there for Techno. Good man. Bet he has a tidy room. The smokes are being deployed. DGT up on the balcony. Davideus jungle. Big User at window. And the aforementioned NQZ over towards ticket. The stack is in the right place. How good is the util? 50 seconds. Walk on ramp. Going to play behind this. No smokes left for the CT side.
Feels like they've been well timed. DGT is going for an all-in positional. He's going to be exposed. Oh, he does well. Dips away and in combination actually draws blood. Catches Techno on the advance. They're spamming at him through that ramp smoke. Spots the head of Mazinho pushing through. Misreads his reposition. Mazinho breaking into the site.
Wow, good play with Mazinho.
The angle. Oh, NQZ, perfect. Doesn't overreact, doesn't panic. That's an overextension, and he peeks in as well.
Yeah, that was unlucky.
Oh, Snow, he had a little look, showed his face, and quickly turns tail. It's asking a lot of young Snow. Woof! Senzu, top form.
Yeah, couldn't do it.
They keep this running. From 5-0, they now take the lead.
I think it's a great demonstration of the time to kill the Mongols players there. We catch everything from the death of the CTs.
Yeah.
Bang, dead, bang, dead, bang, dead. No chance, no opportunity to get into the mix. Yeah, the firepower on display, but it's not just about that. Right now, Blitz outmaneuvering this CT side. 6 straight rounds. Can they make it 7? The momentum has shifted.
Senzu's so brave, by the way. Just straight dry, taking duels. If you want to fight me window, let's go.
Real Pain really need this going into the second half.
You're right. Just a little reminder of how it started. And hang on, Big Zera's managed to get an opening kill onto Senzu. The man with the hot hand.
He keeps pushing. He's not backing down. Leader.
Oh. Dangerous game being played against the 910 sniper.
At least I like that he showed himself. It's going to make it a little bit more treacherous for Blitz and 910 to take this.
Ooh, DGT. Under scrutiny, Mzinho wards him away. They double swing him. Bigu goes down and now a 4-on-4, and it's looking rather tough with a back exposed. What a gap.
Wow.
That's Snow. That's the Beholder.
How does that inform the finish? Look at DGT, somehow still alive. A spread of the flame puts him on 16. 910 holds as Mazinho starts his investigations of that short side. NQZ can put himself straight in the vice and it will just slam shut. 910's patience and prowess on display. Davideus a response. DGT trying to keep him busy. Bomb needs to be picked up. Techno re-advancing and just sidelines them.
Techno again.
He's chosen good moments for these
he
fights.
Double walked out of ramp.
For Davideus. Bomb
2 kills.
maneuvers through, but
Can not let him get away with that.
I think the lesson we've learned is that the Mongols were just a bit of a cold start.
Yep. That's what I said.
I
said would happen.
Davideus hanging around. 17 seconds left on the clock. Here's the transition. Needs to play ahead of this.
Ooh, good shot on the first. Nearly had another. 7 consecutive rounds. Mongols trying to make a statement to start the semi-finals.
7-5 halftime. Switching sides. It's Jover? Oh no. Well, still got a lot more CS here. Who's our team here? I don't know. Chat seems to like the Mongols. Let me check though. Yeah, looks like chat. A lot of people from chat picked Mongols to win. Mongols absorb the power of phase. Yeah, it seems that way in the arena too. I think they got the crowd favorite buff and their favorite to win just based on like rankings and placements, you know. It's been 20 years since Battlefield 2 came out. Sheesh. People find the fact that representing Mongolia very cool. Yeah, possibly. Could see that. A different region. One you don't normally see in CS majors, or at all really. But Asia servers are starting to throw their weight around, man. I think NA and also SA should be careful.
Saturday evening,
start taking them a little bit more seriously.
Austin, Texas.
You enjoying yourself? Yeah, I'm enjoying the tournaments. Tournament has been good.
Grand final tomorrow.
Nice.
Accept. I'm sure Pain is struggling to accept the way that first half went. A flying start, 5-0. It comes down to a 1v1, round 6. Davideus dinks Techno. Techno with 1 HP wins that clutch, and then Mongols run it for 7 straight to come into the second half of our first map of this semi-final with a 2-round advantage.
Well, let's see if it can be both pistols right now for Pain to stop that momentum and draw us back into the biff, the brawl that was the start of Mirage. Over towards A with Pace, and they're out.
Oh my God, immediately as it's Bell Rock, 9-10 on notice. Mzinho though, he's a dangerous beast with the dual Berettas under the belt. Swings on in, takes down NQZ with a nice one on the clock.
Okay.
Davideus has got another low, so Blitz and 9-10 holding on for a moment longer. Bigu
might be another slow to start half.
Hang on, Techno and Senzu making this awkward.
Unless, oh my God.
Oh, it was such an opportunity.
Ooh.
To wipe the slate clean, to come in with a new mindset for the second half, but Mongols catching headshots but stealing rounds.
And without the plan, 7 becomes 8 and now likely 9.
Help me digest what we just watched here, Chad. So,
well, this happened yesterday. Remember, they ran out, they gooshed players, and at phase, they still lost the round. So Mongols, it doesn't matter about the HP, they just need the headshots.
Holy. Impact from Techno, definitely not an absence or an absentee in this semi-final.
Not going to force, understandably so. So the eco gives us a moment to catch our breath. We have Anubis coming up next. Blitzgo's looking, but how far does he pry around the corner? The chess master. It's going to siphon through the CT utility, or at least they hope so. It's a bit of a French tactical timeout being taken. Journey for Pain has been one to witness. Win against Furia, a bit of a statement piece. And neither team in a rush right now. That nade might do some decent damage.
Oh, just at the doorstep.
Big nade.
You know Blitz wants some more.
Oh, especially with an MP9. Why not? Let's get some extra cash to splash. $600 a pop. 910 will chip in as well. You wouldn't mind your AWP having some extra funds either.
Well, Blitz could actually drop an AWP across right now. So if they want to bring out the AWP immediately, they could. Or just run the bonus round, then get out into the next. There's no real dramas in that department.
Ooh, I just
Tom and Jerry scream.
Like Sophie's choice of glass cannon or AK-47 with Kev. He's elected, refunds the AWP and goes AK.
Well, let's see how that reflects within the game plan. First buy round, second half. Remember, up against the bonus, so you have to worry about the aggression potential of the MP9s.
Absolutely. Quick pathing to tap.
Rinse stream.
Senzu.
So they're ready in case there is that fight.
I do want to see a nuke. Nuke would be fun for last map, but I don't mind watching a Anubis either.
DGT.
I've seen too much Inferno and Mirage and Dust even in last lifetime.
Mutual exchange. Trying to work for some basic map control, but quite a heavy early, at least with the presence. CT's blocker connector smoke. Muta being lined up for window now by Davideus. This one's being called off.
Train will forever be boring. It's just hard to understand what's going on Train, dude. That's all.
Change of call. What does Big Uzera not like the taste of?
Like, as a viewer, I guess.
Routing over towards A. Big
Map
Uzera
is
late on the low. Likely to come through underpass. Retooling with the U2. Setting up for this A finish.
But Train is just a series of alleys.
The one on the site.
And you just choose which one you want to have a gunfight in, you know? You choose mid lane, do you choose back halls, do you choose Ivy?
This one's got to land for paint.
You choose connector, do you choose pop-up? Like,
on his own.
You choose E-box, like which vertical lane do you want to see people shoot each other in?
Is trying to enter into the side, gets that elevated spot, quick flick from 910. He gets his. Oh, and you can see that standoff behind the smoke. Big Uzera
first game, right? First
waiting to pinch.
Mongols versus Pain game, yes. Wow. Time. Oh my God, bro. That looked brutal, bro.
No fear. NQZ plants in the open.
That looked kind of brutal.
Let him know that was a mistake.
Just
dude couldn't even stop the plant. He had to eat it all.
Denies the bomb going down, pokes that hole.
Okay, guys, plant it in the same spot.
He doesn't even relocate.
I'm coming through, says the young Mongolian.
Wait, what the heck? He killed us in the same spot.
Just crouches in front.
To be fair, it was a different player, wasn't it?
10 rounds straight. This is a statement now from the Mongols on their map choice.
Yeah, right? 5-0, and Pain, they've forgotten what winning a round feels like at this point.
Looking like a landslide unless something can be said.
Yeah, timeout time, I feel you. We'll get back in.
Default there is kind of scary though, huh?
Surely NQZ gets that AWP out into the next.
That's a good way to stop the plant. Yeah, but they're planting for like smoke spray, connector spray, and they don't have all the info yet. I mean, safe is probably a better option. They lost 3 players from that plant.
Tech 9s.
That's the point, you know? Watch something boring. Why do you think I'm here? Oh my God, the diss. Diss of the century.
All it takes is a missed off shot and suddenly they become flustered and can get overwhelmed.
9-10 should hit this. 9 out of 10 times.
An easy pickup. Snow.
See what I did there?
Falls.
Pretty good, right?
Will it settle? Absolutely it will. Blitz gets another one onto Davideus.
Okay. Never mind, he missed all his shots. Couldn't miss him yesterday, though.
P250 Tech 9 for DGT. Big Uzera needed that one.
Apparently yesterday he hits all his shots.
A triple kill from their captain.
Damn.
A defense of the B side, and this one is going.
To be fair, I kind of saw this going. Scream if you love Mongolia. Online, please stop vaping. What?
Looking unleashed on the stage now, aren't they? Plenty of damn reps throughout 2025 before the Mongols made the playoffs of the major last year in Shanghai. And since then, they've just been running with it.
I'm sure getting to the playoffs felt like an achievement in itself initially.
Well, the conversation yesterday was, were those losses in playoffs learnings? And apparently so.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They're looking comfy out here. Well, last-ditch attempt for Pain. 4 straight rounds on the CT side now. No plants to their name.
Yeah, they haven't even been able to get into these bomb sites. They've been held at the door.
So they want to pressure Techno. He doesn't have the support of 9-10 this time, but his partner in crime, Mr. Senzu. It's the traditional B side up.
Hey, we're watching like a stage 3 team, top 5 in the world, kind of giving it to a stage 2 team, barely top 5 in their region, versus tomorrow, the #1 team in the world.
Everybody's favorite.
So it kind of just depends, you know. Mongols win this. Obviously,
they get the mid control.
It'll be a fun match tomorrow.
Room here, Mongols.
But Vitality just beat like the #2, #3 team in the world very convincingly. Outside that Inferno map. Maybe Mongols get Inferno tomorrow. Who knows?
Window redeploy. Oh, spotted and just nade in the hand. Easy for Blitz. And
Oh,
he's
wow.
gonna double up with a perfect flash.
Wow. Wow.
He puts the cherry on top, puts Snow on notice. 4 HP for the young guy.
Lazy. Appreciate the 57 months. Thank you.
To get past, but Snow and NQZ,
Oh,
they'll
no.
knife out and retreat.
The fact you're saving
All
right
right.
now, and it's about to be the 12th round.
Save. Save for OT.
This has come crumbling down around Pain, hasn't it? What a great start. The momentum was there. The fire was there. NQZ was out of his seat. Triple kill on the AWP.
Yeah, to be fair, he can't do anything here. So.
Yeah, but I mean, Mongols didn't disappear. They didn't cower in fear.
And everybody's contributing right now for
Look
the
at it.
Mongols.
It's a full spread. There's like, what, 2 kills, 3 kills between top and bottom? That's
Wow.
After time!
After time, Chad. They got nothing. They've got absolutely nothing. A couple of ball caps, a pog in their pockets.
That's sending you out the door. Get ready to have your discussion for Anubis. There's
Yikes.
the flash, and here's the swing. Big Ysera just sitting there,
Wait,
in
crazy
his hand,
flash.
and Blitz doubles up.
Mate, the team play, and they really sour the mood further. You
What
thought
the
they
fuck?
couldn't make you feel any more helpless. How is $0 Glock into the next round?
Stew in that. Take your
they
tactical
kinda owned
timeout.
him,
This
huh?
is only their second in this landslide of 12 consecutive rounds, but what are you going to do? You
kinda
can't
owned him.
buy anything.
Throw in
You've
the
been
towel.
given a flash.
Congrats.
Have fun with that.
Wow.
Shell-shocked.
Look at their money.
A full team effort from the Mongolian side, and it
Look at their
looks
money, bro.
that Mirage, their home territory, has been a very
No-
comfortable start in
no
their
armor.
semi-final campaign.
On NQZ for match point. No armor on Snow for match
Will it
point.
be perfect? Will it be 13 in a row from Mongols to take map 1?
Literally, they're all like one shot. Wow. And the guy with armor just took 50 points of damage. Yeah, it's already over, dude. It's already over. Yeah, this round's done. Do I even watch? Do I even need to watch?
Oh, a miss shot from the AWP. That's a difference. Senzu, though, has made no secret of his presence on the short side. Blitz burrows into the smoke. He is surrounded. He is surrounded, and Snow only had a Glock. Still pulls the trigger, still did some damage. DGT brings him down. 3-on-3 and all to play for. Techno versus NQZ. This is a big head-to-head, and NQZ doesn't even pull the trigger in time. Emzinho dispatches a Damadeus. A 13-round run. Pain by name, pain by nature. Agonizing way to start the semi-finals. Mongols flourish on the big
Yeah, there it
stage.
is. Very convincing
6 rounds
Mirage.
straight to close this one down on the CT side. They got the opening kill in every single one. This dark horse, the reputation is earned. And just one more map, Vitality await in that grand final. And you've got to feel good about that. They look at home in Austin.
They really do. The comfort levels. I want to bring your attention to that frag distribution again. Just everyone. I will say Mazinho's a standout. The impact with that MP9 denial of the bomb. He does have a couple of extra frags, but everyone, Techno, Senzu, some of these previous absentees in their playoff games, and those individuals are online in a very big way.
Emzinho, Mongols, doing it right here, running back all the rounds. Emzinho, tell me how you feel, buddy.
I'm feeling good. We are up to 1-0. And try our best at second map. Yeah.
You guys think you can close it out here, though? Can you tell me and make us all believers that the Mongols can do it right here and right now?
Can you say again?
Can you make us all believers that the Mongols can do it right now?
Can you say again? Yeah, we will win here. We come to here to win. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
They came for one thing and one thing only, and the Mongols are doing a damn good job of it so far. We talked about it, Pain starting 5-0 up, but then
What do you guys for him? He said, listen here.
On the throat of
Listen
the
here,
South
you
Americans.
fucker. You make me look stupid like that
How this
again.
one ends, Jason.
I
That
will
was nasty.
personally beat the shit out of you after this game.
It's Techno who
You
wins
better
that. The
fucking respond
long-standing
to what I
Mongols
just
who's
said.
been Exa-Blitz wins that clutch that ignites that entire
Or something
run.
like that, I don't
That's
know.
a crazy turnaround. Because, I mean, I did
I don't know, might have been something close to it.
I was just like, oh no, Mongols, please don't do this to us. You've just gotten here. You don't have to be like this.
I was exactly the same, you know. I walked back from an injury and I saw the 05. I was like, please, Mongols, not do this. You're also the fan favorite. Now, come on, please bring it back. And now we're 13 in a row.
Yeah, then it looked nice and easy from there. So it took them a minute, but they woke up. That's a fantastic game. Obviously, Mizinho, the babyface killer, putting in a shift.
The babyface
Crazy
killer.
just considering like how young he is as a player, right? The fact that he's taken off any nerves in this series and put on a show for us on
Well, I mean, it's been a while now, but it's also kind of cool in the sense that when Mizinho joined this team, watching him, because he was one of the first people that were like, oh yeah, we plucked him out of like a random land center in Mongolia, and we're watching the game and we're like, yep, it looks like you picked him up out of her. But like his transformation from when he joined this team to right now is incredible, and it's awesome to see him on the big stage leading the way for Mongols.
I remember my first time. Well, they were not called the Mongols at that time. They were called IHC, and I got to play them at an RMR in Bucharest at one point.
Yeah.
And I remember that these were 5 guys from Mongolia, and these guys.
First, second game, that was first game.
Where did these guys come from, you know? And now
Next is going to be second game.
One map away from making the grand finals.
Mongols
and,
won the
it's such an
first one.
Team with such an interesting story, and I love the entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool watching them what they're doing and watching what it means in Mongolia. But I mean, this team has just quickly become so much fun to watch because they have taken like those early strengths of incredibly
They've been to a major.
talented
I've never been to a
experienced
major,
players,
no.
Incredibly aggressive players, and then with the help of Coach Mara, they've been able to build in some game planning, some actual fundamentals, some different approaches to the game. Now they've got a very deep playbook. They've got a very deep roster where multiple people can deliver impact for you. And now that they're figuring out the stage as well, it's like, okay, well, I guess you're just one of the best teams in the world.
And this is not the first time that I have seen the Mongols actually play well as a team, you know, where everyone actually steps up. It's just not
Can you take
one
me and my
guy that
son?
decides to carry. They can take turns doing it, but when they do it like collectively inside the team, that is where they shine, and this is exactly what they managed to pull up. Everyone was throwing it in. They were making plays, going through the smokes. They knew when to go for the aggressiveness. They knew when to
take
pull
you
back.
and your son to the
so many
majors.
strings they could play on.
I'm just trying to imagine you and the rest of Astralis back in the day just being like, who the hell are these Mongolians? It cracks me up for some reason. Best team in the world. And you're like, who the fuck are they, the Mongolians?
Yeah, but they were so cool. They came out of nowhere, and now all of a sudden they're here.
It's crazy, right? And you made such an apt point that it wasn't just one individual shining bright for the Mongols. We got to see a combined package there. Both Mizinho, Techno. Let's throw Senzu's name into the mix, because why not? He's really
I'll take you to the majors at Alex.
Yeah, he has. I mean, obviously the record-setting game that he had against G2, obviously had a big game
sweaty
yesterday. His
majors
started slow yesterday
in Texas.
and he picked it up. Today was great.
No, I'm chilling. I'm in my air-conditioned house.
Kind of cool. Like in a different year, like if this is last year, right, or maybe even earlier this year, they go down 0-5 like this on a stage in the semifinals, and you have no belief they're going to bring it back. You're kind of just like, okay, well, this is how things usually go for the Mongols. This year they'd only beaten a couple. They'd only beaten twice on land, one other win on land, or on a big stage, I should say. Excuse me. But now you're seeing them able to bounce back both on a team level and an individual level from slow starts, and it's just super impressive. It's getting harder to find the gaps in this team.
And they have a lot of faith in Senzu, obviously. And he was also very good in the beginning of the series. Then he cooled off a little bit, and that's where you saw the rest of the players stepping it up. You know, he had created the path. He created the pathway for them to get back into the game. And then from there on, the rest of the guys just picked it up. But obviously, Senzu is a big talking point alongside 9-10. You know, a couple of guys that are really shown that they can bring some really big heat to the stage, and it's just great to see.
Confidence has been so key for the Mongols to be growing towards this very stage. So take a look at a round where confidence was indeed shown in the server. We got round 15, which is just, dare I say, a little bit obnoxious from the Mongols to be closing this one out.
But this is just what I talked about before. You know, that Mongols they just know how to play things around. They understand how to get off and play the situation. You see the first kill, and Mausin just gets in. He knows he kills the bomb, jumps through the smokes, and he actually creates such a diversion, but the diversion doesn't matter. He just kills both of them. If Mancini wouldn't have gotten those kills, the CT aggression coming afterwards, them aligning, looking at the clock, it's exactly the right play.
Yeah, and I mean, you love seeing someone make a play like this because actually, regardless of what Mizinho accomplishes, that's like a winning play no matter what. As you're saying, take the attention away. Your teammates in CT are going to get the kill. So Mizinho actually just makes a play where it's like,
what are those guys doing?
Yeah, it could be totally selfish and get the kills, or be totally selfless and let my teammate get the kills. Let's put the shoe on the other foot just for a second.
The timeline's pretty crazy.
It's
yeah.
It's nasty.
Like, it's so heartbreaking, because if you're Pain, right, your fires are up, like, yeah, we're feeling ourselves on this stage. We're going to give it to the Mongols. And then it just stops. Nothing you do works.
Do we call this like a technical 13-0? You know, it can actually be a 13-0.
I was actually thinking
like
about that. I was thinking it.
Cosmetic 13-0? How do we...
We'll figure it out. We'll workshop it.
Yeah, we need to add that to the dictionary. But Dupree, like, not to put you under pressure here, but like, I imagine you've maybe been in some situations earlier on in your career when this may or may not have happened to you. A great start, and then it just seems like you're running into a brick wall round after round after round.
I've tried to be on both sides of the equation, I believe, in my career, where nothing seems to work, and then all of a sudden everything seems to be working. Yep. And you know, it's tough because you go up 5-0 and you feel like, hey, guy, we got this. You know, maybe it's actually a situation where Pain maybe got a little bit too comfortable around the things. You know, I actually saw some emotions on the Mongol side when they were down, and when they started winning, they knew that the rounds they were getting back to back was so instrumental for them getting back in the game. I think it was Techno raising his fist, you know, being very emotional about what was happening, because they knew that is what they needed. Because if they were only have won round 6, making it 5-1, they would still have found themselves in a situation where their economy was not on the backside. But obviously, it's always tough when you go up 5-0 and you don't have like your way back in the game. You lose 13 rounds in a row, and you think to yourself, how do we lose that much?
Yeah. I mean, it can also, like, those are moments, too, where, like, I don't know if you ever experienced, I'm assuming you have as well, the game almost feels like it goes really fast all of a sudden. Yep. Like, you're up 5-0, and then you look at the scoreboard, and it's 5-3, and next you know it's 5-5. Yep. And the rest of the game is just like a flash, because it's like you're always, you don't really know what's going wrong. You're just trying to solve it, and then before you know it, like, it's completely out of control.
Was there anything that you could pinpoint that did, you know, actually go wrong for Pain? Or was this just a case of Mongols powering up and just Pain, you know, not having the wealth of experience, the wealth of firepower to actually put a halt to it?
Obviously, it's hard to dive into detail in terms of what specifically went wrong, looking like if you dive into the team itself, but obviously not from a player perspective. I think it's just a matter of fact that Mongols just decided to show up. You know, they won some very crucial rounds in back-to-back and got back into the economy. And I think maybe Pain, the best one I could probably throw at them was that they took it a little bit too light.
I can't see your fucking dumb phone.
It was good, guys. Maybe we're actually about to
go
into the
fucking phone away, man.
And then all of a sudden
no
they
one
got
can
like a
see that
realization
shit.
check and think, okay, these guys can actually fight back, and that is maybe.
Oh, was that like a turd?
Made a small mistake, and that's also where like the experience is maybe lacking a little bit of Pain. That you know, when they find themselves having such a lead, and then all of a sudden things start to go wrong. Is there a lack of communication, or is there a lack of the way we approach the game?
Well, either way, there is a chance for Pain to be bouncing back, but they are going to need to do this
Holy
fast.
smokes.
Their map pick of Anubis awaits on the other side of this break.
This is what the Counter-Strike Major is all about. I got Cameron here, I got Sanjay here. They didn't know each other before this event. It's both of their first time at a Counter-Strike event. Just tell me, what made you want to come to the Major?
Oh, I've always wanted to come to a CS event. Just the community is so nice, it's so perfect. So it's such a great event, and I'm glad I made a friend here.
Oh, you definitely made a friend. You probably made a friend. I hope you guys will be playing some Counter-Strike together. Sanjay, how has this been for you, man? Your first event, what's the experience been like?
Oh my God, it's amazing. I love it. You know, I love Counter-Strike so much. Seeing everybody love Counter-Strike and all in one place, it's so amazing. The crowd is
they have the same
loud,
personality.
The energy is there, the excitement's there. This Counter-Strike.
Are you going to be playing Counter-Strike with your new friend when you get home?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Hell yeah. This is what I love. Play Counter-Strike together, enjoy the moments together. Guys, how we doing?
I love that. Hell
it's
yeah.
a party wherever we go here.
All right. That's wholesome. Oh, man. Austin, Texas. All right, let me get a little snack here. Let me get a little snack and a little drink, and I'll be right back.
Anubis is the second map here, so Mongols, they're coming into this game a little bit hot because they actually beat FaZe yesterday. And the reason why they won was because of their risky but calculated aggression. So let's take a look at this round right here. 9-8 for FaZe, and what you're going to see here initially is just the double peek here towards that window position. Very uncommon. They find 2 kills here. Techno comes here towards that E-box side, finds a kill as well. Now this play is actually quite unconventional because normally you don't see anybody peek from this window side towards the canal side. So there's obviously a bit more detail here, so let's get into it. So the first part of this strat is when they come in towards this window side, of course they throw a smoke here to provide them cover so they can facilitate the window peek in the first place. Now the second thing here is actually Techno. When he comes in here towards E-box, he tosses a deep, wide flash. Now this flash is important because even if you're standing further back as a T, you'll still get blinded from this flash. With this flash, it helps facilitate the players up top because with this flash, it doesn't blind them. It lands way behind them. That allows them to peek without having to really worry about getting blinded. And at the same time, the Ts, they have to be facing forward. They're going to be blinded from this. This allows them to pull off a triple peek. Now, if you look at this from Karrigan's point of view, because that flash comes in, he has to turn. He has to turn, and that's why he gets caught in the back. At the same time, you'll see that Liege, when he comes in, he gets blinded because he's facing forward. This triple peek is just so effective because of that. Now, the second part of the strat is actually the fact that 9-10 throws this deep smoke here towards the stairs side. Now, this smoke basically blocks out any Ts who are playing towards the stairs side, and it prevents them from really being able to cover these players that are coming up towards the canals. At the same time, though, Senzu also tosses these 2 flashes here at A main. And what this does ultimately is for an Opera who's a little bit further back, if they cross towards the smoke towards the right side, they're going to get blinded if they try to peek towards canals. You'll see from Simple's point of view here, as he comes in, he sees the smoke popping, forces him towards this right side area. Then when he tries to re-peek, that's when he gets flashed. And that's why he can't help his teammates. And these openings are what makes Mongo so special on this map. So if we watch this back again, you can see all the details. The smoke here towards the back side to allow them to go for the window peek in the first place. Then Techno's flash, deep flash here towards that left side, blinds anybody here towards that canal's position. There's 9-10 smoke here towards the right side, and then there's Senzu's flashes towards the left side so that nobody towards the back can actually peek. And that's why Mongols are able to beat FaZe, is because of this risky but calculated aggression that let them get the win. We'll have to see if Pain can be able to handle this.
I really appreciate this breakdown from the Mahone zone because begs the question to me, Jacob, why do you think Pain then picked this map against the Mongols when they've got little tricks of the trade like this?
Yeah, but they themselves have had a bit of success on the map during this tournament. Coming into it, they lost it 4 times in a row, Mari, and we thought to ourselves, Pain on Anubis, probably not a good combination. So far this tournament, though, they played it twice. They beat Nemiga 13-8, and they beat Furia 13-8. So Pain themselves have been looking great on Anubis so far. Man on your screen, NQC in particular, have stepped it up with the AWP, part of all the opening duels. So as much as I want to praise the Mongols for making that comeback versus FaZe yesterday and winning Anubis, I think Pain so far in this tournament have looked better.
What scares me about Pain going for the Anubis pick is that, to me, yes, they have been doing well on the map, but I think it's more down to the individuals.
Yeah.
I feel like NQZ had some pop-off moments, but really David Deus. Like, David Deus was incredibly clutch versus Furia. I think he won 4 separate clutches in a single half, and I mean, all credit to him. The Chilean guy is really like carrying the torch for that region, but usually he's known as being like this Patagonian trailblazer, not some guy that's just all camped up clutching in the Andes. Like, it doesn't make any sense the way that they beat Furia to me, and I don't know if they can actually replicate what they did the other day.
The Chilean who, Maui? You might get a few cheers in the arena if you say his name.
The Chilean Elige? It's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag.
You may have forgotten about it.
I'm moving away from that nickname.
Keep working.
We're moving away from that. The Patagonian Trailblazer. That's what he is now.
That's his new nickname. You bring up a good point there, Jacob, but I'm putting Nemiga, Furia, and the Mongols in a completely separate categories, right? Is that not fair to say?
I think that's fair to say. I think the Mongols have shown us
9 years.
Obviously on Mirage
Holy
were the better
smokes,
team. They had the better
10 years coming
individuals,
up.
I think so far in this tournament.
Insane.
They've also gotten better and better. Whenever I see Mongols play, I feel like they're growing into the tournament, the individuals, and this young squad, we cannot forget it. If they win this map, if they win this game, they will be the youngest ever team to make a major final. So I'm feeling they're growing into the tournament, and I'm 100% agree with what you're seeing on the screen right here, Freya. Mongols being heavy favorites according to the odds as well.
Is it over? Is it over for Pain? Is this the last foray we see of them in Austin?
You want the short answer?
Go on.
Yes.
Well, we do need to dive into their chosen ground of Anubis to see if that becomes the reality.
Yeah, Razor was a kid when he started watching.
All right, Austin. All right, you. You, I'm talking to you. Yeah, you. At home, watching this Counter-Strike match, I ask and call upon you. This is a legendary moment for all 10 people on that stage. I guarantee that new faces walk into the grand final tomorrow. And all I ask is you put yourself in their shoes, you pick a team, and you make some fucking noise!
Woo! Right behind Razor. Man, you guys are old. You guys are real old.
For just 5 on that stage. Let's go, Austin!
I'm a ripe 26, you Labozo. Labozo is crazy.
Davideus and DGT.
Yeah, you're getting up there, man.
Call this one 9Z.
You're getting old.
That's nice. It has to be a strong start, right? I mean, it was on Mirage as well, but this feels compulsory with the momentum Mongols have. Okay, they test him. He'd have liked a whole lot more. Chip in from DGT, puts Techno down, gets that belated trade. Info from Senzu, spots 2 doing the flashbang dance on the A site.
Bombs pivoting, Blitz cutting them off with the pass here, through towards middle. Wants to be a thorn in their side. And also get some interesting sound cues. Now Pain got their secret weapon. The drums are back in the building. Snow up the bat. Dual Berettas and Senzu denied. 9-10 and Blitz in combination.
Oh,
the fucking drums you hear in the back.
Piece, but was forced by that catch from Snow to make and move.
Impossible now for 9-10. Give it a go. Has been noted. A couple of pot shots on the Glock, but now they can all just triangulate on his position, and this will be the pistol round for Pain. And Snow, we saw that roar before. 13 straight now stopped. Strong starts. Is that all you got, or can you push this one the distance? Your map choice now. Flash turned the opening.
Straight jorking. Guys, stop jorking.
Sticks the landing.
A little more jorking in here, please.
Bomb doesn't go down, but we are about to see a force spy out of Mongols. Not with immediate pace.
I'll jork whenever I like. I can't. Only come here to edge.
The traditional setup. DGT's the A anchor. NQZ's the AWPer. He'll be here, there, and everywhere.
Well, you've come to the right spot.
Another baskets play. DGT not playing anti right now. Has NQC overseeing business with the M4. Block smoke, stalls the play, but they can creep into this.
Yeah, Pain is one round with the fucking drums in the back. It's so funny.
They will. Turns and returns with one. Just the one, because Mzinho was already passed. He removes NQZ, DGT. Oh, it doesn't matter. He'll take all 3. Mzinho flies into the site. A second round force buy, and Pain immediately return to that familiar discomfort on this big stage.
Oh, sheesh.
Short-lived celebrations. Party crashed immediately by the Mongolian horde.
Just can't come that easily.
Too easy.
Yeah, that's it.
What's he done?
Well,
he just strolled through the smoke.
The T-side map, so let's see how many they're able to accrue here.
No, jorking. My granddaughter during the war was killed while jorking, and all the jorking in the chat reminds me.
How can't you love that face?
And that personality, you guys are sweet.
Your grandfather. Okay, sorry, not your granddaughter. I was so confused.
And Snow reside in their spawn. Bomb goes off.
Yo, sorry about your grandpa.
And we're all tied at 1-1.
Hey guys, don't bring up jorking in chat,
We'll have
please.
to be the force by back the other way, but limitations. But let's see if Pain can play to the beat of
There's
the
people
drum.
here
Brazilian
whose grandparents died jorking it. Not cool.
Look at that, all the space that he was making. Just sucks it up and takes the life out of Pain in that one. M4 saved, 3 MP9s, 5-7.
Bring out the drums.
Weapons that pack a punch. Nade through, nobody home. Harassment utility.
I'd see a crib.
I know it's not cut and dry like this, Chad, but I just can't help but feel that Pain need to immediately start fighting back.
It has to stay a brawl. If right now the dam breaks open and a flood of rounds accrued for Mongols, will be the eco into the next.
Chat, what do you think Crip is doing?
Sting.
Okay, a little
Wrong
bit of info.
answers
Something
only.
about Senzu is how stubborn he is for that con position. He's constantly asking questions of this con defender, Big Uzera, in this instance.
Flash, but no follow through.
Being a Slim Jim.
Techno at the
Hey,
ready.
that's what I'm doing.
Clamp down for a B split. DGT, Davideus, and NQZ probably feel like they have to start pushing. This B bomb site is on an island. Big Zero and Snow have no support.
Oh, they've even managed to catch DGT asking questions outside A main. And Mazinho catches that early look, but they are still finishing into this B side. Good use of that MP9 straight through the smoke, and that's what Snow's doing too. He has to go. That's a pure Hail Mary. There are 3 players on the other
Sounds
side
like a
of that,
good day,
and you're just
Crip.
hoping
Enjoy.
a single flashbang
Enjoy
score
your day.
all 3.
I'll do it again. Hold on to your taste of victory. One
Audio?
round.
After what, 13 in a row?
1 out of the last 16.
Yeah, there you go. Quick math.
5-7 and MP9.
Tomorrow, yeah, finals are tomorrow.
Are they?
Yeah, you'd love a rifle, like an overextension from the hunt, but there's no one really obliging. Blitz is in T-spawn right now. He isn't taking any risks.
Yeah, I'll pin the recap.
He looks bored. Is he bored on a semi-final stage?
Yeah, well, look, he's just taking care of business right now, isn't he?
Yeah, I suppose they'll wake up and get out of bed for the major grand final tomorrow. They can keep this up.
I think it's just a crazy season for the Mongols. Obviously, not being able to make dents in playoff games. That's been the main conversation.
But they would disappear, Chad. It was like actually, like genuinely.
Yeah, it's my wife's birthday tomorrow. Looks like I'm watching the VOD.
Missing.
Can you not just
And the thing
like?
is, nobody
You
questions
have to
the
delay the
ability
birth.
of the
Can you
players.
not
It's
just go out
the
at night?
experience.
You can watch
And
because
the
I'm
only
streaming
way that you
the
can
finals
get that
earlier.
is by playing in
But you
environments
just go out with your
exactly
wife
like this. So they
for
power
a
it up.
birthday dinner
Yeah, it's
later.
not a
or something.
loss or a
Right time.
mistake if you learn from it.
What's that saying? A man can be destroyed but not defeated. Right now, they just need to walk past this eco to make it a 3-1 start. Do you reckon the trumpet and the drums can get together?
Oh, they should synergize, yes.
Come on, trumpet man, get in the mix.
Say happy birthday to his wife. Yo, happy birthday.
Push Techno, not the weapon.
It's not even her birthday yet. It's tomorrow.
To farm up some eeks. Flash from Blitz. Fight available, and there he is, Techno.
Lovely.
Wow.
Blitz was the safety net there. Look at Techno and Blitz, 24 points
I feel like
between the two of them.
the drums are helping
Hanging
out
on by a thread,
the
but the job is
Mongols more
done.
than Pain at this point.
The round is won. And they're not taking any chances.
Look at Davideus.
Yeah, literally, your wife's birthday is every year. This is the first NA major in 8 years.
All right, another one of those, and we could actually talk
Like-
about something a little bit crazy.
Be for real.
I think just the fact that they don't know where NQZ is has spooked them. They don't know where that other piece is.
If we Pain,
Seems like
if
he's coming
Pain
from the
wins
past.
this, can we
Senzu
get a
can start
gritty,
investigating
Alex?
At some point, so here comes the push. 40 seconds.
Maybe if you fucking spell my name right.
And is.
Oh, he'd have loved another through the smoke, but Blitz will find another triple. That's good output from him, taking it in turns to find
I got
impact
a
here.
whole
And their
plan for
positions, they're
her
reflecting
for here.
Exactly what you were just talking about.
Breakfast
Not
in
gonna
bed,
take any
gifts,
risks on
lunch at a
this, but
fancy
Blitz is
restaurant,
veering
movie, and a dinner.
towards middle of
What do you
one.
have planned
Snap
for
moving
us?
Back. Senzu can go in and clear B. There's plenty of utility.
Can you make
They're
us
planning to beat
breakfast
their
in bed
own
and
drum
take
right
us
now,
out
the Mongols.
to a nice restaurant? Yeah, what about
One
us?
of the bigger qualms is when are we going to see this
Bond
NQZ
support and
MVP?
Chris Pie 5?
2400 coming into the next.
What about chat? You're not gonna take chat
Couple
out?
of MP9
You're
frags
gonna
would
make
have been
breakfast in
nice.
bed
All
with
he
chat?
needs. He can get one and survive.
And
He already has
give
Kevlar.
chat a little kiss on the
So this could be
forehead
massive right now. They're coming his way.
and say it's
but
your
clearing.
special day, baby.
The pre-aim. Mzinho, he's diligent.
I'm gonna do that for chat.
Honestly, one kill, he gets the op. He can't have it now. It's not possible. For
Alex
this
wants to be
rifle round.
wined
It's
and
gonna have to
dined.
be
Am I the only
M4s off
one?
Vamus is in the mix.
Like, oh yeah.
Let's go over that CT hold
And
again.
Alex is a
Big user
freak
up
for
and
wanting to be
Snow on
wined
B.
and dined.
DGT on
Yeah,
A,
okay.
Davideus with the responsibility of mid, and then it's where do you
That's
put
what you
the
do?
loose piece
That's
of
what I do to
NQZ
your
around
mom.
like this? How are you reading the flow? The Mahone zone, highlighting some of the aggressive maneuvers that Mongols use on their CT side. What's the answer from Pain? The Brazilian call. Ooh, player up in jail.
Yeah, he's going to be tucked there. A two-man defense.
You still ride a motorcycle, senor?
Zera and Snow.
Now the round we can take a pause. Didn't find their opening gambit. Now they'll go to
no,
default
por
mid
favor.
control.
Oh, Davideus. He thought he'd do a little safe strafe. Try and get some answers. Instead, he gets an AWP bullet. And Big Usera's been brought down through the smoke. Damn, Techno, in combination with a pick from the AWP, has already put Pain into a
What do you
tailspin.
ride?
They haven't even committed to a site, and already the CTs find
I
themselves...
can't do it. I'm on cooldown.
Oh, in need of aggression. DGT pushes main. This time he wins the duel onto Mzinho, gives them something to work with.
Tough stance on B. NQZ needs a multi.
Irish dude.
First smoke temple.
Whining and dining us.
Lock it.
Thank you, Irish dude.
Util solid.
It was just a bit.
No.
I hope you know I was
NQZ,
kidding.
A whole team up against them. The swing from Techno, brutal. And
There
the
we go.
site
Thank
is
you,
lost
Irish.
to round
Very
two.
generous.
Methodical.
Oh, Blitz has just jumped straight through that smoke.
Beautiful.
Oh, he gets the info. Round secure. DGT, run for the
Well,
hills.
fourth round for
It's
Mongols.
just flowing, isn't it?
Since the pistol round, no opening frags in favor of Pain. Sure, the weapons haven't been there, but this round they were. Cut off at the pass right now. 9-10, making
Alex,
sure
when are we
that you
doing?
can't
Oh
head
my
for
goodness. When are we doing a media day again? I haven't done a media
Spawn.
day
You're going to
in
be
forever.
bunkered down towards A. Senzu clearing
Like
through
media
Temple.
share?
Techno just being
I don't know.
extremely diligent, heading back to the bomb. Someone's always got to hang around.
Some of the stuff that gets sent on media
Bomb.
share is scary.
Still got a few seconds left before it goes off, so will they be able to track him?
My dad had to leave because he wined and dined too many people.
This bomb goes off, round secured. Whoa, and around the corner!
Oh!
my God! There's an AWP hunting me! An AWP! Oh, they take no prisoners! Mongols know how to accelerate an advantage. This was a nasty death for Davideus. Usually probably gets away with that one, but not against the AWPer today.
And 3 in the round for Techno.
Yeah, good swing, gets that info just on the other side of the pillar.
Yeah, the pathing, beautiful, right? Just drawing those crosshairs, a great understanding of the situation, and a map that they haven't played an awful lot of, only twice at the
Pain
major.
are so ass, bro. What are they doing?
Against FaZe.
Looking
Looking comfy right now. And the
This is sort of what happens when a
acceleration
stage
into
2
partial
team
buy.
makes
This
it
is
out
risky.
of stage 2.
Shows the confidence, though.
There is, yeah. I mean, no absence
Unfortunately,
of that. Senzu.
they're being sort of outclassed here momentarily.
The AWPer in, another jump spot. Not
They
the
beat
same
Furia,
shape
though,
as
so good for
Davideus
them,
in the
but Furia
previous. Snow gets to
also
live on. Throw a smoke. Confirmation of presence. No
was a stage 2
towards the
team.
con position. A little bit of a walk on that bridge. 9-10 just tucked around the corner in time, but there is a gap.
Big gap.
Unlikely to translate to a round, but could translate to a dead AWP. NQZ may get one from the cold, dead hands of 9-10. Oh, he actually turned around there.
Yeah, crouch
Look at
surge,
the
but they're
AWP.
into B. Might just hold on to this, or
Why
give
not?
it away. Go fish and see what you can find. You're still trying to piece the round together, but now that you're blocked, that'll be that. Techno found another one through the smoke there. So
You're a
another
stage
opening
1
kill,
finals
5
MVP
consecutive.
streamer.
It's all about streaks at the moment.
I
for the
will say,
Mongols.
Thank you.
T-side Anubis gets a lot easier if your B lurk is
I
constantly
try.
getting smoke spam kills.
Oh, doesn't it?
Dude, those drums are going hard. Holy smokes. Did someone say ban the drums, or did he say bang the drums?
It's an important juncture of the game here. Timeout's been called.
And a good time for it. Not really a smoke spam, was it?
Man, it
Just caught him on
sucks
the cusp there.
that people can like
crowd
stop being
surge,
babies and got the
9-10
flags
spin,
banned.
but that gap
I like seeing the
perfectly found.
flags. They used to bring these like
Now,
big
here's the big
flags into
question.
the arena, and then you'd
Big
see them
Zero
being
Ricks having a
waved in the
conversation
audience.
about their CT
You'd see
side.
like all
You
these
only need 4 to
Brazilian
5 rounds.
flags
Have
or
one to your name.
like whatever team is
Now, do
playing.
you
There
want to
you'd
try
see
and
French
punch into the
flags, you'd see
aggression,
people
or
waving
is that
them,
too desperate?
and it would
They'd be
look like
expecting that.
it would be like a
just play
real.
standard round and
I
try
don't
and
know.
set NQZ up with all picks. Right, we can go over towards B, you can
It
jump up towards
seemed
jail,
like it
maybe
was
go for a
a
confight, set him
bringing
up in A
together
main.
of
There's plenty of positions
cultures,
that NQZ
and it
could
was
find
nice to
himself.
see that.
We've been referring to him as the can
But
opener throughout this event.
then people started
Fantastic in
fighting
the
each other.
opens for the Brazilian court.
But it's also not a secret. Mongols know that the AWP died and was saved.
So they couldn't
With
do
the
that
lost
anymore.
bonus, They would have had it either way. Gonna start over towards A. Oh, middle.
He
So
faked
don't
you
have
out.
You two.
Yo, what flag is that?
Hold the line from doors.
Oh, it's my home country. Yo, fuck you. You trying to fight? And they beat the shit out of each other, and they're like, okay, we can't have any more
Molly.
flags, guys.
Hidden extinguished. Gentlemen, haven't talked this one through.
Wow.
So there's a gap for David.
Oh, lovely.
First opening kill.
Yeah, and he gets it from just catching a very brave standoff. Finds a safe haven behind the spread of the flame. Overlooked by Blitz and first blood drawn. Pain, a must win now. They must convert. Opening kill given to them by Davideus. Forward of the smoke, NQZ hoping to be a destabilizing presence on the crawl from Mzinho.
They've split them down the middle here is the problem.
The guy in front of you whips out a big-ass flag.
I mean, all he can do is tell them when camera is under threat. Oh, Flames, awkward. Walking, Davideus, clothesline and a missed shot from the AWP. It comes tumbling down, DGT under so much scrutiny.
Anubis 2 is crazy, no?
It's one with the AWP, sure. Yes, a 3-on-3. Snow and Big Uzera, they're at the beach. But this is no holiday. Walking into the Mongolian sniper, and it's too easy for him. Just picks off another. Time ticking away. A well-placed nade. Do you really want to have a go, or would you rather keep what you can?
You can only save for so long. So sure, the first
Another
opening kill for Pain since the pistol. That doesn't matter.
World's oldest op in this game.
That was off the back of the timeout. They got the opener. I thought they maneuvered quite well. It's the missed shot. Mzinho coming through, punishing that of NQZ. They're going to try and hunt this down. Knife in hand, grabs a kill. Snow getting hunted, but Senzu's not going to be able to catch him. So loss bonus in the mix. There's more than enough for another buy. AWP can get dropped. Snow can drop one, and they're going to be all good in the investment. So at least they can stay threatening down the stretch. Man of culture, but how's this one? Try this on for size. Last 20 rounds of play, 1 round for Pain.
Wow.
Yeah. They are starving.
Just we were playing Shiraz. Twist the knife.
Twist the knife was what I got from that. Yeah.
Twist the knife.
Oh my God! Can you believe he was actually pre-aiming perfectly, and that boost did cost them 100 health.
To be fair, I think it was only last 19 rounds of playing, right?
Starting the AWP on B. Davideus on his own on mid means he has to float and help DGT if there's any A pressure.
I feel like Blitz is just so constantly taking these doors, sometimes with friends. Now you're feeling the pressure.
Straight into an A split. This is so punishing.
Davideus is already feeling like he's on an island. He's got to do so much work. DGT responsible for the
Mongols are kind of
Davideus on that reload could have been
really
an invitation.
Really bodying them here. It's actually been kind of brutal to watch.
At this point, you'd expect the CTs to group up and go for a bit of an info play towards middle. The bomb's actually pivoted all the way back, so a complete reroute. 9-10, set up and ready.
Yeah, because you want answers, right? You want to
Mongols have a chance against Vitality. They've taken one map off of Vitality before.
Comfortable opening kill for 9-10, and he gets another one. No, and NQZ, they've arrived, but so have the smokes. They get a momentary glimpse of the encroaching side, but Mongols take the site, take the round, and this loss streak continues.
But this is like crying baby versus nuclear ball.
Back to this being the CT side of Anubis, but rounds need to start happening soon. 7, that's already great. I'd say par for the course right now for the Mongols. If they can hunt them again, which they've been very successful at, another round where they carry nothing through.
Why do I feel like Mzinho is going to perfectly clear this as well?
Barrel.
4-3, 4-3.
And again with a 9-10 hunt. You cannot emphasize that a low HP AWPer hunting is just, it's a good testify for how insane Mongols
are playing
right now.
How long is like,
might catch him. This
how long
is going to be removed.
has like Team Mongolia been playing CS for? Like, because I see 4x3 stretch, but like all of that goes back to fucking like 1.6 when the OGs were like
4x3 is the way, brother. 4x3 is like, I mean, everything is stretched out. You see the model, the better you see all the pixels on your screen.
And it's like every time you fucking get that argument, it's like, okay, fine, the 1.6 fucking, you know, the 1.6 babies or whatever talk about 4x3 stretched. They talk about 4x3 stretched in Source, and they brought fucking 4x3 stretched in CS:GO and argued that. But like now, like why are we still talking about 4x3 stretched in fucking CS2?
There he is again.
Like, what do you? Is it? I feel like it's some weird like pseudo shit going on.
Good counter flash, and Mzinho finds safe shelter, tucks on the box and gets out. Now they apply the pressure. Swing with the HE. And he keeps on walking, gets on this warpath. Good chunk damage actually to Blitz progressing mid.
And they're walking into Mazinho right now. Do they
Didn't
swing
Pain
in?
beat Spirit?
Flash turned, and he's got the hook.
I don't know.
They just keep on coming.
I don't remember.
In the mix, we didn't even Snow get to use it.
They're even flashing and it doesn't matter.
In stage 3?
That was DGT late to the punch and now just Big Uzera.
I don't think so.
The Mongolian Horde coming his way.
Stage 3? No, because Spirit went 3-0.
Between his eyes.
Save again, but guess what? They're going to hunt you down. They got money for days. Where are you going to hide? The map's so small.
People say because you see the players better. It's that you see the players, they're bigger because their models are stretched, so they appear bigger to you, so it feels like you can line up your crosshair easier. But the issue is,
a playoff day, you walk in
because it's 4x3, you're literally cutting off portions of 16x9 to then stretch your 4x3. So what's on your peripherals that normally 16x9 would catch, they don't see in 4x3.
Pain forgetting what winning feels like.
It's a big disadvantage if you're trying to see the entire screen.
Chad, it was 13 in a row map 1. They get the pistol and that's it.
Shadow is banned.
Desk was discussing those type of Counter-Strike matches that go oh so quick. You're not even getting an opportunity in these fights, and when you are, your aim, it's not there.
They're just out-fragging them, brother.
The captain, yet to get a kill. Second tactical timeout called by Rix. You may as well use them all.
Team Mongolia is happy right now.
You hate to say this one. Looks like it's done, but the momentum since those first 5 rounds of Mirage has completely shifted. And Mara, the general, on the mic. And you can't deny that, can ya? What a spectacle on display.
Predator View versus Preview, 4x3 alphas rise up, brother. 4x3 is literally horse vision. What are you talking about?
Speaking of, get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit on Underdog when using code BLAST.
All right, well, it has to just be a partial buy. M4, couple of pistol upgrades, and away we go.
Hope they're able to bring the Surgeon tomorrow.
This is the point of the game. You go with aggression, just like this. And we'll
see.
We have to fight them.
I mean, they're gonna have to if they want to win versus Vitality. They're looking like they're doing.
Has a go. Tries some
they're looking aggressive,
Senzu
which is good.
Continuously just spamming smokes, nading corners.
I think they have to play this way versus Vitality.
Keeping Con an unsafe place to occupy. Good find, Techno. Slides into the angle. NQZ, a good final to Mzinho. Noses another around the corner, and pushing forward. DGT's been held.
He's trying to name play.
910 wants to do something else here.
The A piece.
You're right.
Dies towards B, thinks he has a gap, but
okay,
no,
so in the last 21 rounds,
910 is. He just wants the info.
Pain has won 1.
Before he could burrow into the site. Oh, you nearly lost Bigu. Okay, good find on that 5-7. Davideus on notice. It's Blitz that will take him down.
They're literally making Pain look like a fucking tier 2
Senzu has
team.
that on his back, a 2-on-2. A little bit of hope if Pain can do something with this. Otherwise, it feels like it's a certainty. They need something, a little fire starter, a little spark to ignite hope. And NQZ provides the first. Big Uzera, though, needed to hide, find more damage. Senzu drops the
Jesus Christ.
Sensational!
Wow. Just bodied them. Holy smokes. How do you lose that round? Better not peek him. My teammate's trying to trade a 1 versus 2. I should hang back.
There's a feel-good game of Counter-Strike for the Mongols.
Gotta.
And we know how they feel about Vitality.
Oh, he's giving him the blitz treatment. Oh, and 910's having none
Wow.
of it. When the Mongols do it, it's a coordinated Mahone zone moment.
Yo, Big Uzera's tilted as fuck.
Big Uzera holding W out the window.
910 swings on you, out middle with an op.
Away from you.
Out Ivy. Through Squeaky.
Fine. That's the NQZ impact you need to be seeing, but I'm starting to feel it may be all too little too late. 5 Mongolians with hot hands and Pain on ice.
What the hell is that Vitality flag? What the fuck are you guys doing with that?
3 on the CT side, not impossible. just the way that these rounds have gone, it feels that they don't have a chance in the world, a firm grasp.
Can we just address that Blitz is doing this alone?
If I do finals tomorrow, maybe we should do
It'll force a full rotation,
bets
so he doesn't need to commit
per
to a
every
fight.
round.
Just needs it to show up on the radar, but
Would that be fun? I don't know.
Regardless, hoping for movement on B.
Maybe we do a
Snow
bet
NMQZ
per round
burrowed
for
down
the
on
finals.
platform. Davideus and DGT dealing with the other side of the map. So right now,
You
it's
guys can
about
remind
be
me
a
to do that.
2v3 fight on this
So it's
side.
not a best of 3. It's you know what I mean.
NQZ spots out just a knee.
Look at all the util left. Smoke, Molly,
Cash
flashes.
bets?
Yeah,
Yes, but only you.
Into a different angle. Worried about Main, understandably, but won't open himself up to that angle despite them all channeling him through con.
Sorry, not every round, like every map.
NQZ racks up
Not
his
every
third.
round.
He's doing everything with that AWP.
To be clear.
A chip in from Snow. And finally, they
Oh, wow.
thwart them. It only takes a quad kill from your superstar sniper.
Man, they're
to
just
put the South Americans with a gun round on
they're
the
fucking
board.
smoking these guys.
Round 11.
Jesus. This is worse than like anything I could have predicted for this matchup.
Middle just found.
I was
Taken
dead.
out the
I
boot,
was
hit
dead
the
wrong when I
ground.
said
Great shot there
this
from
might be
9-10
very
with
competitive.
NQZ with the superior sniper work this time.
But like, what was I
The
smoking?
util was there to try and pressure that plat, but the rotation, there was enough time.
I thought maybe because
Get
Pain
over,
beat
support
Furia
NQZ
in
and
something that they
watch,
should. Motherfuckers ruined
witness
my pick'ems. Pieces of shit.
secure their second.
Sorry.
Doing the same trick again
They
with all
beat
that
Furia,
extra cash.
and then they're like, I'm like, okay, so they must
all
want
start
this
posted.
bad, right? They must want to prove something. Yeah, you know what they prove?
Davideus immediately under so
That
much
it
scrutiny.
takes them
What's that, camera
almost
molly
20
temple smoke?
fucking 5
You're
rounds to
immediately
get
just forced
one
away.
win.
You have to give it up.
And earlier in the game, when they took this space earlier, they were just going straight towards A splits.
In the last,
Snow alleviates pressure.
looks
gives
like
them the information, pushes out B main.
22
Right
rounds.
now, they have a better picture of the scenario.
Out of 24 rounds, they won 2.
He hasn't slowed down either.
24 rounds, they won 2
Right on
rounds.
camera, that buys time. But it does draw attention. Oh,
Open a case of
Snow,
Vincent
he
Knife, I'll
finds
gift
the
it to you
bomb
out.
carrier. Blitz
Yeah,
was
perfect
trying to
tactical.
turn heel. Techno on this fade. This is a dangerous game he is playing. But Pain, when the pressure is this high, it's easy to overlook the unexpected. It's easy to not be ready. Davideus is. Catches Techno on the fade.
Wait, they're winning
a
this
late
one.
resurgence
9-3.
for just a little bit of hope amongst the
9-3.
Pain.
The curse?
30 seconds. This one's just going to fall flat for the Mongols. They got to get something going and quickly. They're not even grouped up to trade.
Wait. Mongooners is crazy.
NQZ, same angle, same result this time. Lethality found onto Mzinho. Empty hands for the Mongols. If Pain had 1, I'd say no way. 2, I'm not sure, but 3, maybe, just maybe.
All
There's
right.
more to be said about Anubis after the break.
Man.
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with Big Uzera from Pain. Thank you for joining me. You're the in-game leader for Pain. How long have you been the in-game leader? You've been in this team for 6 years now.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but being IGL, it's been 2 years. When I used to play with PKL, I used to say a lot, give some calls mid-rounds and this kind of thing. So for me, it was easy to play and say rotation and reads, this kind of things. So for me, it was the best decision that I ever could do.
To talk about positions on CT
Don't
side,
call
what's
it
your
comeback.
vision as an in-game leader there? Because some
Hell yeah, guys,
in-game
don't call
leaders
it
such as
comeback.
Apex who used to play
what
star
case should I
roles
open?
like Connector or Mirage, but then you have the Hooksy style who's going to be
Open a
jump
cheap
spotting
one.
B-apps every round.
I
A cheap
tried
case.
to play like a
Open
B
like
on
a-
Mirage and didn't work well because
what's a good
mid-rounds
case?
rotation, guys come mid and let's fight together. If I'm B-spot jumping, I cannot have this
kilowatt
lead,
or
you know?
something?
We were playing Navi. That was like a 12-8 for us, the third map. We were in city side and we lost 4 rounds in a row just because
Or
the
Dreams and
read
Nightmares.
of
Maybe
the
a Dreams
guy
and
from mid
Nightmares.
was not good. We just made the change and said, guys, these kind of things, it never can happen.
Yeah, you want to be in a position where you can affect the round, you can see the full picture. Where do you play now, just out of interest on Mirage?
Connector, yeah.
Yeah, nice place to be.
Nice place to be.
As an in-game leader on this team, do you prefer CT or T sides?
To play my own game, city side, but I prefer T side because I can control and think more than city side.
What maps are you really liking right now? You know, what's working for Pain?
Dreams
or Kilowatt?
We made some changes as well about
maybe Dreams.
Outside of Nuke.
One earlier, Vitality. Yes,
and now
Vitality.
Lobby because I was like playing for the team all the time and just
one
dying,
map 3.
Dying all the time first, and I was, holy shit, what the f am I doing here? We made some change and worked well for us.
Pain, take 12. I love that move, man. Pain, take
12. And Nubis, if you start this side, you can make 11, 12 rounds. So these 2 maps, I don't like to play BO1, but if you have to play, we're gonna play.
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's
These
to
guys
be the
might
captain,
not make it
right?
to.
You're looking after a team of some young players, such
They
as
might not
Snow.
make it to map
What's it
number
like
3?
bringing up someone who's 16, 17 years old?
Unfortunately, with the way things are going,
Counter-Strike team.
they look like they're about to get cashed out from map number 2.
He just observe all the time.
Looking a little rough here for Pain.
When I'm not playing,
Lost map 1
on the server, I just like to leave
so they're going to use the numbers 13-0 because they won the first 5 rounds and then never won a round afterwards, which made Mongols win 13 rounds in a row. Just pretty crazy. Now they have taken 2 rounds from map number 2.
Vitality need a challenger for Championship Sunday, and it's a
And it was only after 20 rounds of getting steamrolled. So as far as like a hill, they have a mountain to climb, not just a hill. And they're on an escalator that's going backwards.
To close as Techno on the jump spot.
And they have like 80 kilograms of weight on them. And it's a really rainy day.
One wants to head A.
Cold, rainy day.
Hoping for an over commitment from the A defense. There's another smoke now dotted in.
Oh, Bigu would love to have gotten a little bit more.
Oh, they're rotating away from A. They just moved.
Okay.
They hit the steps
They
now.
are. 9-10 tucks one cake instead. He was falling away from the side. Now Mzinho. Oh, hang on. He's had his bell run. 9-10's gone. This is compulsory for Pain. They cannot let it go.
Wow, he hit that.
With one. Another would be crazy. DGT puts him in the dirt. Blitz, however,
2v2.
comes in from heaven. Finds that headshot. Blitz and Techno. The semi-final in the palm of their hands. If they can take this away from Pain, he can't do it. Can't control them. And Blitz got no ammo and no head. Pain. So this game is not done.
Didn't look like the faking worked. They get the kill for free
They
on B.
absolutely needed that pistol round more than anything. If they lost the pistol round, the game would be over. Like, probably actually.
Not steadily planted on the site and
Your favorite caster, Sponge?
Combination with NQZ to break in and to close things down. Well done from the young gun. About to find out how quick this gap can close. Eco from the Mongols. A fifth should be a certainty.
Pointing to your Pain jersey after that is crazy.
Guaranteed type of round, or needs to be, if you want any chance of bringing this back, pushing it to the 3rd and giving us a 3-map series.
I feel like Fury would have made this a bit more competitive.
Without any worries. Nobody baskets, nobody fountain. And that rotation point.
But like the South American fans have definitely turned up in full force here. Nice to see that.
Toes, there's the swing, info for Big Uzera, and Mzinho goes down. They can scoop up that bomb and just head over and join the party on this A site. Remember the nerves for both of these teams, you touched upon it. First major players for Pain, second.
What the fuck are you saying?
Mongols, but first time
Many
both of them
baddies
found
to
themselves
majors
in
I
major
could not
semi-final.
keep in my jorts if I was there? Brother, what are you saying? You're saying if you were at the event, your dick would be out?
Not to give up, not just to roll over, considering
You know,
how badly they were being
that's a
thrown around
criminal
the server.
offense, right?
Final 2 rounds of that first half. Now the pistol with the conversion. That's going to make it 4 on the trot.
First, I don't care.
It's not much.
I want everyone to know.
That's it, right? The T-side bias on this map, it can really cascade out of
What's
control.
the P team? Are they South
The decision
America?
Mongols
Yeah.
makes on their next
Pain is
buy round
South
gonna be
America.
hugely impactful to how this game functions forward. Senzu grabs a kill short.
The typo meant, I think they meant daddies. Or was the rest a typo too?
Oh, and another one there. So going to add some extra cash. Can they pick up these dropped weapons. Do they even
Pain
want to?
levers, we're so back.
It's not going to be too enticing on a CT side.
It's so
Only
good to
gooning
see
on the
Senzu
mind.
just let off the leash as a player now, right? And it's when I say that, it's not like Blitz or Mario.
some of y'all need to go outside.
He's a young man learning what it takes.
Fresh
to be
oxygen
that
should be on your
X-factor,
mind.
That star player, that monster that we know he can be.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This entire semi-final, all of the players here, Snow, a great example, Senzu, Mzinho, everyone.
Chad takes after the streamer, they say. I don't say shit like that. When have you ever heard me say some shit like that?
As inspiration to now find
There's no laws against pro esports players, Alex. Brother, I don't know what you're cooking, but you gotta fucking put the pot and pan down.
First rifle round.
The smoke detector's been going off for a hot minute.
Gonna boost over this immediately. So one way to deal with the lurk. Sure,
Alex, did you ever watch your videos from 2014?
Heavy resources. 3 players having to deal with this over towards B is.
Bro, I don't think in my videos in 2014 I ever said, yo, so many baddies there, I could not keep it in my pants.
Yeah, you're right. Stark contrast to the first half.
Yeah, look, this is the thing. If you're going to get that YouTube
Also,
now,
it's
you know, mid could be a bit
like,
of a problem. So
yo,
how do you
Alex, you
respond?
said some crazy shit 11 years ago as a defenses. Listen,
Push out, A-main blocks,
look in the
down,
mirror.
Mouzinho can't go down in a moment like this. We'll
Yo,
need the
Alex
reload.
said some crazy stuff 11 years ago.
I like the boost. Mzinho's caught off by that. That's innovative. What a great way to manufacture an opening.
Well, they do have this space, but they're down a man, and it has to be the A execute. They could pivot back through water. Look how they're congregated. It's not really organized right now. And a gamble. Blitz is here. Senzu will join this. All in on A.
Yeah, Blitz is going to be in a nice angle to actually take that first engagement, draw attention away from 910, and he's done very well. Blinded off, no one's looking. He needed the double up. It's an important trade from DGT. Bodies are here. Techno and Senzu aggressing forward. Mag10's good for one, but hang on, it's Senzu again to save him.
Oh, goodness. Don't worry, we got a clip.
A little too much
Yeah,
space. They're gonna be
are you
overthinking
like
this. They
that
have
one
to
guy
power.
that
They
has
know
like
to be in the
a
smokes.
bookmark clip
It
of
buys him
something
so much time
I
to
did
relocate, hits his wall
with like
just
2
in
views
time.
on it
They
or
have
something
no
I said?
idea.
The one where I click on the link that chat sent me, that was TOS, and they saved that clip.
And he is deadly. Isolates NQZ on the retreat. Davadeus miles away, trying to
play with
hack
the crowd. No kit.
There's one there on the side. I can see it at the front of Cake. Time ticking. Bomb nearing that halfway mark as he clears his corners. It starts to really compute. It has to be main. Throws out the nade, picks up the Galil, picks up the kit. The angle's good. I don't know if Davadeus is going to get there.
Bros don't fake, brother. Bros never fake, brother.
On the big stage, in the big game, Senzu again delivers for the Mongols.
Wow. Senzu, Senzu, Senzu. That's pretty hype.
This kid had the biggest drop-off for his team once they made it to playoff games. And now, in the semi-final, he's making Pain look silly. That's double digits. That's 10. That's 3 rounds away from the grand final for the first for Mongolia. The
Will he
first
not
for
contest?
Asia.
Probably low HP, thinks he's faking it. It was a good fake angle, to be fair.
You have to pull up your socks and get back in. Can't let that round linger in your mind. Block smoke, they're playing into it. Mzinho!
Wow.
Distracts him as 910 racks him
With the
up.
MP9,
So
bro.
he's got some space to work with. Could have been ahead of this. It was the AWP that did it. Doesn't want to play through the
He's
smoke.
not dangerous enough. That's too risky. Be walking straight into your demise at Techno's crosshair.
Oh, they left A completely. 910 now pivots to middle.
Some of these POVs are a little
Playing for
laggy.
info once more.
I don't know if they're having issues with that.
The bomb diving back
MP9 is
towards
so
T
fucked.
stairs.
Yeah, it's pretty busted.
Blitz with that info
XM, MP9, 5.7.
does free up the rotation again. Another block smoke dropped. Shallow in A main baskets. They can have it. And they can execute behind it as Mouzinho gets up on Fountain. His rotation point. They are reading this
MP9 needs buff.
perfectly
No,
again.
Uzi needs buff.
They will be in the right place.
Come on in. The water's warm.
910, perfect. Puts the flames at the feet. They have to run through it. Burnt, cindered, and sent back to spawn.
Your cash is bottomed out.
Sheesh.
They are doing it live. They are doing it under the
Admins,
lights,
he's doing
under
it
the
live.
Pressure, Pain crumbling.
Here's the question you have if you're Pain right now. 2,400 is the loss next round. If we do not force in this moment, we give them 12. That means we need to go flawless just to take this to overtime. An agonizing decision that has to be made, but they will cop the eco. They will not invest. We are talking 5 clocks and a flash is all they have to work with. 12 is Mongols. You can quote me on that. You can take that to the bank. Just one, Blitz traded, M4 picked up. Something to work with now, the flash was good. Senzu rotates in, and nade perfectly placed, and he's just gonna mop him up. The response is here, and there's that 12 I'm talking about.
Yeah, not even like a real, not even a real contest, man.
For the 5th time this year.
Not even a real contest.
But can they be the team to stop Vitality's near perfect season?
Send them home. Send them home. Never was the U.S. this supportive of Mongolia.
We've seen this before.
We certainly have no one immediately to receive it, but this is
CS,
such
brother.
an early positional advantage. Outmaneuvered, but not outgunned. DGT
It's that
Techno. Look
the
at
U.S.
Xenia's
hates
position.
EU more than they
DGT
hate
spots him.
Mongolia.
Surely that information flows. He'll be forced away, back into the safety of A main.
Pain doesn't let desperation get the better of them, but Benzino, he wants to fight.
Look at the angle he's got there. That might even catch him off guard. I love his proactivity. Yeah. There is no fear on display when you watch the Mongols play.
Oh, this is Brazil. This is Brazil. I'm talking about Vitality. They're supporting the team that they want to see beat Vitality.
Catches Snow and the trade's not there. Davideus just haphazardly spamming into
Should have clarified that.
9-10 disappears in a puff of it.
Is it for M249 skin? I'm not sure.
Into this AWP, 9-10 on the line. They're coming his way, all 3 of them.
He gets one more and the job is done. Championship Sunday, it calls. And the Mongols answer.
Yeah, they just, man.
In a major grand final. A ritual of ruin. Playoffs versus Titans, they wavered. Paris, no. Copenhagen, they couldn't. Shanghai, not then. But now.
GG's. I mean, it'll be a fun matchup tomorrow.
Young next generation
I just thought Pain was going to bring more fight. To be fair, I didn't watch the Furia game. I had to miss that one, unfortunately. So I just, when I saw the score and I saw that they beat Furia, I was like, wow, this is very impressive. Like, they had no business making it out of stage 2. They made it out. They beat Furia.
The major grand final.
That's pretty crazy in stage 3 as well. Get it out of there. I had them as going 0-3 in stage 3, by the way. I had Amiga and I had Pain both going 0-3. And the only reason that Pain didn't go 0-3 in stage 3 was because they eliminated the other 0-3 team, Amiga. Those are both teams that had gone in 0-3.
But never destroyed.
Mouse also made it in that bracket, and that's why it was so scuffed. But at both teams, if they didn't play each other, my pick'ems would have been correct, and they both would have been out. Because there's no way Mouse would be losing to Pain. There's no way that... To be fair, Amiga maybe had a chance against the other team. How do you feel? But the point is, they barely made it out of those stages. They somehow beat Furia, which was maybe the biggest upset.
Of course, it's feeling amazing for us.
But,
and
anyways.
It's a grand final, you know? Yeah.
How does it feel to get up here on the stage and find success? Something that the Mongols haven't always done.
I think right now we're playing like our, how to say that, their own playstyle, I guess, yeah, every game. And it was working, it's working well, and I think it is.
So let me ask you this, man. You guys have met Vitality in Katowice, in Malta, in Melbourne, Dallas, and tomorrow you're going to meet them in a grand final right here in Austin. Are you going to beat them, and how are you going to do it?
I think it's revenge time for us.
Revenge. Revenge. Austin, Texas likes some revenge. You want to talk to these people?
Thank you.
Revenge.
Thank you.
Okay.
Keep cheering for us. Thank you. That's all.
Make some noise for the Mongols!
Hey. Kick it, Chad. He's a cheer for us. That's all.
Okay, semi-final exit, NQZ. Let's talk today first. After that unbelievable result versus Furia, why do you think it didn't go your way today?
We started well, but they kind of changed the rhythm.
Started
and we
well
could not
last
adapt
map.
it, and it turned into a snowball. So credit to them, they're playing really well. But yeah, that's it.
For you, there's been a lot of sacrifices along the road. You've been working towards this and a result like this for a very, very long time. Are you able to see in this defeat more motivation to get even further, to get you those wins for yourself, for Pain, and for Brazil?
We will have another chances. I'm really proud of everyone.
He did say he was the
how far we've
best
come.
opper in South
We got the taste that we
America.
could do more, but
I guess there's a
all
big
credit to
difference
Mongols.
between
They
the best
deserve it.
opper in
And
Mongolia versus the best in
that's
South
it.
America.
Anything you want to say to your fans?
Queria agradecer geral que tá aí, brasileiro, que torceu pra caralho. E é isso.
The fan support is crazy though. I like the fan support.
Muito obrigada a você. Thank you.
I like the drums. The drums are cool.
Crushing the dreams of South America. The Mongols go where no East Asian team has ever gone before. A major grand final, making history for their nation in the process. No pain, all gain for the Mongols here tonight in Austin, Maui.
What a game. That's been unbelievable, the run that we're getting from the Mongols. I mean, whereas they are really writing the history books for how far East Asia has gone in CS2 or CSGO, Pain themselves, I think they got to be pretty happy about this run. I feel like things for them have gone well above what anybody expected, including themselves. They'll be the first ones to tell you that.
100%. Pain should be nothing but proud, and so should the Mongols. As you said, Freya, history are being written right now. The Mongols taking it all the way to the grand final. I don't think even themselves would have imagined that in their dreams. And to add on top of that, the youngest team ever to be in a grand final of a major. 20.4 average age, I believe that is for the Mongols. They're just a bunch of kids playing Counter-Strike at an incredible high level.
It was amazing to witness just the absolute dominance, particularly when we go back to that first map of Mirage, Pain starting 5-0 up, but then the Mongols, they were just able to flip.
Does he even have a Switch 2? No, I fucking don't. What are you asking me to play Mario Kart World for?
They've been working up to
Game's like 80 fucking dollars.
They just woke up in the series. I mean, okay, we got Blitz coming in, actually. This is the fanfare.
I gotta save up for Borderlands.
And I mean, he deserves it. Whatever he did to wake up
I think they walked back how much Borderlands is going to cost, though, which is good. I saw that Borderlands was advertised as $70, so I guess Randy Pitchford's attempt to make us believe that the fucking NA tariffs were going to affect NA video game companies was a little too far-fetched.
Congratulations, Blitz. I hope you can hear me.
Blitz,
over this
Blitz,
wonderful
Blitz.
crowd.
It's still Borderlands. Yeah, and I'll still play it. And I'm sure it'll still be shit and piss me off.
You're experiencing.
Call me a clown.
It's like a dream comes
Did you
true.
see the 150 pack doesn't come with a game? Are you fucking serious?
Blitz,
Are they pulling a Blizzard here?
I know you played with Techno for a really, really long time. What is he like to you?
Sure.
He's my younger brother, and like we have been together for 5, maybe 6 years. Yeah.
You said it's a dream to come through. Did you, in your wildest
Listen, if you're a real fan,
imagination,
yeah, I know. My ass would be
even
working
dream
at an
about
ice
the
cream
fact that you could
stand.
be
I
the
heard it
grand final
before.
today?
Yeah, it's
I'm trying to see if I can get a part-time at Starbucks.
if we win beat Vitality, and it's,
Did you enjoy the matches today?
100% thrill. Now it's 50-100.
Okay.
How hard do you think Vitality are
I enjoyed
going
some
to
of them.
be tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's not
All the production stuff kills it, but like the level of match that we just watched was
It's a 50-50 match.
Would you say that you
what
play
what I
your
thought
best
Vitality was going to do to
Counter-Strike
Mouse, but it turns out
the
that
best you've ever been?
Mongols did it to
Is
Pain.
this the best the Mongols has ever been? Are you playing your best Counter-Strike ever?
You can't hear him.
I don't blame you, man. The crowd absolutely love you. I'll give you
See,
an
I can't fucking hear you,
opportunity to
bro.
say in this camera anything to the people supporting you at home.
In my
Of
Mongolian
course,
language?
yeah.
Yeah. Зангад checkmate хас checkmate хас дэмжирсэн бүх хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Одоо ингээд мейжрийн финалд одоо яг
Alex, you should get waves. Relax. I'm trying to listen to a language I don't understand.
Маш сайн дэмжээрэй. За тэгэж л хэлээ да.
Thank you so much, Blitz. Congratulations. We'll let you get off and see you in the grand final tomorrow.
If you wait 2 months, you can get Borderlands 4 for like $30. Ain't that some truth? Is he saying? I mean, he said it. You guys heard him.
And I can't blame the people here.
He fucking said it.
So endearing about the Mongols and their story, their run to this point in the major.
It just feels completely unbelievable. Mongolia was not on the map for World Counter-Strike whatsoever. You had a couple little names pop up here and there over the past 10 years. People like Zilkenberg, Machine Gun, but really, there was
that guy with the glasses
not even
has some real
fledgling
dedication.
Mongolian team that was putting
Does he not,
themselves
like,
on the map. Like what?
go get a drink or
I think it was a Beijing
call his
event
family or
something like
literally
that,
do anything else?
Taipei.
He's
It was
just
Taipei,
clip
like
farming
9 years ago or something. That's
and
like
getting
the
pushed
one
by some
time
guy
we
in
saw
front of
a
him.
Mongolian team in international competition. Now the Mongols, they're a mainstay in terms of
Mongolia
what
touches
they are
Russia. You should know what he's saying.
consistent
Don't
playoff runs. The fact that they've been to
don't do to me what
7 out of
80s does
9
to
of
me.
Their last events, playoffs, like what they're doing, it just seems like it came out of absolutely nowhere. But where it came from, you have to give a lot of credit to Blitz.
Who knew? All that had to happen was Kadian yelling at them back in Cologne, you know, a couple of years ago.
Alex
And
knows
then
North Korean.
All of a sudden, the Mongolian Counter-Strike scene flustered.
Okay, to be fair, I was born a lot closer to the border of China and very close to Japan. Okay,
but as a fan of Counter-Strike, I think it's fun to watch.
and I don't know shit about either.
That as well.
Stop doxing, please.
You always see players go for duels. You always see players go toe-to-toe against some of the best in the world as well. And when you do that and you play with that kind of confidence, despite the fact that your average age
My
of the
bad,
team
yeah,
is 20.8,
the entire fucking China-Russian border is a little too close to where I was born.
It's coming up here saying 50-50 game he sees versus Vitality tomorrow. I believe this is going to be their 5th head-to-head this year alone. Obviously, goes without saying, Vitality have won every single one of them.
Bro
They've only
doxed
lost to
himself.
2 teams this
I've talked
season
about how I
so
was born in
far.
Vladivostok multiple
Where do you
times.
think the odds are looking
You're
for
so
the
done.
Mongols going into
I don't
tomorrow?
live there now,
love
chat.
that Blitz says that it's a 50-50
I'm pretty sure I won't be able to stream
but
on
it's
Twitch
not.
if I did.
I would give them more like 1 out of 4 times they would be winning this one. Okay. Maybe on the pessimistic side, 1 out of 5, but somewhere around that range, okay? Like every map is going to be a battle, but I'm glad to see people like Senzu and 910 popping off, because if Senzu can play like that, that's why the odds have been so skewed in Vitality's favor, that you know that he usually was the
Didn't you
one
do
that
like a
would
street
fall
view
off
of where
in
you were in
these
Russia or
playoff
something? I
moments
did, yeah.
Versus the best teams.
There's a video.
We've just seen consistent
Did like a
efforts from
VR
Senzu
street view
where
thing.
he's just dominating, like taking over rounds completely and making really smart plays in a very loud environment.
I do
Where's
want
the
to
video?
say,
I don't
though,
know.
you know,
Was it a
month ago in
Funhouse video,
Dallas,
maybe?
Murray, they played each other, the Mongols versus Vitality. I was watching that game, and the Mongols should have won that one. They pressured Vitality on every single perimeter. You can pressure them on, and it felt like the Mongols in that game were the better team. Arguably, I agree with you, Vitality coming in tomorrow, heavy favorites. But if you're in the Mongols camp, you have to believe in something. And I think they believe in that feeling they had in that game a month ago in Dallas, that in that particular game, they were the better team. They lost a couple of ridiculous clutches, but outside of that, they kind of outplayed Vitality. So in that sense, maybe they feel they stand a chance. Maybe they feel revenge is coming, and I don't blame him for believing in that.
Man, I'm just getting reminiscing to when we were back at the Shanghai Major, right? The fact that we saw Mongols going to the playoffs. People were riding the hype train just a little bit, right? Because we obviously had the Major in Asia. But now, like, the Mongols being this close to a trophy, that's already a massive win for them. I'm intrigued to whether you think
it should
they
be
can
fun
take
games
a
tomorrow,
map on
chat.
Vitality. It depends, obviously, how the veto is going to be going down. But do you think they have what it takes to maybe be testing Vitality's map pool at all?
Vitality
I mean,
versus the
we've seen
Mongols.
this Vitality team look mortal in these playoffs. I mean, the way that Mao's dispatched to them today on Inferno, the Mongols can do something similar to that. Like, with no doubt in my mind, can they actually have a puncher's chance in this one? If their players are not going to just shy away from the moment, and again, they're so young, so you never really know what's going to happen until they actually get on.
It should be a best of 3 tomorrow. I don't think it's a best of 5. People have been asking for best of 5s.
What they showed today or
I don't think they like doing that format.
With that, take a map.
100% agree. I think we saw Na'Vi pressure Vitality to the brink on one of the maps. Even Mirage that looked one-sided on the scoreline. Na'Vi in the first half remained very competitive. We saw Vitality today come under a bit of a pressure as well, losing in the fashion they did against Mouse. And then the Mongols. I know Blitz couldn't hear the question, but I asked him, do we play the best Counter-Strike we've ever seen the Mongols play? I would say so. I've never seen the Mongols play better than they are right now. And if the Mongols a month ago in Dallas could almost beat
Best of
Vitality
5 with OT
and
would
they
take
play better
forever.
today, then of course they can make the game competitive.
Well-deserved spot for Mongols in that grand final versus Vitality tomorrow. That does
Good games
unfortunately
today.
mean
I'm out
Pain
again.
mark
See
their
ya. See you,
end
best
in the
friends.
semi-finals. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Bigazera and Banks.
Pain are
I
the
will miss
best in
tomorrow
Brazil
because
right
of
now,
work,
and
but
they
this
certainly
whole thing
showed it
has
with
been
the
a lot of
performance
fun.
across
Thanks
this
for all the
entire
coverage, OG.
major. I got Big Azera with me here, and I'm sorry, man. This was a tough loss to take for you guys. I know how much.
What are you guys doing tomorrow? Guys, cancel your plans tomorrow. I don't care about the wife birthday. Oh, you got work.
Actually,
guys, it's the majors.
Like,
you need to call it all off.
It's not the pain game that we know that.
Say you're religious and are going to church tomorrow. They can't stop you.
And was a difficult match.
They legally have to let you watch the majors.
At the same time, I was feeling that was not us there in the server. You know, was so hard everything. Not just talking about Aang, and I don't know everything. Seems like they were like a step ahead. Yeah.
And you were actually a step ahead at the beginning of Mirage, though. It was 5 rounds, and I'm thinking
that's all we have to talk about.
Pain's really in this game. You guys
is
do what you
Pain
need to do.
in this entire series, best of 3,
and that's what
got
I was
5 rounds on
worried about,
Mirage.
Like, what were
That's
you
it.
saying to the team? What were you trying to fix, or did it just feel like nothing was working?
I think our brain just turned it off. I don't know totally. I cannot explain, but I felt that. I was telling for the guys all the time, guys, we have to communicate more. Yeah. We have to give more energy, and we have to be better and better, you know, to win the match. And we just, I don't know, we just was asleep. I don't know.
It's a very hard loss to go through. On Anubis, it kind of continued as well. You weren't able to get going right. You win the pistol, you think, okay, start. Then you get slapped straight back afterwards. I'm just wondering, do you think it was also a bit of mentality, a bit of pressure? Did you feel some more nerves? Maybe you saw something?
Yeah, I think so. I think mostly
Pressure, nerves, just everything was...
I mean, it's a semifinal of a major, right? Yeah. So everyone know about the pressure, but some people is not don't take don't know how to deal with.
It's
and
new to you guys,
it's new for everyone, but I don't know. We just had to keep our mind clear all the time, but it was difficult because in front of a big crowd, and I understand the fact of that, but we are professional players, so we have to deal with all of this pressure and this kind of things, you know.
Yes. Well, let's try and turn away from this because I know it's sad right now. Let's focus on the positives. Your first ever major playoffs. Still a team that has not had massive amounts of practice together. Yeah. Ending the season like this, how confident does this make you feel for when you get some time off, then you come back next season? We're going to see a really strong looking Pain.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like you said, we just had 14 days of practice. It's so crazy to think in 14 days and we are in the fucking semifinals. So it's crazy to think about it. But at the same time, we just want to go through. But we knew it was so difficult to go, of course. But at the same time, it was difficult to go to the playoffs, to go to the semifinals, but we're still here. So, of course, we want to go through, but at the same time, we had to think that we made a lot already.
You really made a lot, and you made a lot of people proud and cheering for you, supporting you guys. So lastly, anything you want to say to your family back home, all the fans supporting around the world?
Yeah, can we Portuguese?
Yes, man.
What the fuck is this?
I love this.
What is ad time? What did you just redeem?
A toda a torcida brasileira que suportou a gente, mandou muita mensagem, acreditou na gente. A gente ficou muito feliz com todo o apoio da comunidade, do CS brasileiro. A gente quer muito botar o CS brasileiro de volta no topo, muito. É o que a gente mais quer. Não só brasileiro, agora sul-americano, né? Porque a gente tem dois sul-americanos no time. Então, só espero que na próxima season a gente venha com o mesmo fôlego, com o mesmo gás e que a gente possa fazer mais e mais e trazer mais resultados bons para o Brasil. Um beijo para todo mundo que torceu pela gente, apoiou. Beijo para minha família, para minhas filhas, para minha mulher, meu irmão, meus amigos também que estão em casa. Tamo junto e #GoPain, esquece.
Thank you very much, Big Zero. It is a sad moment for Pain right now, but I'm excited to see what they can do coming into the upcoming season because this is a Pain to get excited about.
Yeah, obviously it's going to sting in this very moment to lose out in this fashion to the Mongols, but I totally agree with that sentiment. I feel like Pain, they should be proud of what they managed to achieve here.
Someone paid to run ads.
It's the same thing as what we said about Maus earlier. Like, you're never going to have that pleasure right now. Like, you know, you don't get that clarity of thought in the moment when you're giving that interview just after taking a devastating loss in the semifinals, where, as he mentioned, he felt like Pain wasn't the Pain he'd seen and he played with for the rest of the event. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise. I mean, remember, this extremely inexperienced, had a very rough season in terms of ins and outs with stand-ins. I think at the end of the day, once again, when you get some time to reflect back on this, Payne's going to be very proud of this event.
There's nothing else for them to be looking at. This should just only be proud. I mean, 14 days of practice, they find themselves in a major playoff semifinal. I mean, they're still a young team. There's a lot of things to work on, and obviously they will just have this be like something they will chase and like a carrot on a stick they will go in for the next season. So obviously, yeah, Payne can be proud of themselves.
Yeah. And we didn't get to really touch on it either, but that little interview with Snow at the start of the series. So, I mean, it's such a nice interview and obviously very endearing, and you could just see how happy he was. But it was clear too at the time, and this isn't a criticism. I don't know how he could be not prepared fully for the moment. It felt in that interview, but again, not a criticism in any way. He was just, I think,
bro, how did I refund you this shit?
The emotion and the intensity of the moment.
Why would you do this?
It's something you see, you know, often when you go into a game where you have overachieved already. Being in the semifinal, it feels like a victory for Payne. So being able to readjust your mindset to once more go in and fight and give it your all, it's an incredible tough task. I know for people at home who may have never competed, it sounds ridiculous,
thank you, Razor.
You're setting yourself
I
up
turned
for
it
every
off.
single game, and you're spending so much energy preparing.
Bro
for
spent
every single
300,000
game.
channel points to run ads. I didn't even know I had that as a reward.
Run out of emotions, and I think Snow, as you said, Jason, it was a clear sign that he came into this with nothing to lose, and
said nothing about
that
it.
feeling can be a bit dangerous.
Sure.
I feel like if you're Payne already in this one, you're just thinking.
No, it's not to run ads.
I got you.
Yeah, you were able to.
I think your microphone's off, my brother. That's all I'm saying. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah. There we go. Get into it.
Shout out audio.
We'll get moving.
All right.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we're back.
You wanted to say?
Oh yeah, if you're Payne in this one, defeating Furia is already one of the biggest victories you could possibly have as an organization. I mean, for the guys
I'm
that
new
have
to
been
his
your big
streams,
brother,
kinda.
essentially in the Brazilian space for such a long time to take down Fallen.
Are you gonna run
I
him
feel
or
like
not?
Big Uzera
No.
already feels like
They're
all
run-
of those
they're run
people
by
saying, like,
themselves
when are you gonna join
anyway.
Furia? When are you going to join Furia? Well, maybe they should just want to get some of their players on his team at this point. Like, hey, Serrato's probably looking at that like, should I just join a Brazilian team again? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, and you know, I think it's actually a common trap to fall into. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this, but like, I've been at tournaments where you've gone in and you have like that one really personal opponent that you go up against and you beat them.
Online it says
and
this
feels
allows
like you
viewers
won
to
the
support the
event.
streamer by generating
it
ad
feels
revenue
like,
and
'cause you
also temporarily
accomplished the goal
disabling
that you
pre-roll
set. You're
ads
like,
for a
I
period
have
of
to
time.
beat these guys. There's no way. And then you win that and you're like, it's hard to find that.
Dude.
It's hard to get that motivation back within the 24 hours you need because you felt like you just had the success you were looking for.
Okay, listen. I don't know what the fuck that is.
But I also want to be on top of that.
Yeah, that felt kind of personal. You know, what the hell? Let's check in with the playoff bracket to see where that tees us up for the grand final tomorrow. Everything has been building up to this very moment. We're talking about that best of 3 grand final going down tomorrow.
Finals
between
tomorrow, guys.
Vitality and the
14:30
We were talking to Blitz
Central
about it,
Date
Jason
time.
Malley. The fact that this will be the 5th time
I believe
that they
that's
have gone head to head. Can they do
2:30
it? Can they do it this time around?
Well,
Central.
I want to latch on. Maui mentioned
1:30
that
my
Blitz came in and said
time,
that he said it was a
12:30
50-50
West
game.
Coast
I
time.
once worked with a very wise player. His name was Fallen. And he once
3:30
said every game is
PM
50-50
Eastern
because you either
time.
win or you don't.
That's why Fallen kept offing the way he did.
For context, it's
He's
about
at today,
as an
Maui.
individual in the way he did.
4.5 hours ago.
You hit the shot or you missed the shot. Doesn't matter about anything else.
5.5 hours.
North American Counter-Strike sucks.
4.5, 5.5.
That's the mentality you're going with.
That is
This guy knows. This guy knows.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, this is too
So we're just trying to have a little bit of fun with it. We're all having a good laugh.
But I do hear maybe there is another NA hope because there is a
What?
show match preceding the grand final, and I hear there's a whole ass North American team going
What?
to be taking
Stream
to the
Team
stage tomorrow. Now,
USA?
I'm not going to give you any exact names. I'm just going to sprinkle a few Easter
Stream
eggs in here.
Team-
Sure. The
Team
Stream Some of
USA.
your favorite streamers, of course, going to be on that.
Who?
But I'm talking, it's time to get your old Cloud9 tank tops out.
Oh,
There's a couple C9 players in the mix. I also
Oh,
hear
shit.
the creator of the game himself is going to be up on that stage playing tomorrow. Can't miss that.
Ooh.
Man.
That's
Who's
sick.
fan
Well,
himself?
you just said it, so thanks.
That's the
Harry.
creator of everybody knows he's the creator
Yeah.
of He's been taking selfies with everybody here.
Yep, he's here. He's
like-
loving it.
I mean, that wasn't supposed to be a spoiler.
Hey,
The
you
Godfather
just
of
put 1 and 2
Brazilian
together.
I wonder who that could be.
Honestly, I can't wait for USA to bottle that one too, man.
No, I didn't get invited, guys.
Jason, we've
I'm
got
too
a really
dog
cool
shit.
ask from you from production. We know you're renowned for your coaching ability. You want to throw back one more time on the stage tomorrow? You want to coach Team USA?
Absolutely. I mean,
Fun fact: cannot have Russian and American dual citizenship. You got too many fun facts. You got to take a break.
Now that I say that, now that I think in my head.
You've already said it, Jason.
I know, I have said it out loud,
Sorry.
but I'm pretty sure I have a prior scheduling that I can't actually.
Convenient. Well, we'll just have to see how that goes down. Gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been one of my favorite post-map segments ever. So thank you for bringing the chaos, as always. We'll see you tomorrow for that grand final, Vitality versus the Mongols, going down 2 p.m.
Fun.
local time. You don't want to miss it.
2 p.m. local time. Okay. So yeah, that's 5 hours ago. So what tomorrow, whatever it is time for you right now, whatever time was 5 hours ago is when the grand finals shit starts. So figure it out that way. Fun stuff, man. Fun stuff. Good vibes. So 3 p.m. I don't know what time it is for you right now. I don't know what time it is for you, okay? I'm just saying. Minus 5 hours. Look at your clock and take away 5 hours. That's the time grand finals are going to start. Just Google it. Or just Google. Yeah, I'm just helping you out. You can fucking Google it. Ask your parents. I don't care. Can you show us your Ember heirloom fashion frame before you end? I don't really have my Gunnar frame set up. We should play some Warframe next week though, right? That's when the big update comes out. I kind of want to low-key farm for the spider. Are you gonna wear a suit? Yeah, I'll wear a suit tomorrow. Or a nice little suit. I was gonna maybe play a CS match or two, but unfortunately, because this right here, this monitor broke. It's my main monitor. So because it broke, I only have my side monitors right now that I'm using, and they're kind of dog shit, I'll be honest. One of them is a backup one because my other monitor broke, so I'm gonna try to look online, maybe get something ordered, I guess, for this upcoming week. Figure that out. You punch it? No, I think it had like a power spike or something. I don't know. I went to take a phone call yesterday, and the power to my room went out, and then like I came back and my monitor wasn't working anymore. I tried different cables, I tried different outlets. It like turns on, makes like a high-pitched noise and turns off. I think it's probably just an internal. Someone said maybe a power capacitor online, so we'll see. Anyways, Pain win? No, Pain lost. Only you, man. Yeah, I know it sucks because like it's like every time I replace something and something is like going good, it lasts for like a week and then something else needs to be like done. It fucking sucks, man. You have a phone? Yeah. Also, my phone's going out. My phone's a little old. My phone's like almost 7 years old. But I think I have a contract where I can get like another newer one. But yeah, it's been overheating. I have to keep it plugged in. Basically, if I watch, I can't screen share with friends because my phone overheats and the videos start to lag. So I'm trying to get a new phone replaced. Just replace the battery. Maybe I should do that. It's definitely the battery. I'm scared of just taking my iPhone apart. I don't know how to do that stuff. Maybe I'll get like a little kit. It's definitely the battery though. But I also just want to trade it in because I feel like I can get like a discounted new phone. At my what do you call it? My dealer? Is it my dealer? My phone company, I guess. Yeah, maybe I'll try just upgrading it. Should be pretty cheap. Yeah, dealer. I don't know why I said dealer, but yeah. It sucks every time you get you know what I mean. You get something going and then it just. But luckily because of you guys too, a lot of help from the community and stuff. Folks like Tactical who constantly are just giving way too much. It's been pretty easy. If you need any help with it, no, Tactical, you've already given away too much. I've told you that. I'm trying to refund you for half the shit that you give to the stream and stuff. I'm also trying to take some of the community funding that we've gone through, like gifted subs and tips, and I'm trying to put it away towards like a fun stream, because that's what people want to actually see. I need to pass Hetty. Yeah, Hetty's kind of like the OG Oiler, huh? Yeah, Hetty was a huge supporter of the stream. We definitely have some older folks who have supported this stream throughout many years. Anyways, yeah, so I'll get the new monitor and hopefully we can start our CS grind. Hopefully after the finals, get some variety in there. There's some games I want to check out with y'all. At least stream some of these games because there's been some newer games that have come out. But I've been very CS locked into this the majors, which has been fun. I've actually enjoyed it. With all the games, I got to watch a lot of fun games, and so that's been exciting. Got to see a lot of new players, old players. It's been a really good major out here in Austin, so tomorrow is definitely going to be a good time I think, in terms of like viewership and in terms of like story for this major. So we'll definitely be tuning into that tomorrow, and then hopefully our funny little CS grind starts. You know, in terms of what do you call it, Counter-Strike, and trying to get that rank up, and maybe eventually we do like a Face It series. But yeah, well, I'll try to also, you know, like I said, I'm trying to plan out some variety stuff too. I've been really enjoying variety over the past like half a year. It started out with September, where we did the Simathon, and then from there just kind of carried over to this year. A lot of fun variety stuff, so I want to keep that going too. So hopefully we'll spruce it up, mix it up a little bit, get some maybe do another Simathon in September. We'll see what the world brings for us. Also, Megsy, I appreciate that resub earlier. Sorry if I missed it. 9 months, thank you. I was trying to figure out what the channel point thing was, but thank you, Megsy, for the resub. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate y'all for hanging out with me. Hopefully you had fun watching these games. It's been a good time. Big finals tomorrow, guys. Big finals tomorrow. Set your clocks. Cancel your wife's birthdays and anniversaries. All right, this is serious, guys. All 3 weeks I've been leading up to this right here. Blast.tv/AlexCoastry. No, but for real, I appreciate you guys. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Take care. Get some rest. Enjoy your weekend. Get some sun. Maybe there's some sun still left in the evening. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Bye-bye.